Peace has returned to the galaxy at a terrible price. Unable to handle events and convinced that he can right the wrongs of his past, the newly crowned Emperor Vader travels to the secret Imperial prison of Biss for help in his desperate quest for redemption. Increase. We have to make a plan, he said sternly. He carefully tipped his mask towards her. He took the whole situation pretty well, all things considered. At least better than him. There was an elegance in his calmness, something sharp in the way his green eyes silently surveyed his surroundings. He wasn't sure he liked it. Not yet. But he could not deny the sense of intrigue that came over him as he thought of her and the menacing forces that were to ensure her capture. He had found her earlier that day hiding out as a coveted princess in the well-secured Imperial Biss prison. A prison too well guarded to hold the occasional rebel and traitor. He was safe, a hidden treasure, and Palpatine's assurance that if all his forethought and backup plans failed, nothing was truly lost. She was not young, and the prison did not spare her, but he could tell that she was very beautiful when she was younger. There was something attractive about his high cheekbones, sharp chin and stretched, straight nose, something that years of constant denial of food, grooming and hygiene in a small cell had not yet completely smoothed. His eyes pixelated on the lightning-shaped scars covering the thin skin, and he felt the leather of the glove creak under the sudden pressure of the artificial hand. Sidious was no gentle jailer to him either. Not surprisingly. Vader, do you really want to do this? He continued, hesitation clouding his words. He felt himself nod, the muscles in his neck tightening, his throat tightening with emotion he would have carefully hidden just a few days ago. They seemed to gather around them, putting a heavy strain on the room's atmosphere, and he could feel his respirator trying to get more air into his damaged lungs than usual. They deserve it, Vader whispered, feeling familiar guilt coursing through his veins. It will be difficult, he replied. I have nothing here, he said, unable to silence his modulato. He shuddered but did not pull back. You could join the Force, he whispered, and she felt a faint desire there. Was he considering ending his life? The newly crowned emperor closed his eyes for a moment. Yes, he thought about that too. The thought haunted him through all his attempts to think, but as soon as he saw her document, it was cast aside, a dark cloud on a bright sunny day. What he had to offer was too tempting, too sweet not to follow. I will not give up if there is a chance to right my wrongs, Vader said curtly, prosthetic fingers digging into his left thigh. Do you want to be a hero? He asked, his eyes deep in thought. He clenched his fist and grabbed the weak, scarred muscle of his leg and replied, I'm a coward. He was not a hero. Luke was a hero. Luke, so small, so fair, so pure. His entire body tensed in pain as he remembered how his son pushed the core of Palpatine's second Death Star to save Vader from certain death, how a Sith bolt of lightning pierced his young body, leaving him lifeless. A hero. She had no desire but to join him in death when she realized that her son was gone, but she could not. He had to get them both from the Death Star explosion. He had to take the body to his son's rebel friends, his sister Leia, for a proper burial. He was so blind, so blind. Anya looked at him for a moment, her piercing green eyes tearing at his most intimate secrets. He expected her to mock him, comment on his weaknesses and faults, as he was sure the entire galaxy would if given the chance, but she just sat there and stared at him for a while before making up her mind. I will, he said resolutely, but I repeat that we must plan the plot. If we are not careful, there will be no salvation. He felt his anger rise and growled, I don't need your help. My plans are clear. Did they? Anya asked with sarcasm in her voice, I can only do this once, we have no other options. If your plans fail, you will destroy the entire galaxy. Again. Vader wanted to strangle him, correct his senselessness with so much fear that it would never occur to him to speak to him like that. He could not stand this disrespect. He was the Galactic Emperor, he was Darth Vader, and he bowed to his power. His gaze fell back to the flashes on his skin, his jaw clenching painfully around the mechanism of the spiral. He remained neutral. Humble as he was, his worth was immeasurable. Vader swallowed what more saliva he could muster, clenched his fist and said, What's on your mind? Anya smiled contentedly, and for a moment the sharpness disappeared. Their banter lasted most of the next few days, and included countless arguments about matters both personal and galactic. Anya knew he was quite sincere, his lack of human contact made him less aware of social cues, and to be honest, his new ally wasn't much better than him in civil society. After a stressful period of adaptation, however, it was possible to find common ground and consequently move forward. Of course they have to get back before he gets caught. He could only come back in his own body, and that would be disastrous if he was already in Palpatine's possession. Vader would need a functioning body, which is annoying but doable if he had to pay a price for it, and he would need to keep the political power that was taken from him in the first place. However, they can only go back. Vader's first impression of his new reality wasn't the best. He felt considerable discomfort, if not outright pain, and his body ached. He was overwhelmed by the intense sensations permeating his new body, and was certain his brain would explode in minutes. He heard something move next to him and tried to open his eyes. Wrong idea. The light burned as he stared directly into the twin suns of Tatooine, causing severe headaches, and did not improve his disorientation and general distress. Close your eyes. Focus on my voice and you'll be fine soon, someone said quietly. He recognized a younger version of Anya's voice, and slowly his memory came back. The stripping of his suit, the circles of fresh blood and chalk, the sacrifices, the candles, the spells, and the strange feeling of traveling through hyperspace without a ship. Done. If Anya's calculations are correct, they should have arrived at Dooku's stronghold in Sereno in 34 BBY. All the pain was suddenly forgotten, and he reached out to the Force to see the current state of the galaxy, only to find that the familiar void suddenly filled with flickering lights. Done. You made it. Anya's signature light grey presence was much darker than what he was used to, and was influenced by the nature of the journey, but she otherwise seemed unimpressed, and his was jealous for a moment. How could she wield such power? Vader could have done more, and he could have done worse, so why did the Force choose her as the special owner of this gift? Weren't you a person? The Force unleashed negative emotions and put petty desires to rest easier than ever before. In many ways, he was blind, dull, stupid, and abused the immense power that was bestowed on him, regardless of power. Anya's skills would have been wasted on him. Her natural caution in dealing with power, her reverence for power, was her protection against arrogance, and self-destruction. He had no such qualities. Vader felt her hands inches away from his torso, and her strength began to sink. His pain was quickly dissipated by the girl's comforting presence, and he carefully looked her in the eye. I opened it and saw her satisfied face. He was right in his first assessment. Her piercing green eyes gleamed with hints of fatigue from using the Force so soon after her hardened journey, her sharp features accentuated by streaks of sweat, but she was icy. It was undeniable to be a blonde countess-like, down to the smallest detail. Before or now? Sith saw the grimace tuck in her brow, and realized he had been staring at her for her humiliating time. I saw the busy work of. After he took off his suit, he wore the same black robe that she had draped over him. The clothing was loose enough to expose a fair amount of milky skin and taut muscles. Had arms and legs and hair. In a brief moment of vanity, he thanked Anya in his heart for restoring what he knew to be a treasured masterpiece, but the thought did not last long. And a necessary tool in his plans, admiring it would be too painful to sacrifice again. Anya came back to him with a glass of water and a knowing smile. Cliff. That damn mask of his destroyed his Sabbac face. He swallowed the first sip of water and forgot everything. It was the first time in 20 years that he had taken more than a few sips without excruciating pain. His throat was dry, his mouth was dry, and the water soothed everything and refreshed his tense body in the most exciting way. I got my glass back. Would you like to get up? She said, turning her away from the empty glass console. Vader, still marveling at the taste of the water, nodded in their general direction and used his arms to hold himself upright, pushing his newly rejuvenated body into an awkward standing position. But she was right, and it definitely felt strange. After a minute he felt ready to leave and took a few hesitant steps around the bed. I noticed that his hips were slowly reconnecting to fully fleshed, functional legs. He hated his weakened state and felt like a toddler learning to walk again, but part of him was content with the whole experience. When she was convinced he wouldn't fall for her, Anya took him to the review room and told him to call her if he needed her support to get back to bed. He frowned, annoyed at the meaning of her words, but his eyes found a full-length mirror, and he was distracted. 16-year-old Anakin Skywalker had just hit the worst of his short life. He was long-limbed and well-muscled, and his cheeks retained the childish curves he despised at the time. He moved his hand to touch his cleft chin and felt his throat tighten. He looked much more like Luke than he remembered when he first met him. Could not have known. Now that he was faced with the main evidence, it was clear and impressive. Vader shook his head and got out of his sad thoughts. He will have to change his appearance at least a little. He didn't look much like Anakin. If they crossed paths, at least someone would be intrigued by their similarities. Her eyes were different. Anakin's was bright blue, glowing, and full of life force. Remnants. But the eyes weren't enough to tell them apart. He had to change something more obvious. For a while, Vader considered giving himself some kind of scar. Although he had previously promised not to give in to vanity, the thought of hurting his new body bothered him more than he would admit. Anya can help. Vader frowned at the thought. She had already done a lot, but he somehow knew that she had given up more than allowed the two of them to be sent back in time. Would be fair. His frown deepens. Since when did he care about fairness? Was it part of his redemption? Sure, he didn't want to kill his son, and he certainly had a connection to Sidious, but he wasn't a Jedi, and frankly, I thought he'd never be a Jedi again. Still, the girl was her good companion and his only ally in a past where he still had no roots. Does he still need to ask? After a quick shower of thought and again marveling at his newfound perception of the world, he decided to at least break the subject down. She was on his side, considering that at this moment Tatooine was inhabited by a very young Anakin Skywalker, working for Watts, and completely unaware of what his life would be like. The issue was urgent. The clothes she left him were simple, all clean lines and dark colors, and when he turned around, Anakin Skywalker was gone, replaced by a young, elegant warrior who vaguely resembled Dooku. Suppressing a shiver of pleasure, he began slowly back into the room, trying to adjust his new leg muscles into a slow, confident stride. But it was a victory he could enjoy for at least a while. You look appropriate, she muttered. He could see a faint redness in her cheeks, but her eyes were still shining as steel as before. I decided not to react. They turned 16 again and it was a given. I need to change my appearance, he replied. What are you thinking? Anya frowned, curious. He writhed in displeasure and blamed his silly reaction on his young body. I was hoping you would suggest it. Are you talking about a hair color change or surgery? She asked, looking at his face carefully. He shrugged his shoulders. Neither. He didn't want to change, but he had to. He didn't care too much about details. Her eyes were on his face again. He was analytical, neither cold nor hot. She clearly took the matter much more seriously than he did. Was she afraid of ruining her own hard work? She looked at him thoughtfully for a moment, then seemed to have made a decision. A good place to start is with the hair, maybe the nose, she suggested. Do you want to do that? What? She asked with a visibly confused look on her face. He pointed to his nose and replied, break it. Anya sighed and she seemed unsatisfied with his proposal. If you don't have to, no. Can you do this yourself? Vader wanted to shrug again and pinched his lips at the very teenage reaction. Younger body or not, he was still Darth Vader, and he had 4 decades behind him. He would not behave like a thrice-damned teenage boy. Feeling the force around him, inside him, singing with delight as his mind sought it out, turning it against himself. The air grew cold, the force displeased at his intentions, but the power submitted to his will and soon enough he heard and felt his pretty nose bridge break. The pain was sharp, but for someone like him, it was nothing. He felt his blood drip, but did not allow himself to be distracted. Pinching his injured nose he twisted the broken bones and cartilage in a new shape, and then asked the force as nicely as he could to mend at least part of what she had just destroyed. He looked around for a mirror but found none. Anya smirked and handed him a small towel she had apparently picked up during his mutilation. It's not bad. The tip is not that round anymore, the upper part is a bit more raised and larger, and the lower part is slightly leaning right after a small crease. Do I look different? He grunted, annoyed at her amused tone. Different enough, she replied coldly. If we add the eye color and age difference you will look like Anakin's big brother, maybe. He hummed. Do you know how to change the hair? Dyeing it. It will require some maintenance though. There are implants too, but that means at least some light surgery, Anya told him, her elegant brow lifted in a silent question. Vader sighed. Cosmetics. Not his thing, at all. We can look into it once we are on Talravin. I also know of some products to make you a bit taller. Since your current body is 16 it should still work, she drawled, her posh Serenian accent peeking through when she pronounced the planet's name. When are we leaving? He yawned, his mind getting increasingly foggy with exhaustion. Anya frowned, pensive, and answered, I still have to work around some of the details, but we should be ready to leave in 2 days. I will rest. She took it as the dismissal it was, nodded and went, leaving him in his new chambers. He retreated back to bed with a small frown, annoyed to be so tired after doing next to nothing, and let himself drop ungracefully on the obscenely soft covers. They would have a lot to do to secure his identity and justify their connection, and they would be operating alone for a while, each on their own path. He groaned softly, burying himself under the warm duvet, and thought about his plans until sleep claimed him. Anya's first impression of Talravin was one of marvel. The planet, not unlike Sereno, was a pretty temperate world with forests, oceans, lakes and even some mountains. The resemblance ended there. Sereno was stiff and severe, the architecture gorgeous but mostly austere, and the winters harsh on most of the surface. It was a planet of composed people, where efficiency was valued and money was a treasure to be invested wisely. Her homeworld had earned its recent place in the galaxy, thanks to clever decisions and hard work, making it one of the only outer rim planets capable of making an impact. On Sereno there was only specific and small amounts of adequate time for pleasantries and enjoyments, and it reflected on its rigid and prideful inhabitants. Talravin was different. The core planet was gorgeous, all glamorous buildings and elegant gardens, fancy in a way that screamed of its wealth and rich history. From the exact moment they approached the atmosphere, every Talravinian had been pleasant to a fault, and the relaxed air that they all seemed to harbor was a delightful change. The little apartment her contact had purchased on her behalf for Khan Vana seemed basked in the same easy warmth. There were plants at every window, warm fake wood on the grounds, and beautiful green paint on the walls. It had a main area with an open kitchen, and a cozy living room with a large sofa and 2 plush armchairs, basked in beautiful natural light, a quaint bedroom decorated with earthy tones, whose window showed a small park, and an adequately sized refresher with running water and even more plants. Vader seemed a bit out of place in the charming decor, reading through a datapad also provided by her contact with a now familiar scowl on his face. He was thinking. They had 4 days together before they had to part ways. Anya was supposed to be there to conclude an interesting deal with the government of the planet, extending an offer of partnership that would grant Talravin with natural resources they started to lack and Sereno with gifted engineers and specialized pilots who could improve the productivity of the mining operations they were conducting on several moons and asteroids they owned in the Outer Rim. The original 16-year-old Anya had deemed the whole operation boring as criff and had forced her uncle to send Hilda Malvin, the governor of Sereno's mining operations, in her stead. At the time the Talravinians had been extremely offended by her rebuttal, and the deal had been dismissed. Yanduku had resented her for a couple months for this failure, and she was keen on not repeating the same mistakes. Plus, it was the perfect opportunity to bring Vader to his new supposed homeworld, which was why they had chosen this specific period to come back. He interrupted her thoughts with his monotonous voice, startling her. "When is your meeting?" "In 2 days," Anya replied. "I will need to be at the palace tomorrow for a first informal diner, then they scheduled some sort of riding event in the countryside, and we will have the meeting after lunch, according to the schedule they sent to my assistant." Vader nodded, disinterested, and she wondered why he even asked the question if he didn't care about her answer. "I have my entrance exam tomorrow afternoon. I'll com you after the diner," then she retorted, annoyance souring her tone. "Do you already know what you want to do about the GD? If my deductions are correct, they should be well integrated within the academy. They will come to me," he said dully, either unaware or unwilling to acknowledge her rising temper. Anya frowned and concluded she probably took it all too personally. "Good." He resumed his readings and she settled on the plush sofa opposite to the comfortable armchair he had claimed as his own. She grabbed her datapad from the coffee table and sipped on the tea she brewed earlier, before reviewing the documents her assistant Fod had provided her. Details on the mining sites, names of notorious Talravinians, scientists involved in related fields, and estimated budgets and potential revenues. Fod was already at the palace, making sure her rooms were ready and collecting information on their hosts. Anya had politely declined to join them so soon, and told them she wanted to play tourist for part of her stay, as she had never been in Talravin before. They were apparently pleased by her curiosity or indulged her because she was only 16. In any case, arrangements were made and Fod had left her at the landing pad with a tight smile and a warning to not cause any trouble that could reflect badly on Sereno's reputation. Had she been such a troubled child before, for her to warrant such worry? After his little speech, Anya had retrieved an annoyed Vader from his hiding spot on her ship, and they had rented a beautiful speeder he was gazing longingly at since the second they had arrived at the spaceport's renting area to travel to the apartment. She frowned at an article on the mineral composition of Surrey Delta 5, one of their less exploited moon. Coxium and lithoperoid. Unstable and too hard to exploit for their current mining ships, the ungrateful rock was barely touched as of yet. Dangerous but rewarding. This was exactly the type of bait she could dangle in front of the Talavinians. Their expertise and technologies could turn this mess into some rewarding operation pretty quickly. Fertile grounds for a fertile alliance. She highlighted the article, making sure she would not forget it for the negotiations, then rose to stretch her legs and brew another batch of tea. Vader put his own cup on the coffee table to be filled, still absorbed in what seemed to be Talavinian's flight protocols. Right. His test. She gave him a quick refill and then resumed her previous activities, only to find herself distracted. Sighing, she remembered her current brain belonged to a teenager, and that the strenuous binge of information she was inflicting on it since they came back was most unwanted. Disturbingly, she felt the sudden need to watch some crappy holodrama. Glancing at her reading companion to evaluate his current disposition, she saw his right leg twitching. He was bored too. Great. The probability that he was willing to engage in the activity she had in mind being extremely low, she hesitated for a minute before voicing her grief. "Do you mind if I turn on the holodv?" she asked, voice a lot sweeter than earlier. "Why?" he replied harshly, barely detaching his gaze from his datapad, jaw clenched. She sighed. "I can't focus anymore, my brain needs a reprieve." "But the holodv," he mocked. His disdain was clear, and she felt her cheeks warm with a tiny sliver of shame. So what if she liked teenage shows? Unlike him, she hadn't been blessed with an endless amount of fun and palpitating adventures, being in captivity usually edged between terrifying and morbidly boring, but none of it had been fun or palpitating. Besides, she liked plugging her brain off and just think about the cheesy plot and easy romance they usually revolved around. Defensive, she crossed her arms in front of her chest and pinched her lips together in a frown. "And what would you suggest?" He looked at her for a few seconds, thinking about it, then replied, "I wanted to check out the academy and the city center. We could take the speeder and go for a ride." Anya smiled and nodded. She was 90% sure that the whole point was for him to play with the speeder, even if he would not admit it. The young countess headed back to the room where she had dropped her suitcase earlier and picked up an unassuming outfit. She had no reason to believe she was spied on, but Dooku had sent her on this assignment, and it was foolish to assume she could prance around in gallant company, without at least a bit of precaution. When she walked back into the living room, Vader had dropped all pretenses of studying the datapad and was in front of the window, looking at the street. He nodded in agreement when he saw her outfit, and they headed out without a word. She would never admit it, but she enjoyed the speeder ride. Her Sith companion was an accomplished pilot, and even in his awkward unused new body, he managed to steer the vehicle with a dexterity that would put a pod racer to shame. They flew by the academy, a bit bland, but still charming in this distinct Talavinian way, and then went back closer to the center of Alasia, Talavin's capital. They wandered a couple of hours around the pretty paved streets and lovely small parks that littered Alasia, framing gorgeously the traditional brick and glass buildings that shaped the capital, then went hunting for some local food. Anya had read that most Talavinians had a singular love for pita, some kind of bread they used as wrapping around the most exotic ingredients to form some on-the-go meal. She was eager to try it out and dragged her doubtful partner to a street vendor with a kind smile. Apparently delighted to be faced with virgin palates, he was quick to produce 2 wraps filled with local vegetables and a delicious sour sauce. It tasted like heaven, and suddenly she was a tad bit jealous that Vader got to enjoy these delicacies every day until their reunion. They thanked the cook and walked away, silently enjoying their meal. They passed a couple of other cute buildings before finding their speeder. "Should we head back?" Anya asked, somewhat unwilling to return to the apartment that fast. Khan smirked, feeling her hesitation, and replied haughtily, as if he was doing her a favor and wasn't going to absolutely enjoy the ride, "I'll take the long path." She smiled at his antics and settled in the passenger seat. She didn't mind his obvious passion for piloting, and as long as he was responsible enough to let them meal in their stomach, she was happy to see more of Alasia. Grudgingly, she had to admit to herself that his idea had been a lot better than hers. He would never hear it, though. She was just a tad too prideful to admit it to him, and he was a tad too cocky not to mock her for it. They resumed their respective studies once back at the apartment, the silence reigning once again between them. For all the time they had spent in each other's company in the last 2 months preparing for their mission, they were still barely more than strangers, and discussing anything other than their respective goals was not an activity they were usually willing to engage in. To ensure their success they had bared their souls to each other, telling the painful tales of their pasts, dissecting their lives to find useful information, and plan accordingly. It had been unpleasant, vaguely liberating, and overall not the best experience of her existence. It also made conversing tough, since they were too aware of their counterparts' flaws to misunderstand their true intents, and too distant emotionally to genuinely open up. Anya sighed and put down her datapad, feeling the day take its toll on her young body. Her neck was stiff, her legs felt heavy, and her mind unfocused. She looked at Vader, still reading in his chair with a fuming cup of tea in front of him, and headed towards the refresher. If he wanted to exhaust himself it was fine by her, but she needed her beauty sleep. Vader looked at his test with mild distaste. Easy. He did not expect otherwise. Of course, the Talaravin Flight Academy was supposed to be a cover, not a challenge, but he could not help but feel a tiny bit disappointed by the obvious questions. He parted ways with Anya earlier, leaving her next to a gorgeous hotel in the center to be picked up by Ford while he drove the speeder to the academy for the entrance exam. He was received by a charming middle-aged pilot who took him on a short tour and provided some details on the testing process. Alasia hosted a reputable flight academy, and being enrolled was both an honor and a duty, he said, for he would for the rest of his life represent the school that taught him with pride and dignity. Vader stopped listening shortly after that, bored with the speech already, and was led to a room where around 50 other aspiring pilots would take the written test before heading for the flight simulators. He spent another 10 minutes on his answers, not bothering to hide his knowledge, then rose and handed his datapad to the examiner, who looked at him with disbelief. He then headed to the simulator room the pilot had shown him earlier, and found an unused bench. Then, he waited. The academy building was harmonious, with tall arches and bricks covered in vines, glass ceilings and luminous rooms. It was beautiful, but the warrior in him held nothing but contempt for the pretty buildings. Easy to infiltrate, hard to defend. Should war ever come to Talaravin, the capital will bow without any resistance. The Talaravinians were unbothered, the core inhabitants used to peace and wealth too much to care about any thought of conflict. He knew for a fact most pilots who made it out of the academy would be employed on luxurious space yachts and diplomatic vessels. They would barely be taught about fleet strategy and combat, would never simulate true dogfights and war. A pity, when it was where he personally excelled. Mr. Vader, if you are ready you can proceed. Simulator number 4 is ready, one of the supervisors said. He nodded at the lady, barely noticing her kind tone and warm smile. People here were a lot too nice, it was seriously off-putting. Disgusting, sheltered, condescending core people who never encountered any form of violence in their comfortable lives. He swallowed his spite and took a seat in Simulator 4, strapping himself in. The test had 3 phases to be performed on 3 different ships. A bigger cruiser, a small fighter, and a medium-sized freighter. He would have to complete different tasks related to each ship, among them refueling, landing, and flying around obstacles. He would have to negotiate with his limited weapons and shields to get to his destination while maintaining comfort for his virtual passengers, as well as time deadlines. Boring, no challenge, and the comfort factor eliminated any possibility of fun. Still, he made quick work of it and managed to score insanely high, if the starstruck look on the lady's face when he got out was any indication. She told him he would receive his results the next day and left him with a kind smile and somewhat flushed cheeks. Ridiculous, he was supposed to be 16. She was at best improper. He made his way out without haste and felt a satisfied feeling wash over him at the thought of being able to tour the city with his speeder again. It was sleek, fast and agile, and it was his. He climbed on with a content sigh and started the engine, reveling in the purring noise. The evening passed in a blur, in between his little driving session and searching the holonet for information, and when his comm ringed he had almost forgotten that Anya was supposed to call him after her boring diner at the Elasian Palace. She was looking regal, all strict lines and expensive fabrics in darker tones, contrasting with her fair complexion. She was also looking suitably annoyed, if a little proud of herself. "How did it go?" he asked, entertaining her. Anya smiled. Pretty well, the deal should pose no issue, and they were interested in a few ideas of further partnerships. He vaguely remembered something about that. The artistic ones, precisely, she replied, her smile turning softer. And how was the exam? Not a concern. He smirked. I will have my results tomorrow. I expect to be put in an advanced class. Good. I'll see you tomorrow afternoon. She drawled, the sentence not sounding like a real question, yet still tainted by some hesitation. Vader repressed a shrug. Sure. He terminated the call. Anya had done her part, as planned. Not that he expected otherwise, she had much more to lose in the little adventures than he did. He had been ready to die with his son when they faced the Emperor, in some way he still was. She had been a slave for more than 20 years because of her blind trust in her dear uncle. Whether she admitted it or not, a part of her wanted revenge, and another was terrified of repeating her mistakes. Vader went through some katas before bed. His legs were still wobbly, weak, his hands lacked dexterity and coordination. Weaknesses. Unforgivable. He forced his body until it screamed under its harsh treatment, his muscles nearly ripping from his bones, his breath shallow, and his heart beating wildly. He had maybe 6 months before the heretics found him. He needed to be ready. Anya was having a genuine blast. She had been riding this amazing fathier called Diamun all morning, trotting peacefully around Talravin's biggest national park in the pleasant company of Prince Levi d'Alasia, the current heir to the throne, and Feng di Selenia, their current senator and remote cousin of King Jivi. The kind and queen were at dinner yesterday evening to welcome their guest, but excused themselves from the actual negotiations. From what she gathered, Levi had to prove himself worthy of his throne by gradually picking up his father's burden, and the deal with Sereno was to be one of his first true brush with foreign diplomacy. She should have felt at least mildly insulted to be considered an easy mission for the prince, and the original Anya would already have sabotaged the entire affair, but his inexperience was actually a blessing in disguise, and she intended to take full advantage of it. Feng was making easy conversation, helping her identify foreign trees, flowers, and the occasional animal, and Levi was being amiable enough if a bit condescending towards her admitted ignorance. It didn't matter. Despite his oblivious contempt for the countess, the young sheltered prince had a kind heart and a known love of music, and she got him fervently in favor of the partnership in a record time yesterday, when she suggested some cultural exchanges between the two planets in the near future. She gasped when some mammal of great height crossed their path with what looks to be 2 small versions of itself trailing after it. The prince laughed kind-heartedly, and Feng had a gentle smile dancing on his thin lips. They were a lot nicer than she expected from the offended memories she held, probably because this time around she indulged in the core welder fantasy of educating the Outer Rim backwater nobility they saw her as. She was a pet project just as much as Sereno, entertainment for people who already had everything. Good. Anya cared little for her pride, as long as being considered inferior served her purpose. Here, it made the talks easy and her hosts inattentive. It was perfect, really, and she had no reservation about playing her part. They soon arrived, taking a charming trail serpenting around old trees and wildflowers, that led to an even more charming cottage. It was all bricks and old stones meshing gracefully with a fair amount of ivy and gigantic bow windows, reflecting the bright noon sun into the surrounding lush bush of roses. Feng conned an employee to come and pick up the fathiers, and led them inside what he described as the royal family spring estate. A glorious lunch banquet was set in a glorious veranda, offering a glorious view on the disorganized yet amazingly pretty garden growing around the cottage. The table was covered in fruits and dishes in tiny plates, each unique and smelling amazing. She recognized the traditional setting of a Talravinian metse, another thing she had wanted to try during her time here. Unsurprisingly, it was delicious. She apologized mentally to Vader, who had taken quite a liking in rediscovering his sense of taste, and promised herself to drag him to a restaurant, offering some of the delicious side dishes before she left. Maybe Feng would have a good address in town. Once their meal was over, they changed scenery for a fancy office space with plush couches and ornate glass furniture. Feng's eyes had taken a more serious glint, and Prince Levi also seemed to sober a tad, which pleased her. They started by outlining the topics they wanted to go over, and then began reviewing the joint proposal she provided based on the preliminary meetings, and corrected after yesterday's dinner. It was quite straightforward, but she knew they would have questions on some of her demands. I studied the draft offer you provided us yesterday, Countess Dooku, Prince Levi said, his tone even, pleasant. I think most of the terms are fair, however, I was quite surprised with the material needs you outlined in Article 33. Is there a need for that many resources? This would represent a considerable investment. Anya smiled sharply, having anticipated his question. I conducted an extensive analysis of our raw assets and estimated our need for resources accordingly. She gestured towards the datapad. If you go through page 53, you will find in Annex 4, a preemptive plan for the exploitation of Surrey Delta 5, a moon that is currently not included in our mining operations. Senator Feng frowned. Coaxium. That's unusual and hard to exploit, she conceded, feeling anticipation rose in her chest. We were hesitant to include Surrey Delta 5 in the negotiation, as you can surely understand, considering the greed some might have for coaxium. Anya smiled, professional with a touch of warmth. However, after meeting with the royal family yesterday, I felt like it was actually the perfect project for our alliance. We are honored by the trust you show us, Countess Dooku, replied Prince Levi with a pleased tone, smelling the profitable deal. Have you already looked into the distribution of the mined resources of Surrey Delta 5? She hummed in agreement, keeping her posture as perfect and professional as she could despite her need to gloat. She knew she had won. If you look at page 68, I outlined a basic estimation of potential revenues. Of course, since its exploitation depends directly on Talravinian technology, we thought you might enjoy substantial return on your investment. Prince Levi went to page 68, and his right brow rose so high it disappeared under his hairline. Perfect. They continued discussing the deal for a couple of hours, arguing on percentages and budget cuts and timelines, but with Surrey Delta 5 on the line, the Talravinians were more than inclined to meet her in the middle, and when they signed the official version of the contract later on this afternoon, she knew it would greatly please Count Dooku. Ford met her back at the palace when the sun was setting in the suite she was occupying, and gave her a brief update of the affairs she wanted to keep an eye on. She instructed him to schedule a meeting with the Talravinians' mining cabinet to start organizing the first steps of their alliance, then calmed her uncle. It was the first time she was in touch with him outside of holomails, and she was more than a bit nervous to see the man again after such a long time, even as a miniature version of himself. He was everything she remembered. Tall, strict, and sharply dressed, with a well-kept beard and inquisitive eyes. Somehow, after spending 20 years with the Emperor and his guards for sole company, he didn't seem so intimidating anymore, but she knew that if she pushed him, he could still very probably destroy her in a duel, and ruin her life in general, which prompted her to exercise cautious respect. Uncle Yan, she started, politely surprised. To what do I owe the pleasure? Anya, he replied, the mixture of clipped Coruscanti and drawling Serenian accents making her name sound perfectly exotic. How is your stay on Talravin going? Wonderful, she chirped, hiding her stress under fake enthusiasm. The planet is definitely pleasing, and the negotiations were advantageous for Sereno. I sent the signed proposal by holomail earlier. Any other input? He asked, piercing eyes appraising her. Was she behaving strangely? She breathed in, relaxing her facial muscles in a pleased expression. I suggested some cultural exchanges to strengthen the bonds between Talravin and Sereno. The prince is quite fond of music, and was very interested in our orchestra. What would we get in return? He questioned, carefully interested. Breathing in and out, face amicable, tone equal. Good. I still need to work on this suggestion. I wanted to have your opinion first, but I was thinking about developing a partnership between our conservatories, maybe with exchange students, and regular performances on either Sereno or Talravin. Dooku huffed, unconvinced. It is very cultural. It could open opportunities in other fields, and I know that you are fond of music yourself, she replied, her hands now clammy and trembling on her lap. Was she betraying herself? Interesting, you have my agreement to move forward with your idea. If these kinds of projects suit you, I might have other missions for you. I was thinking about Duke Solher since you are still in training, but I think you would have more success, he said, visibly satisfied. Anya held in a sigh of relief. Great. I look forward to it. Will you be on Sereno when I return? Yes. I will stay a couple of days to teach you, then I will head back to Coruscant. She produced a fake smile she hoped didn't look too fake. Perfect. I'll see you then. Have a nice evening. You too, my niece, he replied, familiar warmth tainting his voice. Anya ended the call and sighed. She was not particularly looking forward to more training in the Jedi ways. She was adequate but far from remarkable on her best days, and Dooku was a harsh teacher. Dueling amicably was perfectly fine, but she didn't have the right fighting spirit, and her level of power was just a touch above average. He was disappointed in that. She always was below his personal standard. That was one of the reasons she had blabbered like a stupid child when she figured out the gift the Force had given her. Idiot. She felt a shiver ran down her spine. Dooku was proud for a couple of hours, ecstatic even, and then it turned to greed. She never realized how good it was to have an insignificant amount of power in the Force until that moment. The man had started to fall a while ago, and she had never been blind to the fact that her family's weird death strike was at least in part due to him. He kept her because she was pretty, easy to mold to his vision, and Force sensitive. Everyone else had been discarded like used toys. Anya took a deep breath and tried to center herself. Those thoughts, while true, got her nowhere, and she knew it was wrong to blame Dooku for everything that happened after his fault. He had been a victim of Palpatine's manipulation too, and it poisoned their blonde. It was upsetting, it was sad, but it was also very much not going to happen this time if she could prevent it, and there was no need to further salt her wounds. Surprising herself, she calmed Vader. "I'm ready to head back. Did you get your results?" she asked, ignoring the lump in her throat. He grinned, eyes glinting with arrogance. "I'm in advanced class as planned. I should be done in 3 years, too, if I manage." "Perfect." "Your meeting?" he asked, narrowing his eyes at her lack of enthusiasm. Anya made a vague hand gesture. "It went well, nothing worth mentioning." "Do you want to meet in the center?" he offered tentatively. She smiled, and an idea crossed her mind. "Yes. I heard of this restaurant, apparently they are really good." Vader nodded, lips parted in a tiny smirk. "Good, send me the address." "See you there in dash." She looked at her regal outfit and had a few seconds of reflection. "Half an hour." "Yes." Anya dropped the smile as he ended the call and changed for something a bit less flashy than her fancy meeting clothes. She then proceeded to exit the palace as quietly as possible, grabbing a small bag with other garments for the next day and her datapad, and leaving the rest for Ford to repatriate to the ship. Public transportation was efficient enough to get her close to the restaurant in the desired time frame, and she greeted her counterpart with a nod. They sat, they ordered, and they ate. Vader told her a bit more about the academy. He would start at the beginning of next week and asked to add to his already busy curriculum an optional class on modern history and politics and another one in advanced engineering. He had to actually go there to argue his point because the lady from the administration wouldn't accept more than one advanced option and tried to get him to drop 2. She suspected he used the Force to make his arguments more convincing, but kept her thought to herself. As Feng promised, the food was exquisite. It was truly a shame that she could not spend more time on Talaravin. The planet was a delight in many ways. Once again feeling a tad jealous of having to go back to Sereno and train under Dooku while Vader would fly ships and pretend to be a regular if extremely gifted pilot, Anya felt her mood sour slightly. She wondered if he realized fully how free he was here. New identity, new life, he could just start over and try to be happy, far away from the intrigue of the Republic and the rise of his former master. Anya frowned as she looked at him. He was visibly pleased with the food himself, but no amount of delicious Aravinian cuisine would erase the shadow she could see in his eyes. No, he wasn't free at all. He was in many ways his own prisoner, bound to his former life, to his mistakes. In the end, despite the horrors and betrayals she had been submitted to in her past existence, it was next to nothing compared to what he went through. She would have to take care of him somehow to make sure he did not self-destruct before he could do whatever he wanted, before he could save the galaxy once again. She wanted to tell him that she would be there, that he would not be alone, but over 4 decades of rigid education and repressed feelings stilled her tongue. Despite their ongoing collaboration, she felt that it was not her place, and some part of her knew he would react badly to any overt display of support. He glanced at her with narrowed eyes, apparently curious to know why she decided to stare at him for a full minute without blinking, and she snapped out of it with an apologetic smile. "Hormones," she said, smiling awkwardly. Vader raised a brow. "Inconvenient." Anya grabbed another falafel with her fork, tense, and nodded. "Very much." She knew he understood perfectly that this was a lame excuse, but was polite enough not to comment. Silence reigned for the rest of the dinner. Once their meal was over, they went back to the apartment after a last tour of the city in the speeder and settled for the night. Anya was just finishing drying her hair after a quick shower when Vader spoke again. He was sitting on the sofa, peering at his datapad again, brows furrowed and leg twitching. Whatever he wanted to ask, it was not easy for him. "I want Ixila," he blurted. Anya frowned. "Ixila?" That was not on our original list of allies. I know, he replied curtly. It doesn't have to be a strong alliance, and it doesn't need to happen soon. There is someone there that I want. Do you want to recruit him? He would be a great addition to our fleet once he reaches adulthood, Vader said, not meeting her eyes. It was important then. Fine. Understood. I can try to work something out. He stayed silent for a few seconds, visibly surprised. Thank you. It was unusual to hear those words from him, and she could somehow feel that he was satisfied. How? Anya carefully took down her shields, reaching out to the Force and savoring for a quick instant how liberating it felt. The powerful energy made her veins tingle, and her ears ring quietly with a subdued pleasure that made her spine shiver. She tamed the power quickly, reining in her Force presence and sending it around her, prodding at her surroundings. There. Intrigued, she focused on the slight shimmer she could discern in the tangled energies around her, and frowned. A link. Small, inconsequential, but there. A link with Vader. He sighed. You felt it. How? She asked. When we returned, I suppose. Anya frowned. Is it giving you inputs? Only when we are not both shielding and mostly vague impressions, Vader replied, not appearing particularly interested by the topic. You, she blushed, embarrassed by her mistake. Same, I suppose. I wasn't paying attention before. It was stupid, really, but she had grown so used to be cut off the Force for extended periods of time that she wasn't surprised. Still, it was jarring, especially since Vader had probably been aware of it since his awakening in the new present. She touched the bond, making it ring with her shame, and was pleased to feel the echoes of it travel from her mind to his. Interesting. She had never really shared a bond with anyone. Her training bond with her uncle was kept to a bare thread since she wasn't officially his Padawan, and after him, well, she just never had a real opportunity. Suddenly she felt unease creeping through her bones. Bonds were dangerous, she knew that, and he had to know that too. Unfazed by her growing turmoil, Vader rang back with curiosity, and she saw his face grew both cautious and satisfied when the link burned brighter between them. If we feed it consciously it grows, he said, interested. Anya gritted her teeth, nauseous. Should we though? For a trained Force user it is hardly unnoticeable. Vader frowned. It also fits with our plans, and could give us an advantage at some point. Maybe. I feel your fear. Why? She sighed, feeling uneasy. It means keeping myself to the Force, and I have been prone to incidents before. He dismissed it with a careless wave of his left hand. For all of his flaws, the Emperor taught you to control your power quite well. What else? It's the begin of an attachment, she said, watching as he tensed. The more we let it grow, the harder it will be to untangle afterward. Vader raised a brow, clearly not catching her point. Do we have to? We are allies, our destinies are already bonded in this life. She didn't answer. His emotions rang true across the bond, he was convinced of what he said. Too bad. Anya closed herself off again, though not as tight as before, trying to let the bond open despite her discomfort. Vader was strong, stubborn, and a man of action. Maybe he didn't quite realize what he was setting himself up for. She thought she did, but something held the words in. Unhappy with him but unable to voice what exactly bothered her, she fled to the bedroom, considering their conversation over, and sighed as she crawled on the bed. Grabbing a pillow to hold, she bit the inside of her cheek as she reflected on her feelings. Whatever. It was not going to happen anyway. She would never push in this particular direction, and she was quite sure he wouldn't either. They were too old, too damaged, and frankly, he was about 50 times too intense for her taste. The bond would grow, eventually, start to scream at them to get to it, and then, she supposed it would quiet. If he wanted to doom them to a lifetime of lukewarm, unsatisfied emotions by expecting this link to stay professional. Fine. She had been unsatisfied during a significant part of her life, it didn't matter anymore. They had a goal, and it was more important than that. When she fell asleep, her teeth were clenched and her cheek was bleeding. The academy was boring and his classmates lacked classes. Khan Venner strode toward Flight Simulator Chamber, anger flared at the thought that crossed his mind. He had been doing his best not to choke anyone since arriving 6 months before him, but he was on the verge of relapsing. It's all because of that stupid asshole Jang Dasora. He controlled his vicious ways, fulfilled his destiny, and fought hard for a very bright student, a poor orphan who struggled his whole life to become the best pilot in the galaxy, but Chang let go. Not. Sitting in his one of the simulators, he immediately activated combat mode. He was supposed to study in the library for his midterm exams, but he already knew most of the things, felt uncomfortable with the company, and decided to leave. Vader brutally destroyed the simulator's advanced levels in minutes, and after 5 more tries, I felt a little better. His first reaction was to touch on her bond with Anya, but as far as he could tell, she had made a pilgrimage of sorts to the GD temple on Dantooine under Dooku's watch. What to express to your classmates? The noise on his left side distracted him from analyzing his score, and he frowned. Alice. Perfect, the icing on the cake. He bitterly hates Chan and his petty thugs, convinced he is the center of the galaxy, and decides to make him pay for being too good despite his humble origins. Obsessed. Scum. However, as much as he disliked teenagers, his dislike of Alice was not the main focus. I was appalled. Oh, Khan, wow, you are so good, she whined, hands clasped near her face in what she wanted to be a demure yet admiring posture. I wish I could be as good as you. He didn't dignify her with an answer and rose, shutting off the simulator before starting a tactical retreat toward the entrance of the academy. If he could not be at peace in either the library or the simulator room, then he would be going home. Imposed study time be damned. Elise trailed after him, yapping like an excited puppy, and he focused on Luke and how disappointed his son would be if he murdered his classmates to keep himself in control. Luke would take it all in stride with charm and class. Luke would give her polite smiles and reject her so softly she wouldn't even think about being mad about it. Luke would very much not decorate the corridor with her still warm insides, just because he didn't like the sound of her voice and the slimy affection he could feel in the Force. But Sith hell, she was annoying. Do you think you could train me after class one day? She batted her eyelashes to draw moisture to her eyes, faking emotion. Mrs. Farrer thinks I might not pass my class because of the simulator, she says. I am too easily distracted. You bet she was. She was a criffing menace on a ship, crashing at least twice a week in the simulator, and she was only allowed to stay because of her excellent theory skills. Not that he looked into it at all, but being forced to listen to her regularly gave him a keen insight into Ailey's talents. He kept going, praying silently for any type of distraction allowing him to escape from the talkative idiot, and ran to his vehicle. He kept the speeder, in the end. Anya had been gracious enough to purchase it from the landing bay when she returned with him to her ship. She'd spoken to the renter for a bit while he was waiting on the side, gazing longingly at the black beauty, and had given him the keys with a knowing smile. Under all the ice she was a decent person, and quite frankly their monthly chats via comlink were becoming increasingly useful to help him stay sane. And then Zhang laughed at me and told me I was useless. You don't think I'm useless, do you, Khan? Elise mewed, cheeks pink and a bit out of breath from keeping up with him while delivering her long-winded speech. Zhang was not wrong, and it pained him to have to admit it, even to himself. The idiot was still babbling loudly when he felt it. A signature near the landing pad. Intriguing. He opened himself a bit more to the Force to probe at the Force user, and was met with a weak but trained presence. Exactly what he expected, the heretics were coming for him. Is it because you have a girlfriend? Her lip quivered, eyes moist due to her excessive blinking once again. I promise you, Khan, it is not like that at all. I just want to be your friend. You always seem so lonely. It was exactly like that, and the denial was not redeeming her in his eyes in the slightest bit, but he was too focused on the GD to care about Elise at the moment, and did not deem her worthy of an answer. A man, tall, muscular, with dark long hair and a goatee, in his 30s, was waiting at the academy entrance. The receptionist seemed to know him and nodded in his direction when Khan appeared. She flashed him a warm smile and interrupted the harpy. Mr. Vader. I was about to comm you, someone wanted to speak to you. He nodded and walked toward the GD. Elise, obviously interrupted in her efforts and intimidated by the presence of both adults, chose a tactical retreat for this time, and went back into the corridor leading to the simulator room, for his greatest pleasure. Maybe this day was going to be less bad than planned, after all. The GD had a calm expression and seemed quite relaxed, if a bit excited to meet him. He introduced himself as Master Lun Su Li, and after some rather useless small talk, suggested they continue their conversation at a cafe nearby. Vader was always in for food and drinks of any kind, still enjoying fully his brand new senses, and followed him without any opposition, which seemed to please him. He couldn't really see why, following strangers around just because they were offering food and drinks, was hardly proof of intelligence. Obi-Wan would have chastised him for hours if he had done something like that during his apprenticeship under him. Thankfully, Obi-Wan wasn't there, and Lun Suli obviously didn't uphold the same professional standards. He settled for a nice cup of calf and some Talavinian sugary treats he was growing fond of, and waited for Lun Suli to start talking. He was obviously here to try to recruit him in his little cult, and that was exactly what Vader wanted. He could not, however, let him know that. Yet, have you ever heard about the Force, Khan? He asked in a calm, kind voice that seemed to perfectly match with his personality. Vader tried very hard not to roll his eyes, and replied in what he hoped to be a naive and eager voice. A bit. It's the GD power, right? Suli smiled, feeling like amusement and soft, mushy compassion. It's a bit more complicated than that, let me explain it shortly. Vader endured about 5 to 10 minutes of Force theory, most of it inaccurate and nearly blasphemous for someone as knowledgeable about the Force as he was. He finished his first cup of calf and ordered a second, looking for something to distract himself with, as his right eye twitched painfully each time Lun Suli said something particularly untrue. The older man seemed to finish his explanation at last, and smiled at him again. He did not return it. You must wonder why I swept you from school to talk about the Force, he asked kindly. Vader repressed an exasperated sigh, determined to play nicely. If he wanted to join Lun Suli's merry cult, he had to at least pretend for a while that he was completely ignorant about anything GD related. A bit. Is it because I have it? The GD nodded. Yes, your abilities already influence you, with piloting for example. Is this why I find it so easy? Vader asked, cringing internally. Yes, he said, warm and bright and insufferable, and with training, you will find other areas where the Force is your ally. Are you offering me training? Suli shook his head, dark eyes glinting with mirth. Not me per se, our temple do not function this way, but if you are interested, then we offer to train you, yes. What would a baby GD ask? Vader let his face darken, though his lower lip most certainly did not tremble. Does that mean I have to give up the academy? No, not at all, Suli replied, holding his hands up in a pacifying gesture. You will have to pass a small test, nothing to worry about, and we will then define with you some times during the week when you can come to the temple. The academy is already aware, they were the ones who contacted us. Fine. When do you want to do this test? Vader hadn't wanted to be so curt, but he was starting to get really tired of this entire fake conversation, and he had finished his pastries. Well, if you want to, we can go to the temple right now. As I said, it is really a routine check, nothing you would need preparation for. Okay, then let's go. It might have come out a bit too much like an order, but the GD seemed to take it as eagerness. Good. He paid, they rose, then made their way to the temple Lun Suli had spoken about. They did not even require speeder, it was ridiculously close to the academy, and to be honest, a bit tacky too. The outside looked exactly like any other building in Malaysia, minus a small golden pyramid near the front doors, but the inside definitively lacked the quaint and airy feeling most Talavinians seemed to favor. It was all cream marbles, dark woods, heavy gold details and ceilings covered in paintings. He was reminded for a while of a mutant hybrid child between Theed's royal palace on Naboo and Palpatine's questionable aesthetics for the Imperial Palace. Distasteful. He was led to a large foyer with a high ceiling decorated with 2 tall statues of a man and a woman that must serve as some sort of ceremonial room. It could be exited by 4 arched doors excluding the one they entered from. Suli pushed the opening button of the one on the far left to reveal a small training room with soft floors and various weapons on the walls. The room was bathed in the afternoon light by tall windows and was separated by transparisteel panels from some sort of meditation garden. Nice enough, and more his style. The GD sat on the floor and motioned for Vader to imitate him. He obliged, curious to the test Suli would have him take, and sat in front of him. A box flew before them, full of toys probably meant for children, and Vader felt his insides liquefy, mortified at the idea that he was about to undergo a variant of the same stupid stuff they made him do before he became a Padawan. Recognizing hidden objects, making them fly if possible, and possibly letting the GD probe at his mind to feel his emotions. Wonderful. Perfect. They began with the guesses, easy. He saw a crate dragon, a lothwolf, a fathier and some miniature spaceship. Test done. Then Suli told him to try and make any of the objects move. He settled for the dragon and made it roll pitifully on its side. The GD was delighted. Pathetic. Anakin had been a supernova in the Force, shining brighter than anyone he had ever met, his power unrivaled. His rare defeats were due to his poor strategic skills at the time, and sometimes his arrogance, never a lack of power. Vader had terrorized the galaxy for decades, his unrestrained use of the dark side, allowing him to perform feats most actual council members would think of as mere fantasies, a black shadow with an ominous breath, predatory and inspiring horror in his enemies. Khan had a functional body, a healthier relationship with the Force, and 4 decades of experience using it, either for the light or the dark side. He was not going to jump around like an overjoyed toddler because he made the Krayt Dragon toy move. In his hubris, he half considered the idea of going to Tatooine to tame some real Krayt dragons and have them around to assert his power, but quickly gave up. The beasts had a nasty temper and a tendency to eat way too much meat to be considered good pets. A shame. It's encouraging, Khan, the Jedi said, smiling gently yet again. Softy. With a bit of training your abilities should develop nicely. If you allow me, I will do a brief mind check, nothing too special, this is just a routine probe, you'll probably not feel anything. Of course he was going to feel it. Oh, well, ignorance was bliss, he supposed, and it definitely served his design. He nodded. Go ahead. Vader moved his shield around slightly, arranging for a steady, balanced flow of energy to bath his quiet mind. Contrary to the man's poor thinking, he was well able to sense his unrefined probing around his mind and allowed a few fleeting memories to trickle out. His annoyance when Zhang teased him on his lack of parents and poor origins, his satisfaction in the flight simulator, his curiosity for the Jedi. All genuine, all curated to fit with his current age and background, carefully leaving out the constant ruminations about the past and future and frequent violent thoughts that polluted his mind. Lun Su Li smiled, his thin lips revealing perfectly aligned white teeth, his dark eyes glinting. Well, Khan, you passed all the tests. If you still want to be trained, we hold sessions every evening from 1800 until 2100. There are 5 teachers, including me, and we alternate between theory and practice to keep things interesting. If you want to come outside of the sessions, this room and the garden are open at all times, first come first served. Thank you, Master Su Li, he replied, not even bothering to hide his satisfied smile. I'll try to pass by once or twice a week. Sounds good. I'm sure you'll make quick friends with the group, they are all very nice. I hope so. Like he gave a damn. He was lowering himself to attend some weird kind of tutoring group for struggling Force-sensitive kids, dreaming of being Jedi led by heretics, rejected by the Order for their lenient views on nearly every rule they were supposed to abide by. The thought made his skin crawl. Even with his distaste for the Order and their rules, the idea of associating himself with those wannabe Jedi with zero self-control was painful. Still, it was the plan, and it was progress. Lun Su Li spent an uncomfortable amount of time reassuring him that he would be nicely integrated and that his powers were nothing to be shy of. He seemed to be resentful of the Jedi Order, who never agreed upon officially knighting his poor students, and justified it by invoking beliefs divergence. Fine, if that was what he wanted to call it, Vader was not going to stop him from trashing the Council, even if he personally thought that these beliefs divergence from the Order were very much justified. He finished his little speech by telling him they were still able to build their own lightsaber when they were ready for it, not that Vader would have any trouble building one by himself, and let him go with mild apologies for being so talkative. Khan bid him goodbye as soon as he could do so without looking rude and out of character, then fled toward his speeder and returned swiftly at home, finally able to roll his eyes as he thought back on his very annoying day. On Dantooine, Anya was enjoying a quick spar with her uncle in between her meditations. The whole planet was pulsating with life, begging her to listen, to taste, to scent, to see everything it had to offer. Beautiful, but dangerously distracting. She quickly wiped her sweaty forehead and assumed her stance again, ready for another pass. Yandoku had been quite similar to what she remembered, but with her knowledge of the future, it was now easier to see how darkness was slowly consuming him. He was rough, sometimes callous, and he did not tolerate failure with as much grace as he did in the past. He pushed her at too much when they trained, almost impatient, and she knew exactly why. He needed an apprentice, someone to train in the dark side, and she was still not powerful enough to satisfy his master's designs. The first time, he eventually pressured her enough to awaken her powers, and then tried to help her master them. She had accidents upon accidents, unable to tame the raw and chaotic energy newly awakened, until he finally decided to lock her up in Sereno's citadel under force-suppressing binds, and to definitely replace her with a Sage Ventress, the young night sister he had been silently using as his personal assassin and training on the side. He had told her it was for her own good and oriented her towards internal politics, but the betrayal had still stung, and they had drifted further apart as time went by until he got himself decapitated and she got transferred from Sereno to the Imperial Palace as Palpatine's brand new toy. She did not want to even think about the Imperial Palace. The only good thing that came out of that wretched place was that she finally learned how to control her powers. She broke her usual defensive Ceresu stance for a couple of Makashi strikes to please him, then reverted back to her favored form, happy with dragging on the exchange for a couple more minutes. Dooku finally disarmed her with a quick fling of his wrist, and they bowed. "Sola," she panted, slowly recovering her breath. "That was good," he stated, looking as though they had been braiding grass for half an hour, and not sparring at high speed. "Don't open your feet too much when parrying though, I could have passed your guard easily a couple of times." She tried a smile, it came out stiff and sweaty. "Thank you, Uncle. I have a call with Jellican," Dooku told her, frowning lightly. "You can stay here and meditate until dinner." "I will." He clipped his lightsaber on his belt and looked at her with narrowed eyes. "We will be departing tomorrow." Anya nodded and he left for his ship. Dooku was concerned with her, she could feel it, but he refused to address it. She knew he found her behavior strange, she was more closed off than before, more focused on herself and less on pleasing him, and he couldn't pinpoint the reason for her sudden leap in maturity. From what she had gathered from his careful line of questions, he believed something happened to her on Talravin, something significant enough to affect her whole behavior. She wasn't trying to prove him wrong, dropping some hints that her discussions with Prince Levi had been enlightening. He probably thought she had a silly crush on him and was trying to prove herself worthy of the condescending core world prince. It didn't matter, as long as she could worm her way out of becoming his apprentice and into more galactic politics without being discovered, she was okay with it. Pushing the thoughts away, she crossed the ruins of the ancient GD enclave that once stood on the green and lush planet and sat down before a thundering waterfall, feeling little drops of water refreshing her sweaty face. She closed her eyes and opened herself to the Force once more, feeling the habitual tingling as the powerful energy thrummed in her veins and pushed her towards the galaxy. Carefully she let herself drift in the Force, letting go of her emotions and thoughts to focus on aligning with the energy. After a couple of minutes she started to hear whispers and noises. She checked that her uncle was still on the ship, and he was, before letting herself go a bit deeper, feeling herself being immersed in the Force as one plunged in deep, fresh water. The whispers were louder now, the noises too, and she could start seeing seemingly unrelated scenes from different planets, echoes of life and death from the whole galaxy. Her fingers were tingling again, the sensation stronger now, and she could picture the threads of destinies around her, hers to play with. One of them, bigger, made of platinum and dark smoke and something unnatural she identified as future or unlived, connected herself to Vader. She let it aside, unwilling to touch it when Dooku was that close, and took a mental step back to get a picture of the whole. It was a pulsating mass, tangled and messy and alive, filled with impressions and voices and memories. Connections. She cleared her mind as much as she could and projected in the Force, asking where she was needed, where her help would do the most good. The Force warmed her core, spreading like liquid fire in her veins, embracing her with a strong warmth she hadn't felt in decades, and answered. Unnatural fire smoke Valoram's distressed face, a battle GD's funerals, the smell of burnt corpse being returned to the Force, a planet that became a prison. The threads were moving like snakes now, whispering warnings and threats against changing anything too significant, begging her to let the present flow as intended, to stay on pattern. She pulled on her power and made them go quiet, annoyed by their inference, and promised the Force to upset the least amount of patterns that she could. Her vow rang true, echoing into the energy like a series of music notes before the threads, appeased, went back to their original state. She smiled and pulled herself out of the trance slowly, careful not to upset the balance of energy that made her float a few centimeters above the ground too strongly. The waterfall seemed louder now, closer. She exhaled and shut off her connection, letting the energy trickle through just enough to keep herself in control, then opened her eyes. Anya stayed seated, taking a moment to gather herself before rising and hiking back to their ship. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows and pink lights on the ruins of the ancient GD temple. She gave a last prayer to the beautiful Nexus growling peacefully beneath her feet before entering the shiny shuttle her uncle used for his personal flights, and smiled when it purred against her in return, satisfied by their interactions. She had gained a lot of insights in the last few days, all pointing towards possible paths to influence events to her benefit, without disturbing the future she knew too much. Dooku took her here to strengthen her in the Force, and further her desire to walk in his path. It worked the first time. Dantooine was a powerful place, and her bridled abilities had flourished there. Now, it served another purpose by allowing her to refine their plans, and attune herself with the flow of the present galaxy. She was still very much an intruder here, and during her first few months, the Force had rejected her influence, casting any attempts at making different choices astray, and making her life overall difficult. Vader had suffered similar issues, though his natural strength was usually enough to power his way through, despite the hindrance caused by the Force. It was slowly getting better though. They were starting to connect with their environment, making bonds, creating memories and anchoring themselves in this time. Hopefully, the progress she made here on Dantooine would prove to be significant enough to grant her partial success in her future endeavors. Her uncle had already ordered their protocol droid to set the table and prepare dinner. She smiled at him and sat in front of a plate of traditional Serenian stew originating from Corania they were both fond of. The strong aroma was making her salivate, but she knew better than to eat before Dooku himself started. He picked up his fork, sliced a piece of meat, and she herself reached for her utensils. "I hope this journey was enlightening," my niece Dooku began with, watching her with shrewd eyes over his glass of wine. "Very much so, uncle. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come," she replied, trying not to sound robotic and failing. Luckily, he didn't seem to take outrage at her stilted words. "It is my duty as your teacher to show you those places, even if Dantooine does not particularly align with my personal strengths. Have you gained any insights from your meditations?" Time to sound mysterious and confused. I asked where I could do the most good and was shown something unusual. "Oh, could you describe it?" he asked, acting politely surprised when his eyes were dissecting her every move. She tried to feign even more confusion, and let out a tiny frustrated sigh. "Vague impressions at best, but I recognized Chancellor Valorum and an impression of chaos surrounding him. I am not sure how to interpret it though. Should I try to get closer to the Chancellor, the Senate, or maybe Coruscant itself? Am I meant to solve a problem, or will my presence create this chaos? I am afraid the Force wasn't particularly clear. As such, I am unsure of the path to take. What would you recommend?" Dooku munched a few seconds on a perfectly cooked vegetable, reflecting on her questions. She had disturbed him. She knew that Valorum needed to fall for his master's plans to unfold, and involving Anya could turn dangerous. Then again, if she was meant to create the chaos and push the Chancellor on his way out, his master would be most pleased. Anya smiled internally, enjoying his conflict with an unhealthy amount of cruelty. Her personal interpretation went much deeper than what she told him, and the vision was not nearly as unclear as she made it out to be. Not that could tell him, he needed to be given the impression of choice. It was incredibly important to diffuse his suspicions. "Would you appreciate spending more time on Coruscant? I know you are well acquainted with a couple of senators, and observing politics from up close might be a valuable experience, Force impressions or not," he offered, watching intently how she responded to his bait. Anya lowered her gaze demurely, the picture-perfect young princess put in front of a tough choice. "I am unsure. I would not want to let you down. I know how much you invested in my training." He waved her concerns off. "Your training is nearly complete. There are not many things I can teach you anymore, not without being your true master and taking you with me on missions." "I'm not keen on battles," she whispered, cheeks tinged pink in fake shame. Dooku rose a brow. "I am aware. Your connection with the Force is strong, but does not serve you in combat. I had a feeling, however, that you held no love for politics." Anya needed to hammer it down. This was the best shot she had gotten since she got back. She could not screw this up. Breathing deeply, she centered herself and aimed for an insecure yet eager tone. "While I don't particularly like politicians, I am starting to enjoy the art itself. Sereno is thriving, thanks to you. I would like to contribute," she finished in a whisper, "if you judge me adequate." He stayed silent for a few moments, contemplating his decision, then took a sip of wine before answering her. "Very well, then it is settled. After the fundraising on Jellican you will go to Sullust. Their pilot academy needs funding and they requested an audience. If you succeed in negotiating good terms for Sereno, I will send you to Coruscant as a junior legislator. Our current senator will teach you all he knows. He will retire next year. If you prove yourself, you'll replace him." She frowned. And Chancellor Valorum, leave him alone for now, he replied, seemingly annoyed at her question. Spending time on Coruscant will refine your feelings and point you in the right direction. Anya smiled, exuding gratefulness by each pore of her skin. Thank you, Uncle Yan. You don't realize how much your trust means to me. He smiled, and for an instant she was 16 again, preening under his kind eyes. She felt some relief coming from him, and understood he was happy that she expressed a wish to drift off the apprentice path, even if he would never admit it. Parts of him were still good, she knew it, and those precious shards of her beloved Uncle Yan shone brighter this evening. They finished the meal in silence, comfortable enough with each other to avoid baseless chit-chat if they had nothing to say, but before retreating to her cabin, she indulged in one childish act to celebrate her victory, and maybe help the light claim a little more of Yanduku. She hugged him and told him she loved him. He seemed hesitant at first, unsure of what to do, but eventually he hugged her back, his scent both familiar and foreign, and whispered into her blonde hair. Be careful, my niece, attachments are dangerous for people like us. Anya smiled against his shoulder, only a tiny bit bitter, because she knew exactly how dangerous her attachment to him had been in the past, and relished in the moment, enjoying his warm embrace for the first time in more than 30 years. Vader was making great progress. The heretics, they called themselves the Shans, which he personally found hilarious, had been increasingly impressed by his abilities in the Force, as planned, and he had already heard Lun Su Li whispering about lineage and prophecies to one of the other master during one of his training. Foolish little GD, so easy to trick for an old recovering Sith like him. His midterm exams at the academy were met with the same amount of outstanding success, impressing his teachers into letting him into more advanced classes. If everything went well, and it would, he would graduate in 2 years instead of 3, and he couldn't say he wasn't pleased. He typed absent-mindedly on his datapad the few details from his advanced engineering class that seemed relevant with a bored air, and felt Jang get impatient in the Force. The annoying prick was in most of his classes, and had similarly benefited from an advancement after the midterms. Apparently, he was second of their initial promotion after him, and quite well acquainted with influential Talovinians. He had been consistently looking for a fight since the start of the new term 2 days ago, and seemed to be at the end of his very limited patience. Vader wanted to kill him, but he knew it would stain his stay at the academy, and he did not want anyone to find out anything suspicious on his background, outside of what he had leaked himself when he would join Anya later on. Still, surely it was normal for any students to have a few enemies in their classes. Maybe he could retaliate, at least a bit. Make him fall down a flight of stairs or carefully throwing a pencil right in his eye would already be gratifying at this point. His thoughts derailed from the frustrating teenager to Anya, and a wave of concern washed over him. She had made her move for Coruscant, and Dooku had obliged. Still, he did not trust even one toenail of the old Sith Lord, and from her tale, her actions had been bold. How much of that had been disclosed to Sidious? Will it slip under his radar, or would he look closer into it, intrigued by the suddenly calm and collected Countess who abruptly chose a civilian career over exploring the Force? Then again, Sidious had a lot on his plate, plotting the next blow to Valorum's desecrated rule, the invasion on Naboo. Maybe there was a chance that this would slip through his radar, disregarded as teenage anxiety he had no patience for. Vader's eyes narrowed. There was something he wasn't seeing, something they missed in their plans. What was it? Palpatine had pushed for the Trade Federation to organize a blockade over Naboo in order to be elected Chancellor. Valorum had honestly not been the best one the Senate had known, much more a paper pusher than a leader, and still he had been re-elected when Palpatine could have campaigned. Why? Was Palpatine afraid to come closer in contact with the GD at this point in time? Wasn't he powerful enough to withstand their scrutiny? He had done so for years afterward, it did not seem impossible. Unless... Did you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? Darth Plagueis had once remarked that the Force can strike back. Ironic. He could save others from death, but not himself. Criff. He needed to speak to Anya. Focusing inward, he tugged at the bond, a thin thread giving their physical distance, and made it echo 3 short times, signifying he needed to discuss something with her that could not wait until their next planned call. She rang back 2 times and he agreed with the last tug. Good, she would calm him in 2 hours. He would just need to find a place to talk to her alone. Looking at the chrono, Vader sighed impatiently. This could be a major breakthrough and significant help to their plans, and he had the displeasure of having to suffer through his boring engineering class for another hour and a half. Her call would happen during his lunch break. How pitiful was that? Frustrated, he started typing furiously on his datapad, not vague notes on the class anymore, but bits and pieces he started to connect in a legitimate plan. His jaw set, eyes focused, he explored possibilities, evaluated resources, timelines and possible setbacks. If the tiny Anakin Skywalker that was currently an 8-year-old reckless slave child on dusty Tatooine had seen his future self, he would have been gobsmacked. Planning was very much not his thing. Perhaps Anya had been a good influence on that particular front. With his mind on an interesting task, for once, engineering went much faster than expected. Zhang tried to corner him afterward, but he avoided him and grabbed a quick pita sandwich from the cafeteria before retreating to one of the isolated study rooms in the library. It was small, but it was private enough, and there was little chance that he would be disturbed during his call. Plus, if they wanted to know what he was doing here, he would just be a student in a library. Nothing strange. Anya called with an encrypted frequency when he was finishing his sandwich. Hey, Khan. Why the sudden call? The holo showed she was wearing some type of elaborate dress that looked burnt for some reason. Weird. He wiped his mouth while swallowing the last bits of his food before he replied. I came across a disturbing conclusion this morning, and I will require your help. Why does your dress look burnt? I am heading to a gala. The aim is to raise awareness to several mid- and outer rim planets, currently in crisis due to natural disasters. I was picked to represent Coyote, who is suffering from severe forest fires, she replied, mouth twisted in a displeased pout. Clearly, the burnt dress hadn't been her first choice. It's organized by the committee you joined. The sir, yes. A lot of other junior legislators are going to be there, and a few senators. She straightened and scratched her arm, visibly uncomfortable in the garment. What do you need my help with? I believe Darth Plagueis is still alive at the moment. Sidious will need to kill him before his ascension, but I don't believe he will until he trusts Maul enough to be revealed to the Jedi in 1.5 years then, during the Naboo invasion. It still doesn't answer my question, she retorted, annoyed either by his response or by the scratchy dress. I want to be the one who kills him, Vader droned, refusing to express any feeling about the matter. Anya raised a brow. Why? Isn't it good to let Sidious do it? I'm starting to believe there is more to the rule of two than I understood. To become a true master you must kill another. Why? He asked, gaining her full rapt attention. Power, she whispered. That's also what I think. If I kill him, this power will forever be lost to Sidious, Vader stated. He knew very well that killing wasn't the only condition to fulfill in order to become a master. Palpatine had mocked him enough for losing the ability when he burnt on Mustafa, but Anya had no need to hear anything about it. This was a Sith secret. But the Force might retaliate if you change something this significant. I don't believe it will. Plagueis played with the law of nature, he created life from the Force. He was arrogant in his power, I don't believe he ever gave back. Anya hummed in assent. Then it might even favor you for righting this wrong, as it had favored Sidious in the first place. I will need a ship and my costume. Criff, this sounded ridiculous. He caught her smiling, and narrowed his eyes threateningly. Do you already know on which planet he is? She asked with amused eyes, graciously avoiding any unwanted comment. At first I thought Coruscant, but Plagueis is immune. They don't usually frequent the capital all that much, and both his and Sidious powers would have been difficult to shield from the Jedi. Then where? Tatooine. Tatooine. Why? Anakin Skywalker. I will have to meditate to make sure, but if my guesses are true, there is no place he would rather be at the moment. Anya seemed on the verge of asking for more details, but didn't. Okay. I'll organize it and com you the hangar number later. When do you want to go? This weekend if possible. We have an additional day off for some ridiculous Aravinian tradition. 3 days should be enough to make the trip, kill him and come back. She nodded. Fine. Keep me updated, and Khan. Yes. Stay safe, she asked, her voice laced with worry. Sidious loved to drone about Plagueis. I doubt he will be an easy foe. I will. I'll com you when it's done. Thank you. Vader felt himself smile as she ended the call and took a second to school his features back to careful neutrality. The more time passed in their new present, the more he started to like her. She was the only link he had with his true self, and the only one with who he could really be himself in this timeline. Even if he tried to dismiss it, it mattered, and the feeling of companionship she invoked was pleasant. Their bond pulsed happily, satisfied by their brief interaction, and he was about to roll his eyes at such blatant sentimentality when he saw movement on the edge of his vision. Zhang. He had been looking at him through the tiny square window on the door. Griffey was annoying. What had he seen? Did he get to look at Anya? Did he recognize her? No, it was very unlikely. Zhang was extremely self-centered and considered most off-worlders with contempt. He would not be cultivated enough to be able to recognize the relatively unknown Countess Dooku. Still, it was a clear breach of privacy, and he did not like the idea of Zhang seeing him talking to Anya and being himself. He must have seen him smile. No one had seen him truly smile on Talravin yet. Sith hell, this was embarrassing. He gathered his things, still frowning. His next class was Advanced Galactic Physics, and it was one of the only ones that was genuinely interesting. He would try not to dwell either on Zhang or on Plagueis during the 2 hours it would last. Unsurprisingly, though, Zhang was waiting for him with 3 of his goons in front of their classroom. Annoying, again. Should he just force choke them all? He could pretend it was a nut allergy, and there were no cameras. No. Using the Force to end those belly-sapient assholes would be sacrilege, and he could already see Luke's disappointed face if he learned of his pointless murder spree. No, he should just remain calm and collected. When he would find Plagueis, he could express all of his Sith homicidal tendencies and assuage his anger issues, but in the meantime, his cover was worth more than his ego. Sue, Khan the orphan, he mocked. Seems like some lady hasn't yet realized how much of a poor and uncultivated disappointment you are. Where is she from? Oh, don't tell me. If she is willing to even speak with you, she must be from one of those outer rim backwater planets. He was reciting the Sith code backward to avoid lashing out. This was childish and unwarranted, a true testimony of the boy's maturity. He could sense jealousy underneath the taunting. For all his tongue, Zhang never got to the dating stage with any girl yet, and being bested yet again by Khan did not sit well with him. Vader gloated internally, thoughts tainted with contempt. He had gone a lot farther than the dating stage with the girl. Hell, he had 23-year-old twins with his wife. This teenager bantha crap was far behind him now. Any amusement he felt soon died. Like his wife did. Remembering the past now was a low blow to inflict on himself, and a clear threat to his ability to react in a proper way to the interaction. Oh come on, farmer boy. Not even a reaction when I insult your girlfriend. Zhang laughed, turning to his goons to get their attention before the last part of his detestable show. I saw your face earlier, so eager to please her, like a little puppy rolling over for his master. Darth Vader had never thought he could despise anyone more than he had despised Tarkin or Krennic, but this kid was rising through the rank of his most hated list at light speed. Still, he would not lower himself to his level. He schooled his expression in a mask of cold indifference and started walking again, intent on entering the classroom. The class is about to start. He heard a couple of girls swoon when he spoke and resisted rolling his eyes. Seriously, his behavior was cold, aloof, and he never spoke to anyone outside of imposed social interactions. How could they like it? Girls were weird. At least as Darth Vader, this whole hormonal teenager thing had been a lot less annoying. He could count on his fingers the number of suitors who had dared to pursue him. None had survived past the point of declaring their flames. Idiots. He tried his best to listen during the class, taking useful notes and answering the teacher's questions when they were directed to him, but darted towards his speeder as soon as the day was over. He had a Sith Lord to kill, and if he had one more interaction with Zhang today he was going to snap his scrawny little neck. Khan drove too fast, as per usual, and headed home. Usually, he would pass by the temple for the evening lecture, but he wanted to meditate on Darth Plagueis' location, and doing so at the temple was a bad idea for several reasons, mostly because his type of dark meditation would certainly leave any master present with a ton of questions he wasn't going to answer. When he entered he closed the blinds, plunging the cozy apartment in darkness. He then went to the bedroom to retrieve his lightsaber from the hidden safe in the wall, and returned to the living room to sit cross-legged on the plush cream carpet that covered a fair chunk of the floor. He activated the lightsaber and let it float in front of his face, then, carefully, he closed his eyes and opened himself to the Force. Vader's meditative landscape had changed a lot since Luke managed to turn him back to the light, even if it still fluctuated quite a bit, depending on how deep he was in either the dark or the light. Currently, the ocean he pictured was dark but placid, even if he could feel some dangerous currents below the peaceful surface, traces of his earlier agitation. The sky though was not as cloudy as usual, the suns were shining, reflecting gorgeous purple, green and blues lights on the summer waters. All around him tiny blue butterflies flew, fluttering happily in the sunlight, while above him an enormous white bird was soaring, performing the most incredible acrobatics. Luke. He let himself smile and made a sign to the bird, who rewarded him with a delighted trill that rang through his entire being and chased the resonances of his dark feelings for Jang. He quit his own space with regrets and dove below the water, seeking connection with the dark side of the Force. The energy met him, curious and delighted, whispering how happy it was to have him back, how many great things they could do together. He felt it wrap around his shoulders in a cold embrace, purring against him like a satisfied lover seeking even more attention. Khan gritted his teeth and pushed through before it could twist anything, imposing his question on the Force. Where was Plagueis? The power crooned, caressing his scales and trailing along his spine until two tendrils licked at his temple, feeding him a vision of Plagueis' exact location. The Rakata Temple on Tatooine. Very appropriate, all things considered. He kicked up, the lush water becoming heavy oil as he tried to emerge from the dark presence, and got off with a promise to use his dark abilities soon, and what he translated as a very sharp smile from the Force. When he got above the ocean, the bird sang again, cleaning his soul with something that sounded a lot like a reprimand from a concerned parent. Amused, he entertained it for a couple of minutes, enduring his fussing energy without complaint, before exiting his mind space and turning his lightsaber off. Khan looked at the chrono on the wall and saw the suns had already set. He had stayed there for 6 hours. He felt rested, maybe a little hungry. He tightened his mental shield with a sigh, careful to hide his Force presence again, and present only mediocre to medium-level abilities. He then rose, feeling his legs protest from being seated in the same position for hours, and hit his lightsaber before retreating to the kitchen for a late snack before bed. He grabbed his datapad in passing, reviewing his notes while chewing on a ration bar, because he was too lazy to cook. Anya had sent her the coordinates of the hangar she will send the ship to, and an encrypted file with notes on what she remembered about Plagueis. Nice touch. He read through it quickly, adding useful information to his own notes as he went through 2 cups of tea, before deciding to turn in for the night. Plagueis was immune, and a clever one. He had been behind a lot of the plans Palpatine benefited from, a careful thinker. He was old, though. Old, weak, and full of hubris, so convinced of his own power over the Force that he forgot the Force had no master, and cared little for those who offended it. If he was right, if it was Plagueis, well, then it was personal. On Coruscant, Anya politely applauded the performers. Beside her, Prince Levi was happily and triumphantly commenting on the opera that had just finished. She was in a large lodge with other celebrities and children, trying to eat Coruscanti pie themselves. There was laughter, smiles, and an overall friendly aura, but it would be silly to think that they were all there for work reasons, and that they weren't forging an alliance. When introduced to Coruscanti's political life, Anya was involved in several interesting clubs and committees. Sometimes she fought for things that really mattered to her, like the Coelti wildfires, the protection of local animals on mining planets, and the Zigerian slavery problem. Sometimes, like that night, it was more important to be seen in the right place with the right people to garner useful favors. She spent some time talking to her 3 other young senators on Corellia and Coruscant, radiant and radiant, with a gentle aristocratic accent that the citizens of Coruscant seemed to like. About the tax bill they were preparing, the next Senate bill. Senator Ixila looked out of place. Levi invited him on Anya's recommendation, but it was clear that he wasn't completely satisfied with his luxurious suite and insatiable core world. Anya grabbed 2 flutes of bubbly Alderaan wine, joined him, handed him a drink, and gave him a calming smile. Callum Nutt seemed relieved to see her, but was a little reluctant by the image she created in a bold burgundy dress, sleek back ponytail, and countess's cloak. I was well aware of her austere looks compared to the sheer, fragrant, flowing dresses worn by other girls in the United States. It was done on purpose. Even in her actual free time, Anya Dooku wanted to look like a respectable politician. It helped ease her concerns about her age and gender. Unfortunately, it also allowed for awkward comparisons between her and other girls, the kind of gossip she hated. Callum Nat? She asked, though she knew quite well the answer to her own question. We discussed by holomail, I believe. He gave her a tense smile and a sharp nod. Exactly. A pleasure to meet you, Countess Dooku. Anya smiled, prime, polished, perfect. The pleasure is all mine, Mr. Nat. To be honest, she was barely testing the waters here. Vader wanted someone that he knew was from Ixila to join him in his future endeavors, but from what he had told her, the person in question was still very much a child at the moment and would not be of use before another 10 years at least. Still, Ixila was a bold but not completely unreasonable choice of ally, and she had a very good idea of how they could foster amicable relationships. After a few minutes of uninteresting small talk to loosen up the rather uptight senator, she attacked. "Actually, Mr. Nat, I have a project I would like to speak to you about," she started off, at mysterious, before letting her voice rose to a more playful tone. "If you are ready to hear me drone for around 10 minutes on a dreadful work-related topic, of course." He smiled, amused, and took a sip of wine before answering. "Oh, you got me intrigued there, Countess. Something involving Ixila. If you are interested, it might." She took a few sips as well, letting the anticipation build, then pursued. "Ixila, Sullust and Sereno are all located in the Outer Rim, and as we both know, they unfortunately tend to shine a little duller than their sisters from the core. I would like to correct this. I have been looking into ways to tighten our bonds and spread our respective knowledge, a way for our people to connect even light years apart, and I might have an idea. Enlighten me." I spoke briefly with representatives from Talravin, Kuat and Corellia, and they would be willing to participate in a joint flight program with Sullust, Ixila and Sereno. This could allow us to offer a fuller curriculum on our own academies, but also to raise the overall standards in the galaxy. He frowned. "It seems promising, but aren't you afraid of the cost involved with this type of idea? Is it sustainable for us to work on the same standard as core worlds?" Understandable, Ixila was the poorest of them all. They weren't going to throw themselves into something that might ruin them. Anya had anticipated this answer. "If you are interested, I can send you a draft proposal as well as the planned budget, funding solutions currently envisioned, and potential revenues. We will start meetings regarding this project next month on Coruscant, though some might attend by holo." Callum nodded, visibly enthused. "I'll look into it. Many thanks, Countess Dooku. It is very kind of you to propose this type of opportunity to Ixila." She waved himself off elegantly, careful not to appear dismissive. "Do not sell yourself short, Mr. Nat. Ixila's navy is reputed for the way they handle pirates and the quality of their pilots. You have as much to give as you have to gain, I believe." The senator smiled at her, flattered, and she knew he would study her proposal seriously. Good. The Corellian senator had only agreed because he found her attractive and thought it was a good way to get closer to her, and the senator from Kuat was not her favorite of all, but Feng and the senator from Sullust she had visited before being introduced to the Senate had been genuinely interested, and Ixila seemed to fit right in with them. He took his leave not too long after, his curiosity satisfied, and she did the same a few minutes later. Feng wanted to push her into going to some dreadful after-opera diner, but it was already late and she was needed elsewhere. She joined her chauffeur Gregor in front of the opera after the customary greetings from her new friend group, and wasted no time turning on her datapad. As effortless as it sounded for Vader, it was actually quite hard to coordinate everything to provide for his wishes and needs, while leaving no tracks implicating Sereno or herself. Especially with the ship thing. She had 3 different middlemen who she was never in direct contact with on long-term contracts for all kind of smuggling. Getting a ship Vader would not be offended by, but still anonymous enough to not get them caught, and having his ridiculous costume delivered in it had been hard, but the Griffin mask had been the hardest. She had to hire a bounty hunter to hunt the person who had made the command and stole it from them, and then another bounty hunter to stole it from the first one, and deliver it to specific coordinates, where a final hide aide had picked it up and transferred it to the ship. Hopefully, this would be the only real extravagance Vader would request, because no matter how careful she was, this damned mask was Beskar, and Beskar tended to leave tracks. The only thing that made it tolerable, really, was the plan he had sent for it. Drew by hand, on flimsy, with notes in his enduring messy handwriting. Anya kept it in her safe, next to her lightsaber, and she hated herself for it. Frivolity at its finest. She sighed as she faced the penthouse she had bought near the Senate on the 1616 Galactica. Usually, this sort of apartment would have been reserved for a senator, but Anya was expected to be one soon enough, and Sereno was a very rich and respected planet, so penthouse it was. Her chauffeur bid her goodbye, and she told him to pick her up at 0800 the next morning for the breakfast session of the Senate Committee for Intergalactic Relief. They had just finished their last funding campaign with a splendid gala, and would be meeting for breakfast for a full week to discuss how and where they would allocate funding and organize relief missions this year. The blonde entered the gigantic apartment and kicked her heels off immediately, savoring the feeling of her naked feet on the soft carpet of her living room, then shed her cloak and her dress on the ground, before making her way to the refresher for a delightful evening bath. It was already ready, she had programmed it to run on the way back, so after dimming the refresher's lights to perfect the overall ambience, she slid immediately in the warm foamy water, and let the bath salts work around her tight back and tense shoulders. She was just starting to relax fully when her datapad rang from an unread holomail. For force's sake. Couldn't she get a minute for herself? Annoyed, she grabbed one of the folded towels on the side of the enormous tub and dried her hands before reaching for the device. It was a request for an unofficial meeting from a Jedi, one she never met but had heard a ton of stories about. Qui-Gon Jinn. She replied directly to him, ejecting thought out of the conversation loop, that she would be delighted to meet him for dinner the next day, and that she was letting him figure out the place. Anya then went for dropping the datapad on the chair he was initially placed on when it rang again. She sighed and opened the new message. He agreed and told her he would pick her up at 1900 if she was comfortable with sharing her address. She wrote it down quickly, sent it to him, then put the device away before immersed herself completely under the water. This was going to be complicated. Qui-Gon was her uncle's favorite Padawan and his last one too, not counting her. He had probably felt hurt when his former master left the Order, and she had no doubt he wanted to know how the old man was faring. Still, he was a Jedi, and he would not have reached out to her if he did not have the blessing of his Order. Attachments were heavily frowned upon, and clinging to his old master would be considered as such. No, the Jedi had something else in mind outside of his concern for Dooku. She would have to wing it because she had no idea of who truly was Qui-Gon Jinn. Her uncle spoke fondly of him sometimes, but there was a difference between hearing amusing stories and actually meeting the man. Hopefully, whatever ulterior motive he had wasn't too damaging for their designs. Now that she thought about it, it was weird to think that she was going to meet a soon-to-be dead man. In 1 year and a half, he would be killed, leaving his Padawan heartbroken with a very young Anakin in his inept care. Her heart fluttered when she thought of how cute 9-year-old Anakin would be, and immediately dismissed the annoying feeling in the Force. She was pathetic. It would be an interesting meeting for sure. Qui-Gon was, according to Dooku, one of the most unconventional Jedi out there, with a passion for living creatures of all shapes and forms, and a concerning habit of gifting people the weirdest things ever. She was curious to meet the man and assess him herself. He would be the first Jedi from the Order she would meet in this timeline. Quite the dinner plan, it would for sure distract her efficiently from Khan's own endeavors on Tatooine. Worry seized her again, and she dismissed it with the same frustration than the tenderness from before. Vader was the most powerful Force user she knew, probably the best one in the Millennium. He would do fine, better than fine probably, and he certainly would mock her if he understood how anguished she was about his well-being. Attachment. Yan Dooku had warned her a couple of weeks ago. She had listened. And failed to apply his advice. Anya sighed and let the tub drain. The peaceful moment had passed, and the water was cooling down. She stepped out, dried herself with the white towels her cleaning droids folded in a spaceship shape for her, because she had one day mentioned she missed traveling, and then put on an equally white bathrobe before making her way down the stairs to her living room. She opened one of the large transparency windows and stepped outside on the balcony, watching the never-ending traffic and the brightly lit skyline of Coruscant. The air was lukewarm, as usual on the planet, and the echoes from the city seemed distant from her high viewpoint. She could see the Senate building the penthouse was conveniently close to, and, further away, the high spires of the Jedi Temple. Anya sighed again. Nervous energy was buzzing in her veins, making her anxious and agitated. What if something went wrong? What if she messed up with Qui-Gon? What if Vader was defeated by Plagueis? They could not afford a mistake, not now. They were too new to this reality, their presence not yet anchored enough to resist the hurricane of problems it would cause. Sweet Anya, so kind, so trusting, so stupid. Maybe you need a reminder of who's in charge here. No one is going to save you, Anya, ever. She shivered violently and nearly felt the searing pain of electricity coursing through her. Spooked, she left the balcony, picked up her discarded clothes on the floor, and put them in the laundry basket. She performed a couple more menial tasks, delaying the inevitable, before changing into a nightgown and heading for bed. Inevitably, the cold laughter of Palpatine echoed in her mind, making her entire body tense. She proceeded with climbing under the covers and buried her face in her pillow with a tired sigh, trying to stop the memories from coming. It was less frequent, nowadays. When she was still in jail it was the same circus every night, and even after coming back to the past the first few weeks, she could not stand still for 5 minutes, without hearing his mad cackles and the mean comments. She still woke up in the middle of the night sometimes, drenched in sweat and with her teeth gritted so hard her jaw hurt for the following days, remembering the abuse they inflicted on her during the decades of her captivity. She inhaled, blocked, exhaled, blocked, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. It was not happening, it was over, she did everything she could for this not to happen again. Khan was here, with her, he would stop Palpatine if she didn't pick up during one of their scheduled calls, it was what they had decided. She was safe. She was okay. Except Khan was not here. Khan was traveling to Tatooine to face the Sith Lord that taught Palpatine all he knew, with a significant chance for injuries or worse. She was alone. Anya curled on herself, feeling the guilt creep up. Was that why she was worried? Because if something happened to him, she was going to be alone again. How selfish could she be? She was disgusting, really, a pitiful creature. They had been right. She cried a little, and none of her dreams were nice that night. Khan inhaled his first breath of Tatooine's air with mild disgust and no small amount of contempt. The gritty sand and scorching suns were no more pleasant than in his memories, and only the reminder of his goals stopped him from retreating inside the ship. He had nearly landed in Mos Espa, drawn by the young Anakin's bright presence in the Force, before correcting his trajectory and settling for Anchorhead. Once he was docked, he paid a local to keep an eye on his ship, without telling him that it had defense mechanisms, and rented a piece of garbage that seemed a tad better than the rest of the speeders available, before dumping his stuff in and heading toward the eastern Dune Sea. Darth Plagueis' presence was not very noticeable if you didn't know what you were looking for, lost in the midst of the inherent darkness carried by many on Tatooine, and eclipsed by Anakin's supernova of young and pure light, but Khan sensed him as clear as he could sense the sun's burning the few centimeters of skin he had left uncovered. Sith always had a knack for tracking each other after all, and this Sith in particular was close to him in line, his grandmaster in a way. Once he was deep in the Dune Sea, he grabbed his mask and moved it to the seat near him, before pulling his hood back on his head. Perfect. The damn thing was hot. The temple was semi-hidden in the sand near some high mountains that all locals knew to avoid. Krayt dragons nested there, and they were not reputed for being merciful. Khan hadn't encountered any yet, not that he feared them. He held an inadequate fondness for the beasts, born from a complex mixture of child Anakin's awe at their sheer size and power, GD Anakin's delight at their frequent deathly feeding raids on Tuskens, and inclination for gems so, and Vader's understanding of their sheer brutality and savage protectiveness when their own were attacked. He thought back to his first test with Lun Su Li and smiled. What would he say if he came home with one of the temperamental reptiles? He took the time to drink and eat what he brought on the speeder before entering the cave hiding the temple. Plagueis had probably sensed him by now, and he could wait a few more minutes, especially considering how taxing fighting could be. The ration bar was melted and the water warm, but it didn't stop him. Once finished, he buried the speeder under a dune of sand to keep it out of the prying hands of whoever would go there, and put his mask back on. Game on. The old building reeked of the dark side, and when he passed the entrance, he felt all the hairs on his body stand to attention, as the Force started pulling at his ankles like a playful lothwolf. The first impression he got from it was that the Rakata had a poor taste for decor, a common theme across Force users it seemed. It was filled with broken statues of questionable taste and pillars engraved lavishly, an overall waste of resources, especially considering that it only held old dark side infused technology, and had been so forgotten that he, as a Tatooine local, had never heard of it until he was way into his Sith apprenticeship with Palpatine, in crumbly old tales that contained little truth and way too much pomp. It was ironic that Plagueis hid there, an old ruin past his prime buried in a similarly decrepit cave. He passed the first room and entered a bigger chamber with inactive Sith engravings on the walls. Darth Plagueis was there, his greyish skin somewhat loose around his unnaturally thin figure, draped in expensive silks, seated on an old chair, and exuding an exasperated fondness for the impudent troubling his rest. He was drinking some fine Alderaanian wine that seemed to come from a crate he kept near the table he was seated behind. Was that all that he did all day? Spying on the little boy and drinking wine. Retirement was not kind on anyone, it seemed. He blocked an image of Obi-Wan Kenobi doing the same decades later with his own son, watching him from afar while wallowing in guilt for failing his father. Old fools. He came closer to the table, the dim lights shining dully on his blood-red mask. Plagueis studied him and laughed. Revan. Really? A poor source of inspiration for a true Sith, my boy. Vader thought that on the contrary, it was a really good inspiration. After all, Revan had been one of the only Jedi-turned-Sith finding balance in the Force, and if the legends had any truth to them, he was also extremely powerful both as a Jedi and as a Sith. Palpatine had mocked him occasionally, though not as often as he mocked his old master or even Vader himself. Still, he had left a durable imprint on the galaxy, and since he was determined to do the same, the mask seemed extremely appropriate. Plus, the Force loved these kinds of symbolism. Darth Plagueis, he replied, his tone biting. Hidden in a womprut hole on Tatooine while his apprentice lives a luxurious life on Coruscant. You don't strike me as a great inspiration for a Sith either. The other Sith just laughed again and took a sip of wine. Self-serving, arrogant, and convinced of his superiority. He didn't get a better impression from him than he got from the temple. The critic is easy when one is knowledgeable, he rasped, his voice echoing in the cave. I can't say I ever heard of another Sith roaming the galaxy. Since this is probably not a courtesy visit, would you indulge an old mune and tell me who you are, boy? Khan smiled cruelly under the mask. Boy. No wonder where Palpatine got the smooth talk from. He had expected some form of it. Plagueis hadn't been known for being a fighter, and the Force was actively working against him. It was natural for him to try to get the advantage in other ways. Two could play those types of games though. The mask was supposed to intrigue him and hide his identity on Tatooine. He was supposed to keep it on, that was the plan, but he was curious about his reaction, he wanted to know. It didn't matter in the end if Plagueis saw his face. He would not be alive to tell the tale anyway. He unfastened it and dropped it in the black sand that covered the ground. It made surprisingly little noise, but made him cringe internally. Sand was always so hard to remove from anything, it would take him hours to clean the mask to his liking. Khan tilted his head on the side, faking curiosity. Why? Don't you recognize your own creation? There, now the surprise was real. Plagueis took one look at his grayish-blue eyes and gorgeous face, and drew a sharp breath. He knew. Anakin Skywalker, it is you, it really is, but how? He raised a brow. You played with life in your time as a Sith, is it so surprising to find others playing with time? You became a Sith, as planned. The Mune smiled, pleased. The Emperor of the Galaxy, in my time, Vader stated blankly, bored with that particular line of discussion already. I never knew for sure if I was your doing or Sidious's, though your presence on Tatooine confirmed what I thought. Plagueis huffed, dismissive. Sidious knows little of this power, he is just an apprentice. The Sith promptly finished his glass of wine and rose on shaky legs, tipsy and amazed by his design. His eyes betrayed a hunger Khan was relatively sure he didn't like, his smile just a bit too wide, his presence in the Force invading his space like lukewarm dark oil. Soon he felt cold and clammy fingers tracing his broken nose and soft lips, passing over his cleft chin and powerful jawline, petting his dark hair. Darth Plagueis' wonder rang in the Force, loud, and the hunger grew. The most beautiful child, he whispered, his breath smelling like wine and rot. Yes, the Force far exceeded my expectations. Vader hid his disgust way better than Plagueis his pleasure. He marveled at his features for a couple of minutes, prodding him in the Force, and sighing with delight when he let him feel the depth of his power. When he opened his yellow eyes again, they were glistening with bliss. Truly exceptional. Your potential is astounding. But why would you reveal yourself to me? He asked, his voice tinged with anguish. Sidious would find a way to destroy you if he learned of your existence. He only leaves me in peace because he fears my power. I will do my best to protect the other Anakin, but I fear for your life, my child. Khan leaned in, disregarding the smell, and wrapped his powerful arms around the tall Mune in a false display of affection. He let his eyes turn gold again, the dark energy suddenly flowing in him like a torrent of pure power, and he met Plagueis' gaze again, smiling cruelly at the infatuated expression he could read on his old face. You know why, father. I cannot let Sidious kill you and rip away your powers. As you said, he will soon seek to destroy me, he replied smoothly, his voice velvet when his grip was iron. The Sith seemed to realize what was happening and shakily gathered his power around him, but he was too weak and it was too late. Vader crunched the old Mune against him with the Force, feeling his ribs broke and his lungs gave out. Soon, Plagueis was wheezing on the ground, trying in vain to catch a breath while his throat filled with blood, making him cough on the dark sand. He had not even reached for his lightsaber, refusing to pull the blade against his own design even under attack. Weak old fool. Farewell, father. The Sith made a pitiful choking noise, spitting blood on his expensive robes, then slowly stopped moving, his eyes reverting to their original color. He needed to act quickly now. Vader spat on the ground as well, repulsed with having called the Mune his father even ironically, then made a few steps in his direction and pulled out a hunting knife from his shoe. He pushed Plagueis on his back, pocketed his lightsaber, and ripped his robes apart before starting the carving. It was a disgusting affair, the grey flesh shining with fresh blood and revealing rotting organs and bones that were too white for their surroundings. Still, he kept going until the body was covered in kittertroons before discarding his own clothing, that he neatly folded and placed on the table to avoid any course and getting on them. He plunged his hands deep inside Plagueis and traced a triangle around them before he started drawing on himself with the dead Sith blood, lips pursed in repugnance. He finished with 3 interlaced triangles on his chest before grabbing the knife again, cutting his way to his heart. It was still warm under his fingers when he seized it, surprisingly black and soft. Khan held back a retch. He took a deep breath and began chanting in the ancient language of the Sith, feeling the symbols light up on both of their bodies, letting the lost words flow from his lips to request the powers of the enemy conquered, the wisdom of the master surpassed, and the strength of the parent betrayed. The dark side chanted along with him, dancing around them like a cold black fire, singing his delight at being honored by the old ritual, celebrating the birth of his new Sith master. It whispered in his ears all he wanted to hear, empty promises and useless oaths that sounded like pure truths in the madness of the ceremony. Vader kept chanting, repeating the words, ensnaring the darkness to make it his, to force it to do as he wished, without letting it take 1 ounce of control over him. Then he bit into the heart, swallowed a piece of the repulsive flesh, and blacked out. On Coruscant, Anya bit on her burger, annoyed when she felt some of the juice drip down her mouth. She wiped the offending liquid carefully with a napkin, very thankful that Qui-Gon had chosen this very moment to not look in her direction. For an older male, Qui-Gon was hot. After her awful night and an honestly quite bleak day she spent worrying about Khan, meeting with the Jedi was like taking a well-deserved break. He exuded a quiet serenity she envied, his Force presence rolling like gentle peaceful waves around him, as he interacted kindly with every sentient that crossed their path on the way from her apartment to the diner he chose. It was not a particularly nice place, but the food was good and the cook seemed to be a great friend of Qui-Gon. Plus, she would never complain about not having to eat at one of the very public high-class restaurants of Coruscant, where people would spy and speculate all night on her dinner partner. She drank a bit from her bantha milkshake and caught him glancing. He had not asked any significant questions yet, seemingly happy with meaningless small talk. It did nothing to lower her guard, though. She knew from her uncle of the Jedi's wit and had no doubts their evening was going exactly as he planned. Hot or not, he was not her ally, and she would not let his pretty hair and striking blue eyes distract her. At all. Anya put down her nearly finished burger. I must confess I was surprised by your invitation. I didn't know the Jedi Order had any interest in me. False. They were interested in Yanduku, and she was supposed to be young and somewhat malleable enough to report on him. Or Qui-Gon just wanted genuine news on his master. In any case, it would have been surprising to see a real interest for her as a person. Sad truth, she had calmed her uncle earlier that day to tell him. He had just huffed with amusement and told her she was free to tell Qui-Gon Jinn whatever she wanted. He was quite fond of his old Padawan, despite everything that kept them apart at the moment, and she could tell he was flattered at Qui-Gon's attempt to get closer to him. Qui-Gon smiled. Curiosity. Master Dooku never talked much about his family, so when I heard his niece and last apprentice was on Coruscant working for the Senate, I jumped on the occasion. Anya took another sip from her drink. There were many good reasons for Dooku's silence regarding his family, none of them she felt comfortable sharing with the Jedi. Their eyes met and she flushed for a second. Hot. She wanted to blame it on her hormonal teenage body, but it was probably the middle-aged lady brain in her that crushed on the Jedi master. It was completely improper, especially considering she was still considered underage at the moment. Likewise, she would feel disgusted with herself for flirting shamelessly with people sharing her body's age. They were just kids, and she was definitely not. Her romantic life held little hope even before that anyway. At least she could enjoy the attractive man's company. And what would you want to know, Master Jin? She tried to sound sophisticated, but she probably squealed a tad. I'm afraid I don't have enough information to make an educated question, but I do wonder how you came to Coruscant. He smiled again, and she felt the lightest caress of the Force against her tongue, urging her to tell the truth to this nice man with the shiny hair and the pretty blue eyes. She smiled herself, warding off his suggestion playfully as she thought about an appropriate answer. After my mother's death, Uncle Yan took me in and trained me. Eventually, I figured I could do more good for my people and the galaxy in general with politics than lightsabers, Uncle Yan agreed, hence why I am in Coruscant. Half truth, half bantha crap, or the truth from a certain point of view. Yan Dooku would found it disgraceful, but Anya had discarded a lot of her noble education, while she stewed in her own blood in Palpatine's jail. To her great pleasure, Qui-Gon seemed to buy it, sipping his tea pensively while taking her in again with a new look in his eyes. Was it suspicion or understanding? She did not know the man enough to identify the sharp glint. She would have to be careful. That is very noble of you. I know few Jedi who would have given up their training to try to better the galaxy in other ways. Was it arrogant to mention it then? She really didn't want him to think she was gloating. She needed to do something. To be fully honest, I was never convinced nor talented in the practical application of the Jedi arts. I suppose it takes away from the nobility of my actions. Qui-Gon chuckled and she could read the mirth on his face. He seemed a touch more relaxed now, probably satisfied with her explanations and understanding the subtext she tried to convey and the force for him to pick up. She was a disappointment to her uncle, a useless apprentice he had to cast away to other endeavors, once she revealed the depth of her inadequacies. Not completely true, nor untrue. He is a severe teacher, but I held fond memories of my time as his Padawan, he replied, politely refraining from digging his claws in the wound she just exposed to him. Anya smiled. I can imagine, while he can be firm, he certainly has his moments. She thought back to their last hug and couldn't repress a wave of warm affection. Qui-Gon seemed to feel it too, and gave her a knowing smile before starting to retell one of the many adventures he shared with Count Dooku in his younger years, one involving a very humid planet, an unruly Wookiee, a nest of carnivorous birds, and a very distracted Padawan. Anya laughed a lot, drank an entire other milkshake, and told her fair share of interesting stories on her uncle too. The Jedi was great company, frankly one of the few genuinely pleasant people she had met since arriving on Coruscant, and she had a great deal of fun. Maybe he could be a friend. She knew her uncle would not object, but was unsure of Vader. Vader. Was he alive? Was it done? She hoped he wasn't injured or worse. She would never be able to look at herself in a mirror if he died alone on Kriffing Tatooine while she was stuffing her face with the Jedi Master. Are you feeling well, Anya? He asked, frowning in concern. Using her first name. Lovely. She blushed like the teenager she was supposed to be and lowered her gaze. Yes, sorry, I just ate a bit too much. It's getting late anyway, I should drive you home. Thank you, Qui-Gon, she replied, the name rolling on her tongue beautifully. Was there even one ugly thing about him? He smiled, paid, and they bid their goodbye to the cook before heading out. Anya was just about to climb on his speeder when she heard someone called Qui-Gon. The tall man turned, visibly a bit surprised, and the young legislator startled. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Older than her by a few years but still young, Padawan braid and all, with warm auburn hair and severe blue-grey eyes, looking like a betrayed puppy. Qui-Gon gave him an awkward smile. Why? Was it their place? Did they usually come here together? Was that how Kenobi found them? She pinched her lips to hide a small mocking smile as Kenobi walked towards them, his eyes full of steel and his mouth downturned. He wore his heart on his face, quite clearly, and right now, he looked supremely unhappy. Master, fancy seeing you here, he stated icily. To her, it was unclear what he was the most unhappy about, but looking at Qui-Gon wincing under the cold words, he had a perfect idea of what was the cause of his Padawan's anger, and he thought he deserved it. Did he really come without a push from the council? The thought was heartwarming, especially considering the agreeable evening they had. She kept another smile, gentler, from her lips as Qui-Gon seemed to regain his footing. Padawan Kenobi. It is quite late for you to be wandering outside the temple, he replied, his voice as calm as ever. Obi-Wan raised a haughty brow. I was looking for you. I didn't know you had plans. Obi-Wan looked at her head to toe, gaze harsh, arms crossed on his chest. Taking in the simple but elegant cut of her kimono jacket, the silky material of the blouse beneath, the austere cloak she wore on top of it all, and the expensive headpiece that kept her blonde hair away from her face. It was a very simple outfit compared to what she usually wore during her official functions, closer to how she dressed when she was still Dooku's apprentice really, but it still screamed luxury. He looked at her face and visibly decided that he did not like what he saw. His eyes hardened and he scowled at Qui-Gon, demanding explanations. Obi-Wan Kenobi is my current Padawan. Padawan Kenobi, this is Countess Anya Dooku, my former master's niece. Obi-Wan recoiled and looked at her again with a different look. The surprise dulled his previous hostility, and he greeted her politely. She did the same, knowing from this moment that Obi-Wan Kenobi was never going to be her biggest fan. Not that she cared too much. Obi-Wan was a great Jedi, but from what Khan had told him, his inability to stray from the code and his self-righteous attitude had been one of the many factors leading him to find solace in Palpatine. She remembered his retelling of the Battle of Mustafa, the state of Vader's body, when she removed the suit before they came back in time, and shuddered, glancing at the Padawan without any warmth. He was everything she disliked about the Jedi, a paragon of hypocrisy and semi-truths. Well, not yet, maybe, but he would be. I need to bring Countess Anya home before heading back to the temple. Do you want to come or do you prefer walking? There was an edge to Qui-Gon's words, but it was definitely something meant for his Padawan only, and she couldn't quite place it. Obi-Wan narrowed his eyes. I'll come. They climbed in the speeder and took off in the direction of her apartment. The atmosphere was a bit cold, but Qui-Gon Jinn made engaging small talk, and when they finally arrived on her landing pad, she had partially relaxed, and Obi-Wan seemed to have regained a Jedi composure. She bid them goodbye, thanking Qui-Gon for the nice evening, and he made her promise to do it again sometimes. Obi-Wan bristled a bit, huffing something about improper Jedi behavior, but Anya smiled and told him that he now had her direct holomail address, and that she would be pleased to meet up with him again, maybe with her uncle if he was on Coruscant. Qui-Gon nodded, waved, and they left. Anya immediately dropped her smile and reached for her comm unit, desperate to see if Khan had left her a message. Nothing. He should have landed on Tatooine 8 hours ago, and he knew the area quite well. What was taking him so long? Was he hurt? He had promised to comm her as soon as he was done. This was worrying. She took a quick shower, put on some sleep clothes and crashed on her bed, trying to distract herself with a catchy holodrama on incredibly handsome royals fighting each other for inheritance, after the murky disappearance of their grandmother. It didn't work half as well as spending the evening with her new Jedi friend, but she ended up falling asleep anyway, plagued by uneasy dreams of sand dunes and dangers. Khan would classify his stay on Tatooine as weird. After being swallowed and spit out viciously several times by the dark side, losing and regaining consciousness without truly understanding everything that was happening to him, he had been granted ascension to the title of Sith Master. The Force had crooned, telling him of all the great things he would be able to do if he accepted to use his dark powers to their full extent if he took the mantle. It whispered of apprentices, of ancient knowledge and curses buried deep below the surface of forgotten planets. In a way, it educated him. When he finally woke up after several hours of dark side-induced trance, he was naked, shivering, covered in blood, and simultaneously exhausted and filled to the brim with dark energy. He staggered a bit around the temple and found a room with a sonic shower that cleaned him of most of the gore, before he went back to the main chamber to decide what to do with the body. He was tempted to just leave it there to rot, but it would not be wise to have Palpatine discover the trace of the ritual, and some part of him felt strangely guilty at the idea of not honoring the death of his pseudo-father. Plagueis hadn't fought, after all, and what he had seen in him in the minutes before his death had reminded him of what he himself had probably looked like for Luke at the time. He had let himself be killed by his offspring, just as Vader at the time would have let Luke kill him for his faults. When he had consumed Plagueis' heart, he had been thrown into some of the memories he held dear. He had seen a younger Palpatine, eager and gifted, a Bith master that bred him for success, and a lot of Anakin Skywalker. He hadn't realized at the time how much the Sith had involved himself in his destiny, picking his mother carefully out of all of Gardulla's slaves for her high number of midi-chlorians, influencing the Hutt to lose a bet to Watto to keep them away from her vicious tortures, and checking on them often, making sure Anakin was fed regularly and had a pleasant enough childhood. He had saved him during one of his worst Podrus crashes, using the Force to stop him from colliding head-first with the tan walls of a canyon. Anakin had never understood why Palpatine had been so interested in him. The old man had mocked the Chosen One prophecy, enough to dismiss it as a valid reason, and when they met he was just a Force-sensitive slave child with no manners. Now he understood. Plagueis had spent so much time watching him grow he had attracted the attention of his apprentice. Palpatine had been intrigued by the child created by his master, and after killing Plagueis and ripping his knowledge from him, he must have decided to get Anakin for himself. Khan shook his head and put his clothes and mask on again before levitating the body outside. He then picked up some fuel from the speeder's tank and set Plagueis' corpse on fire, watching him burn rapidly under the twin suns. The stench was terrible during the first minutes, mixtures of burnt flesh and speeder fuel, clogging his nose and his lungs. Eventually though, the ashes flew in the wind, mixing with the sand until the only things remaining of Plagueis' stay on Tatooine were Alderaanian wine bottles and crates of dubiously appetizing foods, hidden in a decrepit Sith temple. The entire process took a few hours, but he couldn't bring himself to move until he was sure Palpatine would never be able to identify any remains. He was just about to leave when the ground trembled around him. Suspicious, he turned towards the mountains and smiled. A greater great dragon. The beast had faded black scales, glowing gold eyes, and measured at least 100 meters from his elegantly murderous snout to his spiky tail. Lovely creature. He took one look at his head crowned by 4 imposing and sharp spikes, and decided he would name him the Devastator, like his previous ship. It stopped not that far from him, probably because he was surprised he did not run away like a spooktuka. Khan reached out through the Force, grimacing at his tainted Force signature, and felt the beast reach out in return. Its mind evaded him, but he felt emotions and intent. Respect for the dark presence, need to guard the temple, need to guard him. Come. He heard. Khan followed, taking his speeder to match the considerable speed of the Devastator. The dragon seemed to nearly swim in the sand, his legs never fully visible. He dragged him to the north of the eastern Dune Sea, toward a place he only heard about in legends. A Krayt graveyard. It was filled with semi-submerged bones of various sizes of Krayt dragons. The place had an ominous feel, though he wasn't particularly afraid. The dragon had been pretty cordial, and he could not sense any ill intent, only a will to protect, to guard. Strange. It growled, requesting his attention. It had seated near a carcass that seemed not quite as ancient as the others. Its mate. Its parent. Its child. He tentatively asked in the Force, seeking understanding. The dragon replied with impressions rather than words. It didn't have its own language, though its intelligence was remarkable. There was a feeling of protection, a first roar after coming out of the egg, the burning feeling of the suns on their scales, as they hunted in the mountains, and pain, then unbearable bone-deep pain. A child then, attacked by Tuskens. He replied with understanding, and the dragon whined a bit pitifully before touching the corpse with its snout. Take. Guard. Khan marched towards the fallen dragon, unaffected by the putrid smell of decomposition, after spending hours smelling Plagueis burn, and saw something glimmer inside of the open belly. Yours. He stepped on the rotting entrails, making his way inside the dragon, until he reached the shimmering glint he saw earlier. A pearl. A greater Krayt dragon pearl. He took it and wiped it of the black decomposing matter that covered it with his cloak. The pearl was black, with a hint of brownish-red glow. It shone brightly against the twin suns, filled with power. Holding it felt right, perfect, and he knew at this instant that he had found the first part of a new lightsaber. His. Not Anakin's, not Vader's, but his in a way Kyber crystal's lightsabers never were. The dragon purred in agreement, and he felt a last bit of impressions before the creature took its leave. It would be guarding the temple, and the pearl will guard him. Khan climbed into the speeder, spreading rotting Krayt dragon flesh and sand all over the floor, then took off in another direction, towards his ship, towards Anchorhead. The experience left him at least as shaken as the absorption of Plagueis' powers. He felt drained now, and also very confused. He knew the dragons were attracted to areas strong in the dark side, and tended to keep guard around ancient Sith artifacts, but he had never heard even one tale about a Krayt dragon behaving as the Devastator had. Was it his presence, all glowing with the dark side in the aftermath of the ritual, that attracted it to him? That triggered his instincts for protection? Did the dragon think of him as some kind of walking Sith temple? The return trip seemed quick as he lost himself in his reflections. The dragon had gifted him his child's pearl, told him the pearl would guard him. Against what? Did it understand his own history with Tusken's raiders? Had it felt the ritual itself? Understood what Vader had done to Plagueis? Did it misunderstand the funeral pyre for the mourning cry of a son now alone in the world? What did it see when their minds connected that pushed him to offer such a priceless gift to a mere human? Would he ever know? He returned the speeder and convinced the guy not to overcharge him for the disgusting mess he left inside with a quick mind trick, then went back to his ship. It was unsurprisingly surrounded by dead Jawas. The little beasts probably wanted to take it apart, and the local he paid had been completely surrounded. It was good to know that the security systems were working fine. He would have hated having to call Anya for a second ship. He could only guess how tough it was for her to even get one. He barely had the time to open the ramp before he heard a loud rumble. He got inside the ship, raced toward the cockpit, and saw a Sandpula charging right at him. Criff. Khan gritted his teeth and started the launch sequence, prepping the ship for takeoff. Slow. Too slow. The Sandpula stopped and he felt the first impact on the ship. No, 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 this was not good. Jaw clenched, he calmed himself and considered his options. Getting outside again would be stupid. He should focus on defending the ship, on obliterating the Jawas from the inside. The ship had guns, but they could only be activated when flying, and the defense mechanism didn't work on long distances. As long as he was on the ground, he was his only defense. He smirked. Fine by him. He never needed anyone else anyway. He let himself glide in the Force once more, feeling the rough and gritty energy scorching his veins, still tainted by his previous actions. He bit his lip until blood came out, focusing on the pain to bend the monster roaring inside of him into a productive tool. Then, once the power was harnessed, he looked at the Jawa's vehicle, and a sickening crunch rattled his bones, making his teeth vibrate. The Sandpula shrunk and shrunk and shrunk, compressed by his immense power. He could hear the screams of the creatures, their desperate pleas for mercy, as their blood sipped through every crack of it, flowing in the sand like a macabre rainstorm. There was no mercy for those who attacked his ship. A loud beep and the sound of motors activated distracted him long enough to tame the dark side, putting it back in its cage. The ship was ready to take off. He proceeded immediately, rising through the air with his usual precision, and was about to cross the atmosphere when a strange desire pushed him in another direction. They were alive right now, alive and as well as slaves could be, and he could see them, and he could see his mother because she was still alive, and she would not recognize him, but it would not matter because she was still alive. He felt his heart clench. If she knew what he had done, she would be so disappointed. He could already see it, her amazing dark eyes filled with pain, with grief over her son lost, so long lost to the dark side. And little Anakin would cry in front of his future self, disgusted that this was his destiny, traumatized by the stench of blood and the golden eyes of Khan Vana. Luke had given his life for nothing. He had returned to the dark side like an obedient dog, weak, lost without his master. His fist clenched and he heard the darkness's syrupy voice in his ears, pleased, so pleased. Did it even matter what they thought? Weren't they the ignorant fools for dismissing the power he wielded? Didn't they deserve to die as the Jawas for the pain they caused him in the first place? He shook his head. He could never, he would never. He forced himself into some deep breaths, filling his mind with the memories of his mom, so sweet, so caring, so brave, of Luke, so pure, untainted, so kind, and of himself, innocent boy who swore he would visit each planet in the galaxy and free the slaves, free his mom. In the black durasteel of the cockpit, he saw his eyes turn blue, the yellow and grey flecks receding, barely muting the gorgeous color. Khan gritted his teeth together again, regaining full control of himself. He pushed the dark side back, kicked himself out of the murky dark waters, and drew a first breath of something better. He could hear the bird crying, singing about hope and new beginnings and balance. He shivered once, twice, and reached a stage of temporary stability. Suddenly it felt like all the fatigue accumulated during his stay caught up to him. He felt drained, exhausted, his bones aching and his brain screeching at him to let it go to sleep. He was not done, though. He steered the ship to Mos Espa, landing in a mess of sand and dust. Once the parking fee was paid, he decided for a shower, a true one this time, and removed his nasty clothes before hopping in the refresher. The water spray felt divine, soothing as the grime and blood and sweat dripped down from his tired body. He washed his tired body thoroughly with a ridiculously flowery scented soap that whoever equipped the ship saw fit to provide, probably because they were expecting someone like Anya to use it, and not a dirty Sith master covered in krayt dragon's entrails, who definitely did not enjoy smelling like some intriguing courtesan. Still, it did the job. He grabbed a fresh set of clothes, debated for a time between mask or no mask, settled for the mask after a thorough cleaning to remove the black sand out of it, and got out of his ship again to the familiar sight of Mos Espa. It was mid-morning and the town was buzzing with activity. His clean clothes and tall stature got him some looks, but the mask was intimidating enough that no street vendor tried to lead him astray. He had a purpose anyway, and the comfortable weight of the pearl in his pocket had given him a wonderful idea to sneak a peek inside his old life without being a complete creep. He would find parts for his new lightsaber. Part of him was deeply unhappy to do so at Watto's shop, but he couldn't help but recognize the action as a loop closing, as Khan finally putting behind him his distaste for his modest origins, and embracing who he was and what made him. Even if it included a rather rude slave-owning Tadarian. The saber would be one symbolizing his rebirth and the acknowledgement of his flaws. It would not be a Sith saber, there would be no bleeding or synthetic crystal. It would not be a GD saber, with an Ilum crystal and mental test to get to it. No, it would be his lightsaber, bold and unpredictable, powerful, powered by the spirit of the dragon, and forged from the shackles of his youth. It would be perfect. He knew the road by heart, of course, and felt his heart clench somewhat painfully in his chest when he passed the door and recognized the run-down shop. He paused at the counter, looking around for what he needed. He could see some power cells he could use, and an isolator from a broken Corellian IT 1800 repulsor that would add grip to his future hilt. Circuits were spread everywhere in different piles of mess. He could use some, and the spare parts he harvested from Plagueis' lightsaber would provide him with the rare emitter matrix and blade emitter. He just lacked a good hilt. Plagueis would not do, outside of the fact that he did not want to use more of his saber than was strictly necessary. The Mune had been way taller than him, and the hilt was way too long for his preference. He would have to find one here. Watto came flying around too quickly for his liking. He felt his nervosity, hidden under copious layers of pride and stubbornness. "What is your business here, off-worlder?" Khan smiled under his mask and replied in Huttese. "I am looking for parts." The Tidarian flew closer, eyes glinting with greed. "Ship's repairs?" "Not exactly." He grabbed the pieces he saw earlier and put them on the counter, not particularly concerned by the odd look Watto was giving him. He was not wrong, the parts did not fit any common design, and had little use alone. His use of Huttese had disconcerted him, and he seemed at least a bit bothered by the mask. Good. He put down some of his credits next to the parts without waiting for Watto's price, and saw the blue alien looking greedily over his decently filled pocketbook. "That's a bit low for the whole, Mandalorian. I have a last part I need, but I don't see anything fitting here. If you can find me something of interest, I will give you more. If not, I will look elsewhere," he stated coldly, voice distorted by the mask's vocoder. Watto rubbed his chin for a minute before his eyes suddenly started shining brighter. He had something. Something he believed Khan would want. What could it be? Watto had always collected weird treasures that he did not keep in the main room. Anakin had spent hours looking at the faulty weapons and extremely rare ship parts, wondering where they came from and what was their history. Sometimes they whispered to him, sharing echoes of their past, but he could not remember anything noteworthy enough for it to sway his actual self. Barney, a tiny boy, appeared. Belly 8, bowl cut, blue eyes, and round cheeks covered in engine grease. Khan felt his chest collapse on itself at the sight, flashes of past memories troubling his mind, as the child came forward to see what Watto needed. "Go pick up the thing in the back room," Watto growled. "Third cabinet from the left, the shiny one." He tossed a magnetic key card to Anakin, who caught it and ran up the stairs towards the room in question. Khan furrowed his brow, confused. Watto seemed even more smug than usual, and nearly put his hand on his shoulder. Stopping at the last moment, perhaps feeling his sheer hostility, he reconsidered and settled for flying around him, and babbling about the quality of his parts, compared to other shops in Mos Espa. Anakin came back soon, carrying what looked like a small sword with an awed look on his face. Watto pointed him toward Khan, who lowered himself slightly before grabbing the weapon from the child's hands, shivering at the contact. Anakin looked intimidated, prompting him to release a wave of reassurance in the Force, before he thanked him for his delivery. The kid smiled and his heart missed a beat. Such a pure soul with such a cruel destiny. Maybe he could try, this time, to make his life a bit easier. To support Anakin and make sure he didn't cross the line too soon. Maybe. He looked at the weapon for a split second and knew it was the right hilt. The Mandalorian vibroblade was beautiful, shimmering under the shop's lights. Beskar. Now that he had it under his eyes, a vague memory of him trying to cut into his leg with the vibroblade to remove his slave's chip emerged. It had been useless, painful, and his mom had cried. The only time Watto had whipped him. Khan caressed the glinting metal with a careful touch. "Yes, this one would do perfectly well. I take it." Watto rubbed his hands, not even bothering with hiding his greedy smile. "It would not be cheap, Mandalorian. Announce your price." They bartered for long minutes, Watto demanding, unsurprisingly, an indecent amount for the blade, but eventually came to a compromise. He paid. Watto emitted something resembling a purr that made him uncomfortable past his usual limits, and he was about to take his leave when the Tidarian ordered Anakin to help him carry the parts to his ship. That was cruel, to have the child so close to a mean of escape, knowing he could not do anything, because he would be blown to pieces before they even reached hyperspace. Khan discreetly broke a few expensive things his younger self could not be blamed for destroying in retaliation before heading out with Anakin. He was talkative, and overall quite pleasant company. How exactly did he come to lose the social skills he obviously had in abundance during his childhood? Probably the GD influence. The stoic space monks had tried their best to turn him into the perfect little Coruscanti Padawan, discouraging his open nature. Idiots. They could take Anakin out of Tatooine, but they could not take his Tatooinian roots away from him. Khan felt more than a little emotionally unhinged, probably because of his very recent deep dive into the dark side and the present company of young Arnie, and when he heard his stomach grumble beside him his heart shattered. He could not do nothing, poor child, the boy probably hadn't eaten since the previous evening. A wave of compassion washed over his mind, cleaning some of the dark stains that remained, and made him wonder. Was it really compassion, the value so dear to the GD, if he was doing something for himself, or was it selfishness at its highest level? He stopped at a stand and grabbed 2 bantha skewers, before handing one to the boy who looked at him with surprised delight. For helping me, he droned, secretly embarrassed. Anakin beamed. Thank you very much, sir. Khan smiled, knowing the child could feel it through the force, and ruffled his blonde hair. Anakin gave him a semi-irritated look, and put his locks back in place before biting gleefully into the juicy meat, clearly enjoying the treat. The skewers, especially the ones from that particular stand, had been a favorite of his in his youth, when he could still eat. Clearly, it was still the case. He used the little boy's distraction to slit his own meat under his mask quickly, and savored the unique earthy taste for himself. Yes, still a favorite, and definitely tasting better than Dash. No, absolutely not. He was not going to let his thoughts take that path. They were near the spaceport, not that far from his old house when they were interrupted. Arnie, what are you doing here? A worried voice asked. Watto asked me to help his client carry his parts to his ship, Mom. I swear I'm not in trouble this time. Khan turned and felt his breath stop for a few seconds. His mother was there. Long brown hair braided in a tight bun on her nape, kind but firm dark eyes and an amused smile at her son's words. He fought against himself so hard it felt his bones were trembling as he struggled to stay in place and not drag her into sappy and probably humid hug. She would not understand, it would scare her, it was not right. His throat was tight and his eyes burned as he recalled how broken she had been, beaten by the Tuscans, dying in his arms while professing her love one last time. He dismissed the dark memory, trying instead to engrave in his brain how she looked now, fierce and gentle and alive, so alive. Anakin had fewer qualms than he did and hugged his mom when she came in range. She noticed the skewer in his hand and frowned, concerned. Arnie, where did you get this from? She whispered, gesturing towards the food. The boy smiled proudly. Mr. Mandalorian got it for me to thank me for helping. He was so cute it melted his heart, but Shmai was now suspicious. Khan would have to head back to the ship soon. She was not his mom here, and to her, he was a creepy masked man who bought her precious son some food to convince him of Sith knows what. A threat, albeit a minor one, considering she had her youngling by her side at the moment. He saw her look carefully at his tall frame and nice clothes, trying to guess if he was a warrior or just some random rich guy from the Corps. I'm Shmai Skywalker, she said, voice firm, spine straight. A pleasure. He croaked, saved once again by his vocoder. I'm Khan. She crossed her arms over her chest, suspicion visible in her eyes again. It hurt. Thank you for the food. It is very kind of you. It's of no consequence. Your son has been quite the help. She smiled warily, unconvinced, and her distrust dug a bleeding hole in his gut. It was harsh, even if it was justified, to see her so distant from him. Trying to reassure her, he hit his distressed eye and told her the spaceport was close, and she could join them for the rest of the walk. Her unease seemed to decrease after that, and she agreed with a smile. Anakin proceeded with a complete recount of what happened in Watto's shop, before telling her that he intended to work on his podracer in the evening, to prepare for the next race. Shmai worried about him quietly, telling him to be careful, to stay safe. Khan swallowed heavily but remained silent. She was the one who should stay safe, who should be careful. He did not want to lose her, not in this timeline, not after he just got his first glance at her. They arrived at his docking pad way sooner than he wanted. He opened the ramp, hiding another sigh with the noise, and loaded the crate of parts and the blade in his ship. Little Anakin was clearly very impressed and asked with a small voice if he could have a look at the inside. Shmai was about to say no when Khan agreed with a shrug, using the Force to quickly dissimulate the 2 lightsabers that he had left in the cockpit. He remained with Shmai on the ramp while the child went exploring, smiling at his exclamations of delight when he saw something particularly interesting. "You have made his day, Mr. Khan," she said gently. "Anakin loves ships. He seems like a nice boy." She hummed in assent, and a grateful smile stretched her lips. "I'm very lucky to have him. He is like a ray of sun." Khan couldn't respond, too distraught by her words. He could feel tears forming in his eyes at his mother's kind words, and had to release an extreme amount of feelings in the Force to keep his control in place and not crumble before her. His sight blurred, throat trembling with the beginning of a sob, but he held tight, and the moment passed. Anakin appeared not so long after, out of breath after running wildly across the ship. He stopped in front of Khan and gave him a smile so bright it could make the suns feel dim. "Your ship is amazing, Mr. Khan." Open quote. "Thank you, Anakin." Shmai bowed her head and told them she and Anakin should head back, or Watto would get impatient. Anakin bid his goodbye to him, eyes sparkling with mirth. Khan was way too close to hug them both to be safe and settled for a nod to Shmai and a quick salute to Anakin, who replicated it with a laugh before taking off. Shmai gave him an apologetic look, then walked after him, reprimanding him for running in the busy streets. He looked at them a moment, then closed the ramp and went back to the cockpit, launching the starting sequence of the ship with a sigh. It felt like parting ways with ghosts, but it left him more at peace than he had been in a long time. It was a sign that he could change things, that those terrible events he endured did not have to happen. Anakin could stay a happy little boy this time around. He could keep his mom, he could stay in the light, shining like a tiny sun, and making everyone around him as happy as Shmai was when she looked at him. His heart clenched as he entered hyperspace, making the first of his jumps toward Talravin, toward a brighter future, if he played his cards well. The Zigerian slavery problem. Sometimes, like that night, it was more important to be seen in the right place with the right people to garner useful favors. She spent some time talking to her 3 other young senators on Corellia and Coruscant, radiant and radiant, with a gentle aristocratic accent that the citizens of Coruscant seemed to like. About the tax bill they were preparing the next Senate bill. Senator Ixila looked out of place. Levi invited him on Anya's recommendation, but it was clear that he wasn't completely satisfied with his luxurious suite and insatiable core world. Anya grabbed 2 flutes of bubbly wine from Aldran, joined him, and reassured him with a drink. Callum Nutt seemed relieved to see her, but was a little reluctant by the image she created in a bold burgundy dress, sleek back ponytail, and countess's cloak. I was well aware of her austere looks compared to the sheer, fragrant, flowing dresses worn by other girls in the United States. It was done on purpose. Even in her actual free time, Anya Dooku wanted to look like a respectable politician. It helped ease her concerns about her age and gender. Unfortunately, it also allowed for awkward comparisons between her and other girls, the kind of gossip she hated. "Hello, Anya." He looked surprisingly good for someone who just went off-grid for 3 consecutive days. He also appeared to be calming her from the apartment on Talravin. A mixture of disappointment and light betrayal churned in her stomach and soured her mood. Did he forget about her? "So much for the I'll call you as soon as it is done thing. I assume your trip took an interesting turn." She replied icily. He flinched, and she smiled, satisfied. She could feel a hint of guilt through their bond, the link powerful enough to allow her some impressions when they were talking even via comm. He knew he criffed up. "I eliminated Plagueis and burned the body." She raised an accusing brow. "It did not take you 3 days." "No. I had a couple of interesting adventures afterward," he said, voice laced with emotions she could not place. "Pray tell," Anya asked, intrigued despite her hurt feelings. He shared what happened with Plagueis, then the dragon, the Mary Jawa massacre, and finished with his encounter with his family on Mos Espa. She felt various emotions from him as he recounted his tale, and in the background a more intimate story took shape. He had been marked by his stay, swayed from his original plans. His encounter with Plagueis, seeing so much of his past self-unhealthy parental obsession in the Sith, had shaken him to his core, amplified by the absorption ritual he undertook afterward to stole the Master's powers. Seeing his mother and younger self had equally rattled him, even if it was in a much more positive way. He had needed some time afterward, alone with his thoughts, to compose himself again and clarify his goals. He told her of his intentions of saving his mother, of trying to be there with Anakin as he grew up at the temple. He wanted to keep the boy happy, even if it went against their original schemes of staying away as much as possible from his younger self. She wasn't particularly enthusiastic about it. It will be delicate, Khan. The Jedi might grow suspicious of you if you spend an inadequate amount of time with him, and Palpatine will notice. His jaw was clenched, and his gaze determined. He would not back down. I'm aware of the technicalities, but I also remember what it was like. He softened and continued, on you he will need to have someone there, someone who will treat him as a little boy taken away from his family, and not some sort of emotional bomb to be handled with coldness and calm. And you want Luke. You miss your child, you regret not having known about him sooner, and you think being there for Anakin will help you heal, she deduced from the tangled mass of emotions he radiated. I understand. Khan frowned, displeased at the breach of intimacy. I hate when you do that. It's true then. Partially, he admitted coldly, still rattled by her statement. Unwilling to provoke him further, she decided to switch topic for something she hoped to be a little less sensitive. I met your original father figure. I am greatly unimpressed. Khan scowled and she smirked before sipping the Gatalentan tea she had made earlier. Obi-Wan. Why would you meet with him? Qui-Gon Jinn invited me to dinner. He wanted to have news from my uncle. Obi-Wan caught him just after. Where did he take you? Didi's cafe. I think it is becoming Dex's diner soon. He smirked. Oh. It was our spot during my Padawan years. I guess Obi-Wan got the address from Qui-Gon. I would have been quite pissed if he took a girl there too. She chuckled. Come on. I'm not even of age in this body. Whatever idea he had was obviously far-fetched. It would have worked perfectly if she had not blushed like an enamored schoolgirl. He felt he flustered state through the bond, and his eyes glinted with humor. You like him, he teased. She rolled her eyes but couldn't repress a small smile. He is exceedingly nice, and I do have a thing for long-haired men. Are you going to see him again? He asked, and I want to. I was thinking of involving Uncle Yan though. It would be expected, he agreed. I don't think Sidious has his full cooperation yet. In my memories he wasn't completely brainwashed until after Qui-Gon's death, she added tentatively, unable to quiet her tongue. The thought had been plaguing her since Dantooine. Her uncle's betrayals had been the subject of long ruminations during her imprisonment, and with time she had twisted the truth of who he was into something darker, her ability to forgive him poisoned by Palpatine's words, and the long years of suffering she had endured. Seeing him, speaking with him, and getting a taste of his personality again, she couldn't help but wonder if he could still be saved. Because he had no anchor left? Khan asked, unconvinced. She nodded. He learned from his friend Sifo Dyers that Qui-Gon had identified Darth Maul as a Sith. The Council did not believe him and sent him back to Naboo without reinforcements. Palpatine had ordered the assassination of Sifo Dyers not long after to get his hands on the clone army. With his last 2 Jedi friends dead, I think he drowned. He was never the same afterward. That's when he betrayed you too. His words were harsh, and she flinched. That's when he locked me up on Sereno, yes. I think he told his master the truth a lot later, toward the end of the Clone Wars. Khan huffed, indifferent to the pain he probably didn't understand in her voice. He was getting desperate. He wanted to stay relevant. Pathetic. She lowered her gaze. We all have our flaws. Khan still held no warmth for her uncle, and she could not really blame him. It wouldn't stop her from dreaming of saving him from his dangerous journey through the dark side, even if she held little hope for his redemption. They ended the call shortly after discussing her uncle. She still had work to do regarding her Bathory mission, and Khan had classes the next day and wanted to go to sleep. She took the time to send a short holo message to Yan Dooku, informing him that her dinner with Qui-Gon went well, and that he was extending the invitation to him, if they managed to be all on Coruscant at the same time. She then went back to planning until it was too late for her to stay focused on the task at hand, and retreated to her bedroom. They would need to meet in person at some point to be able to adjust their plots to the recent changes. She would also need to finalize her current ploy to obtain a very good reason to start communicating officially with Khan, and justify hiring him after he finished school. Anya sighed and sent a request to Ford to schedule a meeting once she got back from Bathory with the Galactic Flight Academy team. They needed to move forward at faster if everything was to be ready on time. She then turned off her datapad, turned on the holodeck, and dozed off ungracefully a few minutes later. When Khan was interrupted in his silent mulling the next day, he was eating in the cafeteria and thinking about his lightsaber. The pearl was proving extremely difficult to work with. He thought it might require a specific type of emitters that he didn't have on hand. Plagueis blade emitter and the power cells just overall did not fit into any kind of design he tried to come up with. A pity, for the rest worked just fine. He had carved the isolator into a particularly nice-looking crisscross design that made the Beskar partially discovered once he welded it into one cohesive hilt. The blade hilt was the perfect size for him. He had no trouble hollowing it of components to fashion it into a lightsaber hilt, keeping the three claw-like Beskar pieces that made the guard of the blade. The blade itself he had kept with the intent of making it into something useful. At the moment it seemed pretty awesome at cutting tough meats when he was cooking. Mandela the Great would roll in his grave if he knew. Still, his creation won't produce a blade, and it was starting to annoy the crap out of him. Finding a blade emitter was tough, and if power cells were common enough, there were no certitudes that they would fit better than the Tatooinan ones, unless he managed to find suitable but far less accessible D-18 ones. Not that he was going to give up anyway. He was not pressed by time, and it was an interesting challenge. He still had his Sith saber if he really needed one ready, even if it was not really a good fit for him anymore since he was out of the suit. It was too big, too bulky, and filled to the brim with horrendous memories he did not particularly care for. It had cut Luke's hand. It was a symbol of his madness, of what Darth Vader had been. But it was also there for him to use in the meantime, and well, he was still a bit fond of the object, and very proud of making it. The battle he had to win to obtain the Kyber crystal had not been an easy one, and he had spent a great amount of time and efforts on numerous upgrades throughout the decades he used it. If he had the choice, he would probably try to upgrade the new one too to make it dual phase, a great advantage in battle and a personal preference. He was not particularly certain the pearl would mesh well with any type of crystal though, and his desire for adjustable blade length would have to wait until he could find more information about Krayt Dragon pearls. He was merrily considering designs and ways to obtain what he needed while munching without any conviction on his delicious meal when an annoying voice cut right into his splendid daydreaming. "Hey, Khan. How was your Enki break?" Khan's eyes were attracted to the noise and fell on Ailey's. Predictable. Her brown hair was done into the elaborate hairstyle she liked best, and her cheeks were already rosy from addressing him. He sighed mentally, already exhausted at the idea of having her trailing him until their next class. He needed to find a way to get rid of her. She had ruined his little technological fantasy, and he was in no mood to discuss anything. He was never really in a mood to discuss with her anyway. "It was fine," he replied icily. His tone was cold enough to make her recoil, which he appreciated. He didn't talk all that often outside of answering when a teacher asked him a question in class, and he knew that bothered most of the other students to no end, Ailey's included. From the superficial thoughts he could hear from her through the Force, she believed it was her mission to make him into an active member of the school by forcing him into being more social. She also found his blue eyes extremely distracting, if her fixation on them was as pronounced as it seemed. Unfortunately, she was also somewhat brave. "I'm so happy you had a great time. I spent it with my family in the mountains. We have a house there that we always use for the holidays. It's gorgeous with all the flowers, and we even have our own lake. I invited Flora and Garner last year during the summer break. Maybe I should also invite you. What are your plans anyway?" He had not dash. Well, he did in fact had a great time, probably not for the reasons Ailey's was fathoming though. He gave her an indifferent glance before turning back to his food. Her tone was slightly condescending and told him everything he needed to know about the young girl. Below her apparent infatuation and kind demeanor, she had no more consideration than Zhang about his supposedly humble origins, and sought to exploit his apparent lack of money and connections to get him to like her. Distantly, Khan heard the dark side whisper tender promises of crushed windpipe and flayed skin, of how beautiful her screams would be once she realized how misguided she was in her interest. He settled for a more school-like rejection, and spoke to her in the coldest voice he could manage. "They do not involve you." He rose, discarded the rest of his tray on a nearby bin, and left the cafeteria. He had nearly 2 hours left before his next class, and cared little for another interaction with his peers. Khan thought about the matter for a couple of seconds, then made his way out of the academy and towards the GD temple nearby, avoiding a screeching Ailey's who had apparently started crying. She loved pitiable displays of whatever turmoil agitated her. He wasn't surprised. The temple was silent. While it remained open at all times, it was mostly frequented in the evenings during classes. He made his way to the training room, changed quickly in the locker room in the back for the more combat-appropriate clothes he kept there, and activated a couple of training droids to be able to channel his displeasure into combat. The training sabers they used were not his favorite, but they were adequate, and in a couple of minutes, he was enjoying himself again, beating the droids without breaking a sweat, while reflecting again on his lightsaber problem. "You are truly brilliant, Khan." He turned his head and nodded to Lun Su Li, before deactivating the droids with the Force, and putting them back into their storage space. "Thank you, Master Su Li. I feel I made a lot of progress under your guidance." Complete bantha crap. Su Li was nice enough for a standard Padawan level GD, but for someone of his level he was at best annoying. He, however, was a pretty silent man, and with the numerous hours he had to spend caged in a classroom with noisy teenagers, Khan had started to truly enjoy his quiet company, and complete disregard of the current GD code. Su Li smiled humbly. "You are a rising star in this modest temple, Khan. Your talent is natural. I have very little to do with your brilliance." At least he wasn't the only one aware of the truth. Still, it wasn't like him to praise Khan without an afterthought. "You're unusually talkative, Master Su Li. Is there something you wanted to tell me?" "Actually, it is more of a favor I want to ask of you." His eyes glinted with amusement at being caught. "The younglings look up to you a lot, and I was wondering if you would consider tutoring them in lightsaber training." Khan considered it for a few moments. Despite his admittedly traumatic last experience with the Coruscanti's initiates, he didn't mind the younglings as much as he did the older students who overall disliked him for being superior to them in every way possible. It would be good practice if he truly intended to become a part of his younger self's life later on. He was also pretty. This was one of the steps required to actually graduate from the temple as a GD Knight, which would be an added benefit. He would just have to endure noisy children a couple of times a week. Not that big of a deal. He had managed the Imperial fleet for years, and the average officer was 10 times worse and more entitled than the standard child. His choice was made. "If you need my help, you have it." "Perfect." Su Li smiled. "I'll plan the first session and come back to you." "You are still coming every Thursday?" Khan nodded. "Yes, Thursday will be adequate." "Thank you, Khan. Don't forget your afternoon classes," he said, fondness obvious in his tone. "I'll head out soon, Master." The GD nodded and took his leave, smiling at him with a mixture of kindness and pride. Lun Su Li had taken liking to him, and was always happy to tutor him privately, when he proved himself way above the material taught during the evening classes, which was happening increasingly often. For all his flaws, he was quite knowledgeable in mostly useless techniques long forgotten by the Coruscanti order, and took great pleasure in seeing Khan succeed flawlessly at every new exercise he threw at him. He put back the saber in the box they were kept in, and made a mental note of bringing up the lightsaber topic with Su Li, maybe as a reward for helping with the younglings. In a much lighter mood at the idea of getting his hands on DATM power cells and a decent blade emitter without having to resort to calling Anya for help, he headed straight for the sonic showers and washed quickly before putting on his academy uniform on again, and giving his training outfit to the cleaning droid that washed it in between uses, and always put it back in his locker neatly folded. His anger had receded to a comfortable level at this point, and he was very ready to spend his afternoon classes in studious silence, focused on his classes, his lightsaber, and eventually how he was going to go about teaching the younglings at the temple. After a short walk into town, he was at the academy again and decided to go straight for his classroom. Once there, he sat without even looking at the other students, and got his datapad out of his bag, checking quickly his holomails before the class started. Anya had written to him. He smiled internally, pleased, and opened the mail. She was telling him she was trying to organize their first official meeting for the upcoming summer break, and that he could keep the ship for his personal use. She had apparently taken care of all the paperwork to make it his ship, bought with his money and resting in his rented hangar on Alasia's spaceport. Anya herself was leaving for Bathory in a few days, and would probably not have easy access to untraceable communication means until she was back on Coruscant. She told him that she would contact him again to schedule their next comm call later this month, and wished him a good week. Efficient, to the point, and helpful. He replied quickly, thanking her for the ship and wishing her a pleasant mission on Bathory, before he closed the holomail app and opened his advanced algebra class file. Anya swore a couple of curses in her tease she had learned from Vader when she realized what was happening to her yacht. Her trip to Bathory had been overall a great success, and Sereno was slowly but surely earning in the Senate the galactic influence Anya and her uncle wanted the planet to have. Anya herself was gaining more and more traction, slipping seemingly effortlessly into her future senator role. It took patience, hours of hard work, a healthy amount of behind-licking for the right persons, and attending a ton of social events she hated passionately, leaving her drained and exhausted most days, but it was working. Her reputation was flawless, her firm kindness noticed, and the couple of relief missions she had assisted or planned contributed largely to her overall growing popularity in the Senate. As a result, her pet project for the Flight Academy had also made nice progress. Politicians and sponsors alike were starting to show some real interest, and it felt a lot more fleshed out now, concrete. Plus, she had been in a rather jovial mood earlier that day. She had been on her way back to Coruscant from a short trip to Sereno to visit her uncle. He had been happy to see her, from what she could tell, and even managed to coerce her into training a bit with him before she had to head back again. He promised that he would try to visit soon, and would try his best to meet with Qui-Gon, and he had awkwardly hugged her before she left. She had been understandably ecstatic. Sereno had been beautiful as always, all covered in the bright colors of late spring, the pine forest smelling deliciously strong under the warm sun, and she had enjoyed a few outings in the woods with her father male when she wasn't stuck in whatever meeting required her presence. She should have known it wasn't going to last that long. Ford was beside her, looking completely out of his league and terrified. He was grasping a blaster with trembling hands, and seemed ready to pass out at the first sign of a battle. Useless, too bad. Anya had her lightsaber on her belt, courtesy of her required long hours of training with Dooku Sr., unlit and hidden by the travel cloak she was wearing. If needed, she had a lethal weapon at her disposal. She just hoped she would not have to use it. They had been stupidly captured by pirates, their ship caught in a tractor beam, after the usual refuel stop in between the two last hyperspace jumps on the way back to the core worlds. The pirates in question, if they were really pirates, had not yet boarded their ship, but judging by the voices she could hear getting closer, it would not be long before they entered and discovered the lame crew. Anya, Ford, and Gregor, the Serenian chauffeur that also served as her pilot when she was traveling. The pilot was still in the cockpit. Anya had ordered him to be ready for takeoff as soon as the issue was solved. Which, in all honesty, was not going to happen anytime soon without at least some sort of adventurous development. To avoid stressing Ford even further, she had politely refrained from mentioning anything about the ominous feeling she got from the Force. It moved around her, a tad uneasy, a tad playful, but mostly solemn. Something was going to happen, it would have to. Anya wasn't sure if she was ready for what the higher power had in store for her this time. She repressed a groan hearing her assistant whimper pitifully, and tried to get back to her planning session. First of all, she needed to get Ford somewhere where he could not see whatever crap she would have to pull to get them out of the situation. Once that was done, she would try to negotiate with them, and if that failed, well, despite her reluctance to fight, she had been trained by one of the best duelists of the Jedi Order. A bloodless annihilation would be fitting, even if she loathed it. As long as they stayed alive and didn't witness anything they weren't supposed to, it could all be over quite soon. Ford, I want you to hide in the storage compartments underneath the captain's cabin. Only come out when I tell you to. Mute your comm unit and don't make noise, she asked in a calm voice, careful to hide her agitation. What are you planning, Countess? We don't even know how many they are, it could be extremely dangerous. Ford replied, panicked. She put a hand on his arm and tried to send calming waves his way. I know, Ford, but I'm the only one trained in combat, and also the only prisoner of value. They probably won't kill me straight off, and I have the best chance of defeating them. Go. The small man gave a worried look, but he was a coward first and foremost, and he didn't wait long before disappearing in the ship's main corridor, leaving her alone. With her pilot in the cockpit and Ford hidden in the captain's cabin, she had everyone in place. Good, now, she needed to get the pirates to let them go. Hopefully, she would not have to do anything too drastic, but in the worst-case scenario, she could use her powers without risking being discovered by her crew. Anya repressed a shiver. She did not particularly enjoy the idea, far from it actually. Her stomach was churning with apprehension and sheer fear, and she was well aware a good part of it was directed towards herself and not the pirates. Even though she doubted the ripple in the Force would alert anyone with the high concentration of living Force users in this timeline, she was very unsure of what it would do to her. She knew instinctively that she had lost many things during their comeback. Some she had willingly sacrificed to be able to create a fully fledged body for Vader, some that she had not. Her powers had always been cruel, demanding harsh payments for each use. Tiny chunks of herself she had to give up to wield the chaos it created, and this had been by far her most ambitious feat. She had been affected, that was for sure. She was convinced she could never repeat the feat, ever. It took too much, her entire life would not be sufficient to exchange for another large jump in the past. Still, it didn't mean that her complete set of abilities were null now. She had felt the power rising just below her fingertips numerous times by now, tingling against her nerves with quiet demands to be used against her foes. She could feel the force at all times, eager to please, always her ally. If the situation turned ugly, she would have to trust using her gift wouldn't demand too much of her in return. Anya sat at the main quarters table, nearly in front of the still-closed ramp, and opened herself to the force, inspecting the sentience around her. The ship seemed medium-sized, not as big as she had feared, and from what she could tell there were around 30 crew members on board, including 3 very near the ship. The welcoming committee. If she wanted her ship to be able to flee, she had to find the tractor beam and disable it, and pray all the gods of the galaxy that in the meantime no one tinkered with her ship, found out about Ford and Gregor, or figured out what she was doing. The probabilities of everything going well were atrociously low. They knew people were there, of course. Yachts tended to carry wealthy passengers, which was why they had been targeted in the first place, so infiltration would most likely not work. Her best shot might actually be to let herself be captured and ransomed. They would probably lead her to the leader to figure out what to do with her. The highest concentration of pirates would be there, and if she incapacitated all of them she would have a good shot at deactivating the tractor beam. She would then have to go back to the ship and flee fast enough for the rest of the crew not to go after them. The ramp opened. Well, what do we have here? Someone said in a mocking tone. 3. As she saw in the Force, a blue-skinned Rhodian, a stocky blonde man and a tall Ithorian with a mean look in his eyes. He was the one who spoke, standing in the center. They all had blasters drawn and from what she could feel their intentions were unclear, which sucked. It meant they were disorganized, but prone to be unpredictable. She stood up and put her hands up, trying to look as non-threatening as she could. It wasn't that hard, she was still a teenager after all. She saw the blonde man's gaze travel on her body, lingering on the curves she knew to be moderately engaging, taking in her tall form, long white blonde hair, and pretty face still soft from the roundness of childhood. She saw his jaw clench, his nostrils flare, and she knew that if her plan did not work she was in for a really bad time. Criff. She swallowed nervously, her saliva tasting like fear, and felt her pulse quicken as rancid terror spread through her veins like a violent infection. She wasn't so confident anymore. The Ithorian spoke. Are you traveling alone, little lady? I am. On such a pretty ship too, it really isn't safe. Maybe we should escort you. Where were you going? He asked with a vicious smile. Coruscant, she replied curtly, trying to keep her voice from trembling. Well, my lady, we'll take you to the captain, ask him to change course. Come. The Rhodian took one of her arm, the human took the other, and they followed the Ithorian inside the ship. Anya took the time to commit the road to her memory and identify the possible route to the tractor beam module, while they dragged her to lavish living quarters decorated with furs and hunting trophies of all sorts, until they reached a bigger room with a small stage where a heavily ornate gold throne was placed. A Twi'lek male was lounging on it, one leg on the right armrest, watching them come in with an expression of calculated boredom. He was muscular, with pale green skin and richly embroidered clothes. His legs were tattooed, the tips hidden by pointy gold blades that looked too impractical to fight with. All around him a dozen pirates were seated, a made-up court for a made-up king. They whispered when she entered, all malevolent smiles and mean gazes, before the Twi'lek held his hand, silencing everyone. Good catch, he purred, stretching his form on the throne as he turned his torso to face them. Thank you, boss. The Rhodian replied, obviously proud of his king's recognition. The Twi'lek gestured towards her, teeth glinting dangerously under the dim lights. Does she have a name? The Ithorian pushed her forward and she allowed herself to trip a little, simulating weakness. Her brain was working at maximum speed to find solutions, but the only thing that kept coming back was that this looked bad, and she was so screwed. Maybe she could drop her title. It certainly worked on Coruscant. I am Countess Anya Dooku of House Sereno, she stated, trying to appear as confident as possible. Her voice was trembling, and her hands were shaking. She probably wasn't convincing anyone. At least she still had the lightsaber. Royalty. Well, Countess Anya, on this ship I am the only king, and if you have nothing better than your name, you have no use to me. He smiled, a fierce, hungry grin that told her everything she needed to know about her potential fate. It also triggered that little arrogant part of her that was extremely vexed not to be treated with the respect that she was due. That was not her most intelligent trait, unfortunately. I don't negotiate with pirates, she replied haughtily. His smile turned downright cruel, and she felt the 3 sentients around her tense at her words. Then by word of King Rhea, you will lose your life. Nemu, take her to a cell. Karam, Darren, inspect her ship. Dainty little ladies like her are never alone. The crowd whispered again. She heard words of torture and turns and public execution. She kept herself looking calm, unbothered, but she felt her insides freeze further in anxiety. What if she could not pull this off? She was betting her life on powers she hadn't tried to use in combat for years, powers that she had trouble controlling in her youth. And outside of her own life, she was also putting the lives of Fod and Gregor at risk. If she failed, she would let them down. If she failed, they would die. And of course she had to behave like the stupid stuck-up princess who refused to negotiate, who refused to talk, because she was too proud, and she was offended, and she hated those scums. It was going to be a bloodbath, and she would have to make every kill count. Nemu, the mean Ithorian, approached to grab her arm and take her out of the room. Anya stilled, opened herself to the force as much as she could and saw all the threads in the room, bright ropes of energy connected by their goal on the ship and their shared experiences. She was foreign in the midst, only 4 flimsy threads connecting her to the 4 people she had interacted with in the room, the 2 stronger threads connecting her to Fod and Gregor stretched and uneasy, clear of all others. She focused, centering her breath, gathering energy from the force and molding it to her particular needs, then pulled. The effects were clearly not as great as they would have been before her return to the past, when she could sustain the full potential of the technique, but it was enough. Some pirates were already dead, others had aged drastically, and were thoroughly disconcerted by the experience. She wasted no time watching the strangely deformed bodies and turned on her lightsaber. The disoriented pirates offered little resistance, she had expected as much. She sliced and cut and saw and slashed, and they all fell like flies. Darren, the human male that had been so happy to put his grabby little paws on her earlier during the walk from the ship to the throne room, had died with a terrified look on his face. They all had. Their screams of panic were tearing her soul apart, but she had started something, and now she needed to finish it. She did not treat the king with any more regard than his men. Please, please, Countess, I will give you everything I have, please let me live. Rhea tried to negotiate, his old throat making his voice raspy. His muscles were gone, skin saggy and wrinkly, Leku twitching in terror around blades he couldn't lift anymore. Anya raised a brow. As I stated, I don't negotiate with pirates, she replied, her voice laced with contempt. She cut off his head, spraying herself with blood. They were 34 sentients on this ship including her and her crew. She had just killed 17. The backlash would not be pretty, but she didn't have the time to ponder on that. She fled out of the room, her intent clear in the force, the lit green blade making her eyes shone with deadly promises. She ran towards what she thought was the tractor beam module. The force pulled her there, whispering about escapes and crew habits and danger. It told her that nothing was over, that she had to hurry, for the trick only worked once, and the pirates were trained in combat. Anya was objectively not a master in technologies, but she didn't have to understand the mechanics of the tractor beam to destroy it, and she had a laser sword. The force sank there, and she struck, the metals and plastics melting under her blade, the scent atrocious. An alarm bled. She fled. Her lungs were burning, the metal corridors seemingly endless. She wasn't running fast enough, not fast enough, she was going to get caught. Her heart was beating loudly, the force screaming now, telling her to go far, far away as quick as she could. Anya ran faster, she tried, her boots sliding over the tiled floor, sweat perling on her forehead. She tripped in a particularly harsh turn and fell on the ground, twisting her ankle and wrist when she caught herself. The pain was not blinding, but it still hurt, and she wanted to cry. She had just killed 17 of them, and there were 17 more, and she didn't feel strong enough to face whatever they had in store for her, if they captured her for real. She tried to rise, failed, and the pain and panic and raw fear was strong to make her throw up her lunch on the polished grey tiles. Trying to breathe and feeling tears running down her cheeks, she tried again, grunting, and managed to pull herself back on her feet. Steeling herself, she resumed her running, the pain stabbing her ankle a tiny bit more strongly each time she put any weight on her foot. She was nearly in the hangar again when something grabbed her arm, yanking her in another corridor. Not so fast, witch. Anya felt like her heart was about to explode, panic flooding her veins. They were two, and they looked mean, and they had blasters, safety off, trained on her point blank. If she tried to move, she would get shot. She swallowed harshly, panting. If they captured her and realized she had slaughtered their comrades, her fate would be dire. She had to do something to escape. She was going to die if she did nothing. Was it worth getting shot? It was. She activated her lightsaber again and stroke, screaming in pain as the blasters shoot her, one in the stomach, the other in the arm. Still, she pushed through, cleaving their heads from their bodies, and ran away, leaving a heavy trail of blood behind her. Hers, this time. She finally made her way to the ship, each step difficult, the pain unbearable, her body screaming at her to stop, to rest, to sleep. Her limbs felt cold and numb, the injury in her stomach pulsating in agony with each move she made, but she kept her legs going, and called for Ford and Gregor once she was inside. She turned off the saber once they arrived and fell, unable to stay up any longer. She just had the time to tell them she had deactivated the tractor beam before losing consciousness. When she opened her eyes again, she was in a medbay. Anya tried to sit down, but the newly repaired wound on her stomach protested, sending a jolt of pain in her system that made her groan. Immediately she was faced with a visibly anxious Ford, and gave him a weak smile. "Countess Anya, you should not move, you've been wounded, and they didn't have a back to tank." She was about to ask who were they when he left suddenly. "Coward." A good minute later the medbay's door opened, and Qui-Gon Jinn stepped in, alone, looking as calm as usual, with maybe a sliver of worry in his gorgeous blue eyes. If she had been in better shape she would have blushed under his intense look, but as it was she was in pain and disgusting, and so her cheeks remained pale and her gaze unfazed. Her scalp was itchy, her usually well-kept mane dirtied by dried blood, and matted around her head like a halo of grime. Her top, vest, and cloak had been removed to allow the med droid to treat her wound, and her arm and abdomen were bandaged. To preserve her modesty she had been put in a medical robe, a green fashion disaster she would have never worn outside of sheer necessity. Still, despite her dire need for a shower and the aching wounds covered by Bacta patches, the situation was not so bad. They had escaped the pirates, clearly, and she was alive. Victory tasted sweet, if she was careful enough not to remember how their flesh had sang as she cut through it, how their screams had rung with no one around to hear them. She hated killing, it was unnatural, wrong, and she took no pleasure in it. Taking a life that was meant to go on had a cost, and one she loathed to pay. Later on, if they left her alone for a sufficient amount of time, she would cry. Later on, once she would be truly alone in her apartment in Coruscant, she would close the blinds, lit candles on her altar, and put offerings in a traditional Serenian ceramic plate. She would then open herself to the Force and mourn the loss of the 19 lives she had cut short, and thank the Force for giving her the strength to keep herself alive. "Anya, how are you feeling?" he asked gently. Qui-Gon seemed concerned now, which made sense. She had phased out for at least 5 minutes looking at him blankly, barely blinking. She must have looked crazy, unhinged. She had just murdered 19 people in cold blood. Did he know? "Fine enough," she replied laconically. "How come you are here?" "Your pilot Gregor called for help, we were the closest and offered to bring you back. Your ship is docked here." She managed a small smile. "Thank you, Qui-Gon. Is my uncle aware of the situation?" "Ford told him earlier, he asked that you calm him whenever you feel better." Anya nodded. She did not know what his reaction was going to be. They were closer this time around, they understood each other more. Past time Dooku would be proud of her little murder spree, it would comfort him in his decision to push her towards the dark side slowly but surely. Now, it was tough to say, but she doubted he would be particularly overjoyed that she went against the pirates alone. It would have been easier if Khan was there, but he wasn't, and relying on his power would just make her lazy. She had made decisions on that ship, and she needed to defend them now. Her choices had not been bad choices, except perhaps Dash. Yes, except perhaps the decision she took to refuse all negotiation. But Uncle Yan did not have to know about that, and the GD certainly didn't need to know either. It was incriminating enough that she was a trained Force sensitive not belonging to the Order and killing people with a lightsaber. She would not go overboard and confess that she did it without even trying to talk them out of it, because she considered them lowly scums. She cleared her throat, embarrassed. "I will need to clean up, then I can calm him." "You are not supposed to stand yet, not with your stomach wound," he chastised gently. Was he suggesting Dash? Anya blushed this time, but Qui-Gon just smiled and went to gather a towel, a sponge, a comb and warm water, before sitting himself next to her bed. He spent long minutes removing the blood and grime from her hair and face with tactful gestures, as soft and efficient as he could be. Anya spent those same minutes staring at the ceiling, mortified and a bit sad. She hated being touched, and despite Qui-Gon's gentleness, the experience was far from pleasant for her. It didn't help her either to know that the Naboo invasion was coming in a bit more than a year now. It was incredibly depressing to think that one of her firstborns here was going to die during the conflict, and that she planned to let it happen. Once approximately presentable, he put pillows behind her back and helped her sit up a bit straighter before sitting back next to her while the comm unit rang. Away from his touch and now able to think logically again, she was filled with warmth by his kind gestures and obvious compassion for her wounds. Qui-Gon was genuinely so nice it hurt. Yan Dooku picked up right away. His brows were furrowed, his face stern, and he looked just as pissed as Qui-Gon was calm, which said a lot. When he saw her, though, his demeanor softened, his shoulders sagging slightly in relief. Anya, I'm glad to see you awake, if unharmed. She went for a contrite smile. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Yan. I'm sure I will be healed in no time. His face sharpened. What happened? No time for niceties, then. He hadn't even seemed to notice Qui-Gon at her side, and had clasped his hands together over his abdomen, in a gesture she knew to be indicative of his impatience with her. He wanted the truth, and fast. She took a sip of water to soothe her parched throat, and replied as serenely as she could. We were trapped by a pirate's ship. They had a tractor beam. I wanted Gregor to be ready to leave as soon as possible, and I was the only prisoner of value. Ford would have been killed in the fray. I let them capture me in hopes of negotiating. They took me to the leader, and did not check for weapons. He wasn't willing to hear me out, and decided to let some of his men have their way while others would inspect the ship. He said once they were all done they could execute me. I couldn't let them leave the room and go back to the ship, so I used the force to push them against the wall, and I killed the ones still alive with my blade. I disabled the tractor beam, but I was already tired from fighting earlier, and 2 pirates surprised me with blasters. I knew once they would find out about the others, they would kill me, so I chose to attack knowing I would get shot. I went back to the ship, and that's all I remember. Dooku looked conflicted, half proud of her and half disapproving of her actions. He stayed silent while Qui-Gon spoke. It matches with what Ford and Gregor told us, and the ship's computer history. Do you know how many pirates were there? He asked, his tone professional. 34, 19 I killed, she whispered, remembering their terrorized faces. She shuddered and saw her uncle's jaw clench. Again pride and disapproval seemed to war for his final thoughts, without one clearly winning. She felt a surge of worry from Qui-Gon beside her, quickly washed away in the Force. Was he worried that she killed 19 people, or worried that she knew the exact number? I will have to make a report to the council, since the incident involved a Force sensitive. She acted in self-defense and protected her crew, her uncle thundered, brows furrowed in a displeased frown. And I will make sure the council understands that, Master, Qui-Gon retorted, placating him. Yan Dooku seemed a tiny bit relieved to hear that Qui-Gon was on her side, and nodded. He took another undecipherable look at Anya, but he did not see fit to say more, even though she could tell she would be due for another much more confrontational conversation later on, in private. Thank you, Qui-Gon, I appreciate. I'll travel to Coruscant as soon as possible, of course. In the meantime, can I entrust her to you? He asked, prompting her to frown in turn. She wasn't a houseplant, she could take care of herself. The GD nodded. Yes, Master. Then I leave you to it. Rest well, Anya, we'll discuss the incident again when I arrive, he concluded sternly. He then cut the connection, and Anya sighed softly. Was it weird that she was almost looking forward to it? He was going to unleash his coldest blizzard of anger and disappointment on her, making her feel like she was a child caught doing something particularly naughty again. She used to despise it, it awakened her ire like nothing else, and she would go to incredible lengths to defy his authority, usually proving him right. But now it just felt like he cared, and she found it very endearing. Qui-Gon rose and gathered the comm unit from the bed. He looked vaguely conflicted, and she guessed half of him wanted to reassure her, and the rest was afraid both of jeopardizing their developing connection, and of barging in her relationship with her uncle, with words that could be misinterpreted. She relieved him of the responsibility. He barks but won't bite, Qui-Gon. She smiled, her tone amused. It is his way of showing his affection. He returned her smile. You seem to understand him well. I hope so. There was something in his eyes that told her that he hoped so too, but she knew that he had been disappointed before, and that he would not voice the words. He made sure she was comfortable enough to rest and took his leave, probably to do his report to the council and see his apprentice. Anya drifted off quite fast after his departure. The discussions had exhausted her, and her wounds were tender at best. She had a last thought about Khan's reaction, and decided it was something to worry about another day. Troubling, her use of the Force was. Qui-Gon Jinn agreed. When they had caught the Serenian ship they were already too far from the pirates' ship to investigate properly what had really happened, but Anya seemed to tell the truth, and her 2 crew members had projected a very graphic vision when he had asked for their retelling of the incident. He could see it himself through the eyes, the image so powerful it was ingrained in their mind. Anya walking down the ramp, covered head to toe in blood and gore, green eyes glinting with gold, feral, and her blade still lit. She had turned off the green lightsaber, told them they could go, and collapsed. Yoda's concerns were understandable, but his old master was right, it was self-defense. She is not sworn under the order and acted purely in self-defense. We have no jurisdiction to punish her, he stated calmly, staying as neutral as he could. The pirates won't retaliate officially either, Mace Windu added. Qui-Gon glanced at the other master. Would that influence their decision positively or negatively? It was always difficult to tell where Windu stood on those matters, especially for Qui-Gon Jinn, since their thought processes were drastically different. She seems affected. She knows the exact number of pirates she cut down. I believe it was not her first intention to kill. Yoda hummed ominously, which could really mean anything, in Qui-Gon's experience. Then his ears twitched. He must have reached a conclusion. Surprisingly, Mace was the one who spoke first. Count Dooku won't accept to leave her unprotected after what happened. She will keep the saber. The Grand Master looked straight at Qui-Gon, his expression slightly displeased by Mace's words. Take her to the temple, you should. Medical assistance, the Order will provide, and they would also have some time to assess her potential level of dangerousness. Clever, if a tad devious. Qui-Gon was not particularly fond of the idea. Still, he nodded and the call ended. Obi-Wan was fidgeting next to him. His dear Padawan had kept his calm during the meeting with the council, as was expected of him, but he visibly had something to say about the whole situation. Considering his initial thoughts on Anya, probably something not very nice. Why are you defending her? He asked, his face staying neutral while the Force around him bristled with feelings of incomprehension and betrayal. Jealousy. Not his best trait, he would have to keep it in check if he wanted to be knighted. Obi-Wan had never truly overcame his initial rejection and his difficult initiate years. He had just pushed everything so far inside of his mind that it didn't appear anymore until something triggered his insecurities and made it all come back. Qui-Gon would have helped more, but this was Obi-Wan's trial to rise above his mortal conception of strength and power and realize he didn't needed a high midi-chlorians count or any master's approval to be the amazing Jedi Qui-Gon could see in him. In a sense, telling him he was worthy would push him 2 steps back on his journey. The Force had entrusted him with abilities most people lacked. It was his duty as a Jedi to trust the high power in return and detach himself from his expectations. Obi-Wan had precisely what he needed to walk his own path and would know precisely when to use it, guided by the will of the Force. It was not, however, the matter at hand. She made a tough decision in a tough situation. His Padawan narrowed his eyes. She chose violence. She did, and it was wrong. She was also a sheltered young princess with deadly training that had found herself in a dire situation, with little hope for her immediate future, outside of using lethal force. She swore no oath to the Order. We should not judge her like we would another Jedi. You're fond of her, Master Obi-Wan chastised. You should not let your affection for Master Dooku blind you. Was Qui-Gon blind? Anya was a kind girl, he had known that since he first laid his eyes on her. She had a tough exterior, a stiff sharpness that seemed to be familial, but something in her eyes, something in the Force around her, told him she was a gentle soul, a peace seeker. He flinched when he remembered the vision of Anya covered in blood. The immediate threat on her life had pushed her fighting instincts to come out. She was a politician, but she had been trained as a Force user by Dooku, and against non-sensitive people, well, they had stood no chance. The Jedi would have tried to negotiate or incapacitate them, only killing when no other choices were available, but Anya had never been an initiate or a Padawan. She hadn't been raised with their ideals in mind. Yandoku had been ruthless before, he knew that, and he doubted he spent much time on teaching her niece compassion and understanding. He would have killed them too. You should not let dislike taint your words, Obi-Wan. It doesn't suit you. Obi-Wan bristled, visibly this time, at his jab, and gave him an embarrassed look before storming off the room. Qui-Gon soon got out too and passed by the medbay on his road to his quarter. Anya was sleeping on her back, hair spread in a platinum halo around her serene face, looking much more at ease than she had before. He sighed, his Padawan was not completely wrong. Anya was not particularly impressed with the Jedi Temple. Of course, her confinement here for years before Palpatine dropped her off on Biss did nothing to help her develop positive feelings about the place. Method. A kind of arrogance she personally despised, self-righteous arrogance. The Jedi there were convinced that the use of the Force was the only correct one, and that anything else was a maverick, a fool, or an enemy. She was glad she hadn't mentioned the most frowned upon part of her personal practice when the mind healer who performed her mental evaluation had asked her about her use of the Force. It was already bad enough that she was trained outside of the temple. They would have lost it if they knew the altar, the candles, and the offerings, the chants and the celebrations she held secretly, the maze of lifelines in her mind eye whose knots and splits helped her discern possibilities. The pirate hadn't been wrong. In a lot of ways she had been educated more as a witch than a Jedi. The power she wielded was unknown to them, forgotten, its secrets kept in dusty flimsy books and holocrons that spoke in ancient languages, the knowledge discarded ages ago when it was deemed either useless or dangerous by the Force users of that time. Palpatine had dug deep for those texts, unearthing them from old temples and secret archives, then forced her to study the languages and read and listen and learn everything they had to teach her. She felt a bit of glee thinking that his little obsession over her powers had given her exactly what she needed to come back further to the past than he ever hypothesized was possible, and destroy him before he could destroy everything this time, and led her toward a spiritual vision and practice of the Force he would have personally despised. Still, she could not let herself go, not there. The Jedi were watching, stoic and curious. She could feel their stares in the halls of healing. She was never truly alone there. Qui-Gon had told her that after hearing the mind healer's report, the council had decided to let the incident go without investigating any more. She had repressed a snort, for she knew very well there was little they could do. She had not used the dark side of the Force in a way they could detect. It was self-defense. No one had pressed charges, and there were no rules stating that the usage of the Force and of lightsabers was restricted to the Jedi Order's Force sensitives. They had evaluated her Force signature and how the incident had impacted her mentally, and that was it. Qui-Gon had stayed true to the word he had given her uncle. He stayed with her quite a bit, taking her on little tours, showing her his rock collection, and discussing interesting Force theories. He was great company, but with each day that passed her comm unit burned more and more in her pocket, reminding her that Khan and their plans were waiting. She still had access to her datapad and had quickly picked up on her workload again, but she could feel the Jedi's disapproval, and it felt rude to work when he was with her. She was exchanging by holomails with the Corellian, Talaravinian and Axelan representatives involved in the Flight Academy project, about a first test this summer for students of their academies before implementation on a wider scale in the coming years, when Qui-Gon came that morning. He was chatting amicably with Master Yoda and her uncle, and tossed her an unimpressed look when he saw she was on the datapad again. She sent her last mail and shut down the object, laying it next to her on her bed. Her wounds were healed for a couple of days now, and she was not feeling particularly tired anymore. Her presence in the halls of healing was unwarranted at this point, so she did not particularly care about his opinion. Yandoku smiled when he saw her and she stood up to greet him. "Anya, I'm pleased to find you well." She smiled at the warmth she could read in his eyes, as they clasped their right forearms together, thumb, index and middle finger extended, other fingers bent, and leaned until their shoulders brushed in the traditional Serenian royal salute. In a less formal setting, she would have gone for a hug, probably, but the salute was detailed enough to convey their feelings, and the shoulder brush was usually reserved for siblings or parents and children with a really close bond. To her best knowledge Genza, her mother, had taught it to her uncle Yan, and used it with her own mother Anya, from who she got her name from. She never did with her grandfather, Gora, or with Ramel, her other uncle. She collected her thoughts and let her thumb brush his palm as she withdrew, letting him know she was sorry about causing him trouble. He pressed her index, accepting her apology. Qui-Gon looked intrigued at the exchange. Yoda's ears were raised a tad higher than usual, his eyes unreadable. Master Dooku will bring you home, Anya, Qui-Gon said, his soft deep voice warming her like a cup of excellent tea on a rainy day. She lowered her eyes, embarrassed at the thought. Thank you for your care, Master Qui-Gon, Master Yoda, she replied, trying to maintain a professional tone. I am grateful for your help and support. They both nodded, then Yoda wished her the best, greeted them, and left shortly afterward. Was he uncomfortable around his previous Padawan? Or simply busy and uninterested in their company? In either case, she wasn't complaining. Reading him was a pain, and she never knew if she was giving herself away or displeasing him when in his company. Anya collected her things quickly and followed both Qui-Gon and Dooku outside. Feeling the sun on her skin felt nice, and she could not repress a smile. In a very strange way, she felt free, now that she was out of the temple. The distant sensation of being watched faded and a quiet warm relief took its place in her gut. She wondered, however, why Qui-Gon hadn't left them yet. Qui-Gon suggested tea, Dooku explained, either catching her fleeting thought or her curious expression. She hoped for the latter. Would you prefer your suite or my apartment? I have an excellent Gatalenton brew, she said, hated herself as soon as the words left her lips for offering her own place. Then the apartment will do. My suite is still being prepared, I just arrived. She made a quick mental check, but there should not be anything incriminating in the apartment apart from Khan's drawing in the vault, and it would be the epitome of rudeness for guests to check its contents. It was safe. They took off in Qui-Gon's speeder and landed on her private pad a few minutes later. She was overwhelmed for a minute with the feeling of being home for the first time in weeks, but stilled herself and opened the door to her guests, inviting them to wait in the living room while she prepared the tea. She had taken it upon herself to redecorate the apartment to her personal taste with things she found during her frequent travels to exotic planets or purchased on the HoloNet, sometimes for indigent prices. The overall color scheme still verged on mostly neutrals with touches of greens, mainly due to the numerous plants she had ordered installed near the large windows and the balconies, but the overall composition still felt a lot warmer and homey than the original layout of the place. When she came back, her uncle was looking at a marble sculpture of Sarah and Amos, the legendary Serenian lovers and main protagonists of her favorite story since she was a small child. The piece was artfully disposed to not stand in the way and catch the afternoon light perfectly, tainting Sarah's hair with molten golds and reds each sunset. She smiled and put the tray with the teapot and the cups on the large glass table placed in the center of the square conversation pit, surrounded on all four sides by comfortable sofas, and sitting directly under her holotv. The noise shook Qui-Gon from the tapestry depicting a greater great dragon roaring under the rising three moons that hanged behind the pit and matched the large rug with golden threads and intricate patterns that covered its floor. The crate tapestry was honestly ad tacky, but it was still incredibly detailed and beautiful, the degree of craftsmanship exceptional, and it reminded her of Khan, which made it one of her favorite pieces of her little collection. She and Khan were scheduled to call each other in the evening. After dinner, she had sent him an holomail earlier, and he had replied instantly. He was aware of the situation, of course. She had updated him as soon as she could, because she knew he must have felt something from the bond, and that he hated being kept from the information. She was a bit ashamed to admit that she missed speaking to him, and was looking forward to their little talk. Qui-Gon and her uncle had started discussing anecdotes from their shared past, a similar look of comfortable familiarity painted on their faces. They were happy to be with each other again, she could see it in their soft looks and tiny smiles. The Force sang lazily around them, purring like a satisfied loth cat after a pleasant meal. Anya smiled as well, sipping her tea while listening to the wild tales Qui-Gon painted, endlessly corrected by his much more reasonable former master. And then the Gundark chased us away from its young ones across the caves, and we ended up having to hide in an underground lake to hide our scents. I had never seen Master Dooku with his hair this undone before, Qui-Gon said, eyes glinting with humor. Dooku huffed. You exaggerate, I'm not that prone to vanity, the GD laughed. You absolutely are, Master. Did you know the other Padawans considered you the most fashionable master until your departure? You should have seen that, Anya. Nearly every Padawan I knew at the time had ended up switching their robes for burgundy, black or dark browns, to feel as stylish as you. Dooku snorted and Anya laughed, thoroughly entertained. Is that why you care so much about your hair now, Qui-Gon? She asked teasingly. Absolutely, this is part of our line's legacy. Padawan Kenobi has also been affected. He has a great distaste for anything that might ruin his outfit, he replied in the most serious tone. And yet you both choose to wear light colors. You seem to share a taste for self-inflicted suffering. Dooku reprimanded her with an extremely amused tone for her improper comment, and Qui-Gon laughed and admitted she had a point. She left a few minutes to prepare another batch of tea, which had garnered both men's compliments, then came back to a more serious discussion that she could not catch. Both men stopped when she arrived, and Qui-Gon asked her about the tapestry he was looking at earlier, clearly trying to distract her from whatever they were speaking about. This is from Tatooine, made by a small tribe of freed slaves, who lives in one of the rare oases you can find in the Dune Sea. Fod found it for me after I took a liking to the legend. The legend, she hummed. Yes, an old tale on how the 3 moons came to be. Tell us more, Qui-Gon asked, and she saw her uncle pour himself a new cup of tea, preparing himself for the long-winded tale he knew was coming. It is said that there was only one moon at first, when Tatooine was all green forests and vast oceans, and dragons lived in harmony with the humans, the resources so abundant that no one ever had to fight. But a greedy off-worlder came and sought Tatooine's treasures and wanted it all for himself. He stole the moon and broke it into pieces that he hid so well that no one was able to find them, using its power for his own gain. Without the moon, the water disappeared and soon led the Tatooinians to ruin. With no drinkable water, the people so used to live in abundance, ended up so desperate they had to submit to the off-worlder to survive, and slavery was born. The dragons were angry against the humans. They said if they did not return the moon, they would cover the planet in sand in revenge until humans disappeared. They started throwing sandstorms and rocks, and soon, Tatooine's ocean was sand, and the Dune Sea was born. Still, the off-worlder kept the moon and the water for himself. Behind his back, though, the slaves conspired. They sent Helel the Brilliant, their most clever boy, to meet with the dragons. The first night he went to the dragons they nearly ate him, but before they could he said, "Oh, mighty dragons, how your jaw is powerful, surely it would not be so hard for you to find the moon," and the dragons, proud of their jaws, ate the mountains and found pieces of the moon. They sent them to the sky, and Gumbrasen was born. Exhausted, they went to sleep, and Helel slipped away. Helel came back the second night to the angry dragons, and before they ate him he told them, "Oh, mighty dragons, how your claws are sharp, surely it would not be so hard for you to find the moon," and the dragons, proud of their claws, dug canyons and found pieces of the moon. They sent them to the sky, and Mesa was born. Exhausted, they went to sleep, and Helel slipped away. The third night Helel came, but the dragons ignored him. They knew they had been tricked and already made 2 moons. They said the last piece humans would have to find, for only with it the water would be back. Helel slipped away and went by the desert, by the canyons and by the mountains. 3 days and 3 nights he searched in vain, and on the 4th morning, he died in the desert. The slaves started crying for the water that didn't come, and the cruel dragons that killed the poor Helel, and Kith the Sandbinger, youngest of the dragons, heard their cries and saw the body of Helel, alone in the desert. He brought him back to his elders and said, "Oh, mighty dragons, how the humans are pitiful, surely it would be impossible for them to find the moon," and the dragons agreed, and they searched and searched in vain, but the off-worlder had destroyed the last piece, and it could not be found again. They felt guilty for the impossible task they gave Helel, and each dragon gave a piece of his pearl, and blessed the bones of Helel with their tears, and they sent them to the sky, and Chenini was born. But the water did not come back, I imagine. Qui-Gon asked, intrigued. No, there are different versions, but most converge towards Chenini blessing the slaves with the capacity to trick any master and endure the rough climate, and the dragons sending sandstorms to any off-worlder to keep them from stealing their moons again. They say one day Helel would be reborn with a piece of moon in his heart, and he would go find the dragons and free all the slaves, and when he does the rain will fall on Tatooine again. The tapestry shows Kith the Sandbinger roaring under Chenini for Helel to come back, a powerful piece, and a sad reality for the people that still live there. I would like to do more, but Tatooine is outside of the Republic's jurisdiction, and it would be too risky to organize relief missions. At least by buying art I can make small differences. Qui-Gon nodded with a pensive smile while Dooku sipped his tea. He already knew of her everlasting passion for legends and stories of the past, having heard the tale of Amos and Sarah, often enough to be intimately familiar with even its smallest details. Genza had spent hours telling her some of those stories, seated beside her bed in the Dooku Citadel, making voices to give them life. When she was little she would raid the closets to find costumes, capes and sticks, and tiaras to reenact her favorites. Genza would always smile at her antics, telling her how happy she was that her precious daughter was so creative. She had performed a few times for Yan Duku as well, and though he had never manifested the same open support as her mother, he had never expressed any frank dislike either. When she had decided to ally herself with Khan, she had researched Tatooine's mythology and found several interesting stories of clever slaves and stupid masters, proud dragons, fast earpies and sweet banthas. She loved it and even got him to tell her some of the most famous ones from his time, including the moon's creation tale she had just badly retold to the two older men. Khan had confessed after this one that his original name came from this story. Anakin in the old Tatooinean slave language meant rain bringer, Helen reborn with the moon in his heart. She found it extremely poetic and understood better now how violently he had rejected it when he had surrendered his freedom to the worst master of them all. Bearing the name while working under Sidious would have been a grave insult, a spit on his own mother's grave, who died believing her little rain-bringer would come back one day to fulfill his destiny and free the slaves. Her own name came from the Serenian goddess Eniwana, priestess of Delta Chanaya, the great black moon, but also queen of the dead and guardian of the forests. It was a strong name for a ruler, for Eniwana was the one that was invoked to bring back spring after a tough winter. Her grandmother has been named after it, and her reign had been a peaceful one. Sereno had been prosperous under her, and her people had been struck with great sadness when she passed, leaving her warmongering cousin and husband Gora with the ruler seat. Hers would be big shoes to fill if Onya ever got the throne this time around. When she got out of her musing, Qui-Gon and Dooku had resumed some small talk about the room left for culture in the Jedi Order. Dooku was under the opinion that the Order tended to wash out cultural differences a bit too strongly, leaving the younglings without much background to cling to, since the Jedi had no love for heroes, and preferred referring to the code exclusively. Qui-Gon did not disagree with him, but made him admit that a certain unity was key for the whole system to function, and that their lineage was the exception and not the rule. They ended the discussion on an agreeable note, and both men left for their respective dinner plans. Unsurprisingly, Dooku's included Senator Palpatine, whereas Qui-Gon was meeting with Obi-Wan at Dex. They bid their goodbyes and went on their ways, leaving behind a quiet ring of bonds rekindled and friendliness in the Force. Onya waved from the balcony as they departed, then made herself a quick dinner before slouching without any grace in her favorite sofa while she dug out her comm unit from her pocket. Khan picked up right away when he saw who was calling. He had been knee-deep into a particularly important technological project, and it burned his fingers to stop, but he also had been waiting for the call for days, and had no intention of delaying it. He passed a greasy hand on his hand, wiping away some sweat, but also marking his skin with a rather unaesthetic black trace, and blinked at Onya. She looked a bit tired, but otherwise fine, and was apparently at home. Good. A tiny part of him had been worried about her latest adventure. The pirate massacre left him with no particular emotions, but knowing she had been staying, even for a short time, in the middle of the Jedi temple had been nerve-wracking. What if they figured it out? What if they found out she was not completely a light-sider? What if they decided to arrest her, stopping their plans where everything had progressed so nicely this far? Onya, she smiled. Khan. It's nice to see you. His lips twitched. Likewise, he replied warmly. Embarrassed at the emotional display, he cleared his throat. Anything to report? Things at the Jedi temple went fine. I got out today. I think Yoda might have guessed that Uncle Yan has turned, but he did not act on it if he did. I had some tea with him and Qui-Gon at home. They left not so long ago. She paused for a moment, thinking, then continued. You should hear about the summer program either tomorrow or the day after. Good. Do you think they will monitor you? She frowned lightly. Not directly, but they'll pay a closer look for sure, and I might have to work with Jedi escorts on outer rim trips until I can get you. Probably Qui-Gon and Kenobi if they are available. Annoying, Obi-Wan was often too clever for his own good, and Jin already had an interest in Onya. She would have to trade carefully. Will it impact our summer plans? I doubt it. The program is being held on Corellia. Gregor and Fod will come, but they will not cause any issues, and I already have an additional ship ready there for us if needed. Perfect, he said, satisfied. Is there anything else? He glanced at the other teen. She was reliable and a great planner, as always, but the incident still rubbed him the wrong way. He nearly hesitated, then caught himself with a huff of annoyance. Hesitating? Really? He was a Sith master, he was not going to back down because his idea could offend Onya. Besides, she already proved in the past that her reactions were somewhat unpredictable. It would not be the first time she surprised him with an unexpected answer. I will have free time during the program, and you most likely will as well, he started, preparing his question. She smirked, amused. Indeed, if you are interested I can teach you hand-to-hand combat, he glanced at her and added. For self-defense. She was on the verge of saying no, her lips already in the right shape, then looked at him with a strange emotion in her eyes, and nodded before ending the comm. Good. As much as she disliked fighting, being a pacifist never did anyone any good in this galaxy, and she would not always have the possibility of relying on the Force or her lightsaber. If they were to go undercover anywhere or if she was ever in a tough spot, she would need the skill. Plus there was something petty and vindictive about teaching Terra's Kasi to a Force-sensitive with GD training. He sighed and put the comm unit away, then stood up and got a glass of water. It felt amazing against his dry throat, a pleasure he still enjoyed months after getting his real body back. He looked at his workstation and smiled. During his time living at the temple, Obi-Wan had been appalled by the state of his room, and it was likely the posh GD would equally frown at the current state of his living room, a horrific mixture of stray parts, grease, oils, tools, and unfinished projects, laying around the well-lit metal table and stools he used to work on most of his creations, if they were not too big. He put back the glass and arranged the training droids he was reprogramming for his personal use away from the temple with the Force, to try to make the room look a bit better, then deemed it satisfying enough, though still way below Obi-Wan's standards, and sat back at his favorite stool, the right one, in front of his current obsession. A near-finished slave chip scanner. 8 years old him would have been overjoyed with the current version of it, but if he was to help significantly, he needed it more precise and easy enough to replicate with parts available on Tatooine. He had made 6 functional ones for now, that he would fine-tune later, and was experimenting with a different type of wiring local to the desert planet that would hopefully also help with the precision thing. He grabbed his previously discarded hydrospanner and got back to work, loosening and tightening the inside of the rectangular device, until the results showing on his plugged-in datapad showed significant improvements. He then tried it against the slave chip he had hidden in one of the training droids and smiled. Better. The device in itself was quite simple, a tiny rectangle the size of his palm, with a screen on one side, showing the exact emplacement and depth of the chip. It should work against most brands currently in use, and be easy enough to carry and hide for most slaves. His plan was to go back to Tatooine when everything was ready, and he had enough devices functioning at peak capacity, and give them to key people on the planet. People that would free themselves and share the technology around. People who could build a tiny debut of resistance there and slowly give others their freedom back. People like his mother. He had not been aware of her actions until he took the time to dive deep into his painful childhood memories, but when he did he had realized the small but significant actions his mother had taken all his life to ensure others were free. Her frequent trips after dinner to watch the moons, the network of slaves and free folks like Glee Glass, an unsuspecting farmer with a remote place that was perfect to hide people that gravitated around her to organize seemingly unrelated escapes. He had heard of the mysterious deaths of the most gruesome masters, days after she heard tales of what others were put through, but at the time he was too young and innocent to make the connection. His mother was a hero, and he had little doubt that even if Qui-Gon had found a way to free her, she would have remained on Tatooine to keep helping others. Khan put everything down and headed to the refresher for a quick shower before going to bed. He was strangely cheerful to be working on his childhood dream, and the fact that everything else was going relatively well helped a lot. His schoolwork was spotless, top marks especially in his engineering classes, high sim scores and all. His progression at the temple was stellar and impressed the most dubious GD masters, and he was actually having a lot of fun teaching the younglings. They were a lot less stuck up than the kids he was used to back on Coruscant, and their easy admiration and friendly disposition were a blessing for his developing social skills. He had even smiled at some of them a couple of times after a particularly successful session. Lun Suli had told him that the kids loved him, which was probably an exaggeration, and that if it went well, he would be knighted as a Knight of Shan in the coming year. Khan was looking forward to it. His lightsaber was the one thing that did not come along as nicely as the rest. He got new better high-output diatium power cells from the temple in exchange for his work with the younglings, but the perfect emitter still evaded him. He figured it was because of the pearl and was working on several different prototypes to adjust to its unique properties. He turned off the shower, grabbed a towel, and looked at himself in the mirror. He was tall and had shoulder-length wavy dark hair that now grew dark naturally, after a rather painful procedure he had a couple of months into his stay on Talravin to change their color definitely. His body was muscular, a consequence of his harsh training program, and his eyes were at that time blue and shone with specks of gold, muddied with tiny grey spots around the pupils. His skin was lightly tanned from training in the temple's garden and on the academy grounds with his fellow students, his hands scarred and calloused from lightsaber practice and manual work. He saw in the others' minds that he looked good, but he couldn't see it. His body, just as his hydrospanner, was a tool, something to be adjusted until it reached its peak level of performance. It wasn't there yet. Khan finished drying himself, got out of the refresher, and headed for bed, grabbing the pearl from his nightstand to engage in the short meditation he used to do each night before sleeping. He never entertained this practice when he was younger, fashioning lightsabers for practicality more than spirituality, but given his current trouble with the core of his new weapon, he figured he would give it a go. It was nice overall, feeling the pearl's energy vibrate with his, sending him to nests hidden deep in the mountains, showing him beautiful binary sunsets, bloody hunts and cozy chilly nights curled up against pleasantly warm scales. Sometimes he heard the mighty roar of the dragons at sunrise, full of power and confidence. Sometimes, the low purr they seemed to reserve to their own, lulling him to sleep and filling him to the brim with impressions of being safe, content, and loved. He would never admit it even to himself, but he always liked the nights where he could hear it the best. It made his dreams pleasant and his rest rejuvenating, and usually put him in a delightful mood for the rest of the day. That night was one of them. He got flashes of a prodding snout, trying to help a youngling to their feet, of encouraging eyes, and a feeling of pride when the youth finally made it to its parent, before crumbling again against its flank when he relaxed instantly, comforted by its familiar purr. Khan let itself drift in turn, heart warm and mind at ease until he woke up the next morning and got ready for class. His first class was uneventful, but the second one, his sim class, was interrupted by an announcement by the academy's director, an old man with a sharp mustache and a kind smile. Dalravin's academy has been selected to participate in a new initiative destined to train better pilots across the galaxy. This summer will see the first step of this project, with a month-long advanced program targeted toward our most brilliant elements. It will be held on Corellia and integrate classes and students from Tauravin, Corellia, Ixila, and Sereno. Kuat and Sullust, as well as other interested planets, are rumored to be part of the full-scale implementation of this initiative. You will receive a detailed brochure later today on the program's contents and can volunteer by sending my secretary an holomail. I will personally review all candidates and send the 5 best to Corellia. I cannot stress enough how important this could be for your future career as pilots. This is a rare type of opportunity to gain a valuable and versatile skill set while fostering strong bonds with other planets. You will behave as a true representative of Talravin, and I expect to hear delighted remarks from all the people involved about how professional, gifted and good-hearted my students were. I hope to receive many applications. Now I leave you to your class. Of course, as soon as he left, the chatter began, soon becoming unbearable. Everyone was talking about the announcement and making predictions about who would be selected. He caught a couple of envious glances and resisted rolling his eyes. It was evident he was going to go. His record was stellar, and his backstory just sobby enough to move the director into giving him a spot. The poor orphan fighting so hard for his dream was sure to be a fantastic candidate for something so political. Plus Anya basically designed the whole thing with him in mind, which surely would help too. He wrote a polite but brief holomail indicating he wanted in before even receiving the brochure, and went back to his simulator, scoring heaps above everyone else, as usual. Khan was actually looking forward to the program. Despite his experience in the field, he found that learning the advanced theory behind his innate sense of flying and mechanics was quite interesting and refined greatly his already great skills in multiple domains. Enriching this with additional knowledge from other planets, especially Corellia, whose pilots and ships were highly valued in the galaxy, even under the Empire, was a very sweet way of spending his time. Anya's regular presence and the progress of their personal projects was an added bonus, and he could not deny the little spark of excitement he felt at the idea of seeing her in person again. With the ongoing collaboration came a sense of familiarity and belonging that he didn't recall feeling for a very long time, the type of partnership he strove to have with Obi-Wan when he was younger, without ever quite achieving it before the Clone Wars era, and that he thought he had with Padme before realizing later on that she never truly saw him that way. "Barney, you'll always be that little boy I knew on Tatooine." He flinched at the memory. With age, experience, and the ungodly amount of time he spent ruminating about his past, he now saw how this statement had stayed true, even after their wedding. Padme had been his wife, but not his partner or even his friend, despite the love they shared. She never really listened to his opinions when they didn't fit with her personal views, and had an annoying habit of going against what he asked of her if she did not see his point. Please, wait for me. I will. Outside of everything else that went terribly wrong on this horrendous series of events that made him into Vader, seeing Padme on Mustafar had been an additional confirmation of this. When she thought she knew better, she didn't listen, even when his request came from the need to protect her. She saw him as reckless, charming but not particularly smart nor wise, and she acted accordingly. Brows furrowed, he chastised himself for being so unfair to her. In all honesty, she hadn't been wrong to do so. Still, after so many years of having to follow Watto's, then Obi-Wan's, then Palpatine's orders without being able to decide much of anything for himself, Onya's respect for his opinions and plans was a breath of fresh air. When she questioned him, it wasn't to point out how stupid he was or to deliver some sort of sick punishment, but because she wanted to ensure their shared success. She was a planner, a good one, and valued his experience and knowledge as much as hers when plotting their next moves. He liked that, this idea of being her equal and being able to discuss without feeling judged or belittled because they didn't share the same point of view. Obi-Wan had always been more of a father figure and was never particularly keen on truly listening to him, which was probably one of the main causes of their estrangement throughout the years, even outside of Palpatine's little ploys. Like Padme, he meant well, he was able to see it now, but it still created a rift between them, until he figured it was best to tell him absolutely nothing to avoid conflict, and eventually decided to trust Sidious over him. Admittedly, not his best decision. He furrowed his brows and realized he trusted Onya. Less than he had trusted Obi-Wan at the time, or Sidious, and certainly less than Padme, but he trusted her. They shared a dream for the future and the grim reality of a common past as Palpatine's slaves. He had told her more about his life than he ever told anyone, and he knew she did the same. The pure truth, the lack of secrets between them was extremely relaxing. Khan rearranged his hair while dismissing the thoughts. He was getting sentimental, mushy. Onya was a nice person, and he would have liked knowing her in his first life, before they both got harmed so harshly by their respective choices, but still, dwelling on it was not going to make their plans come to fruition sooner. He received confirmation from the director that he was selected for the program 2 days later during a public announcement at lunch break. To his utter dismay, Zhang had been selected too, which definitely dampened his initial enthusiasm for his summer plans. The jerk was extremely proud of himself. Apparently, he was somehow related to the Talavinian senator and pulled some strings to get in. Nepotism. Disgusting. The other 3 he did not know by name. They were students from the graduating promotion, the one above him, but Zhang knew at least one of them because he started immediately to share with the entire cafeteria how the summer program was going to be amazing, and how satisfied he was that at least one of his friends got in, and not just charity cases. Khan did not particularly like being called a charity case, but let it flow past him as he did with the rest of Zhang's insults. He would have ample time later this evening to destroy a couple of training droids, while thinking of his annoying face. On the brighter side, at least now he was absolutely sure he was going to the program, and Ailey had apparently decided in turn to stop pestering him to go with her and her friends on her amazing planned summer break in the mountains. On the even brighter side, he had a breakthrough the following evening on his lightsaber. He had decided to switch from the slave chip scanners to the emitter project that evening, because he had a feeling he should, and he was proven right. One of his emitter prototypes was literally calling his name, and he worked on it tirelessly until the adjusted components fit perfectly together. It was not his prettiest job, and he already had another alloy in mind to lighten the entire thing and make it more refined, but as he assembled the blade again, expecting a certain failure as usual, he was surprised by the transient apparition of a beautiful laser blade. It vanished after a few seconds, the emitter completely melted by the blade's power, but it was clear progress, and the rich color spoke to him. It gave a warm reddish deep chocolate glow he had never seen before, the dark brown hue contrasting pleasantly with the Beskar hilt. He loved it instantly. He took apart the hilt again, removing the faulty component, and instantly started drafting a new prototype for the emitter, thinking about ways to allow it to sustain the apparent power of the blade. He had been worried that the pearl did not hold enough power to emit a blade, but apparently, it was the opposite. The pearl was too powerful for regular settings to work, it required more resistant materials. He was happy for his wise choice of hilt. The Beskar would shield him well from the blade power once he got it to work properly. Satisfied with his progress, he ordered some parts on the holonet, then rose, made some sigh, and grabbed his latest scanner. By the time the parts for his lightsaber came, he hoped to have the scanner project completed and would head to Tatooine sometime during the 2 months left before the summer program to deliver them. Anya had been very insistent with the date. She thought the summer program would cast a light on him that would make any Outer Rim trip look instantly suspicious, and considering they had only a year left before the legendary Buntu Eve race won by Anakin, it would be risky to wait until he was out of the spotlight again. He sipped his sigh, feeling a spark of joy at the familiar taste, then got back to work. Anya smiled politely as the now-retired senator for Sereno handed her the scepter and embellished Serenian code, standing stiffly beside the old man and her uncle in the throne room of Sereno's citadel. She was wearing a traditional black ruling cloak over a simple high-collared black dress, and a sleek platinum tiara assorted with the cloak's attaches and linking chain. The old man smiled in turn, satisfied with her decorum, and they proceeded with the ceremony, him giving his parting vows while she took her first ones. She swore to protect Sereno's interests, to represent her planet with dignity and humility, and to be the voice of her people in the Senate. They then sealed their vows by letting their palms bleed a few drops on the wooden chalice. All Serenian high dignitaries used to swear their oaths. Before it was brought back in the Transperistile enclave, it was usually kept in outside of ceremonies. Yan Dooku was happy. She could feel the waves of satisfaction and sheer pride he emitted through the Force, looking at his niece as she committed herself fully to her planet, and it filled her with joy. She handed back the Serenian code and scepter to aides to put back at their respective spots behind the throne, and they all exited the room. The previous senator left them not too long after, congratulating her again on her new position, and repeating his good wishes. Then Dooku Senior motioned for her to follow him. He took her on a walk in the Citadel's garden, staying silent at first, until they got to what she knew to be his favorite spot, a tiny enclave well hidden from the Citadel's main buildings, decorated with a beautiful fountain and surrounded by Serenian roses. He stopped and looked at the fountain for quite some time before speaking. I used to meet your mother here, when our meetings were still clandestine and forbidden both by her family and the Jedi Order, he said, seemingly deep in thought. She kind of knew about it. Genza told her many stories involving her uncle when she was younger. They used to be her favorites. What was his point? She could feel a lot of emotions coming from him, but nothing she could pinpoint. You look more like her every day. She would have been very proud of the woman you are becoming, Anya. Anya felt tears rising, making her eyes shine unnaturally before she calmed herself. Her mother would be here with them if Yan Dooku hadn't ordered Ventress to murder her to keep his secrets quiet. She knew too much about his dark side, and she paid dearly for it. He had no right to bring her up, even if she was not supposed to know of his deeds. She swallowed and forced herself to smile through the pain. Thank you, Uncle Yan. I wished she could be there with us, Anya replied through clenched teeth, feeling the lump in her throat growing with each word. Me too, Anya, he sighed. Me too. The blatant lie left a bitter taste in her mouth and simmering anger in her stomach. Yan Dooku was complicated. This she understood way before she traveled back in time, but even if he still held feelings for Genza, and felt a modicum amount of guilt for commanding her assassination, speaking about her like that was just bad taste at best. I had to make some tough choices in the past, some concerning Genza, things I regret every day. I wanted to tell you what I never had the courage to tell her. He walked closer to her, oblivious to her frozen state as she took in the obvious understatement he made about her mother, basically admitting to killing her, and wrapped his arms around her shoulders, pulling her against his torso. No matter what happens next, I'll always love you. You're the daughter I never had, and even if we disagree or oppose later on, this will never change. Anya felt her tears spill out as she hugged the man back, letting the ominous words dig deep into her heart. It felt like a farewell, like this day marked the end of their relationship as she knew it. Did something happen? Or did he realize that with her in such a prominent position, she was bound to attract Palpatine's attention, and eventually his ire? Was he already aware that he was going to have to kill his best friend a few months from now, or was the memory of his dear sister's death enough to prompt this confession? I'll always love you too, Uncle Yan. And despite all the conflicting feelings she had regarding the complicated man that was Yan Dooku, her words rang true. Familiar with Senator Dooku, you are, Yoda stated, looking calmly at Qui-Gon Jinn. They were taking a walk down the main hallways, Yoda going to a council meeting, Qui-Gon heading down the training ground for his morning practice. It had been a habit once that he had shared with his master. Each of their days, even after Qui-Gon was knighted and got his own Padawan, and Dooku took a position on the council, started with training. It usually included physical uses of the Force, general fighting skills, and lightsaber combat, and was followed by half an hour of meditation. They then took a mandatory shower and regrouped for tea with sugary treats, while they discussed the current events agitating the temple. His heart clenched. He missed it. He missed him. It was even more blatantly obvious now that he had seen the man again, after a couple of years of complete silence. Sifo Dyas still met with Dooku regularly, and he had gotten some news from Anya, but it wasn't the same as seeing the man for himself. He wondered if Yoda thought about his Padawans sometimes, if he regretted his departure like Qui-Gon did, or if he simply believed it to be the will of the Force, and didn't feel strongly about his absence at all. Both, perhaps. Ami replied with a nod. Grounded, your Padawan is, HM. He was. After a frustrating stunt Anya pulled on him during a brief relief mission on Christophsis, shortly before her ascension to her current senator position, Obi-Wan had been anxious to prove himself. As a result, he had nearly gotten himself killed by refusing to call him for help during a nasty fight with the bounty hunters that had abducted the Princess of Nata. They had recovered the grateful princess, captive in a mountain prison and hours away from freezing to death, and the bounty hunters had been dealt with, but his Padawan's rashness had displeased the council just as much as it had displeased him, and he had been put on archive duty for 3 months, to give him time to reconnect himself with the Jedi tenets. He had trouble seeing the connection Yoda made between the two questions, however. He is good. A mission the council has for you. Alone, you'll go. The Grand Master explained that Master Koth usually went every couple of years to Talravin and Corellia to visit the other Jedi that lived there, but that since his appointment on the council, it had been quite hard for him to uphold his commitment. Yoda had suggested Qui-Gon's name when the matter was brought up during the last council session, knowing he wasn't currently on any mission, and the council had agreed. Since the timing was auspicious, he also wanted him to use the trip to Corellia to report on the Galactic Flight Program Anya had organized and show the senators and organizers that the Jedi approved of an initiative bringing more collaboration in the galaxy. Qui-Gon wasn't displeased. He hadn't seen his friend Su-Li since his last trip on Tython with Obi-Wan a couple of years ago, and he maintained a regular correspondence with Neha, a Green Jedi that he had previously collaborated with on a rather long mission on Corellia. The thought of seeing them both brought warmth to his heart. He was also curious about Anya's program. She had been working extremely hard to make it happen, and from what she had told him about it, it really seemed to be a great initiative. Was Yoda giving him a vacation? It certainly felt like it. They parted ways in front of the turbolifts, Yoda going up while Qui-Gon was going down, and he was about to enter the lift when Yoda stopped him, ears lowered slightly in what he knew was concern. Wary, you should be, Qui-Gon, of your former master. Darkness, I see coming his way. The lift closed, leaving his lips open in a question he would never ask. What had prompted Yoda to say anything now? What did it even mean? Qui-Gon sighed, letting his head rest for a moment against the cool metal of the lift. He suspected it was linked to Yoda's brief encounter with Dooku when he came to pick up Anya at the temple, but he had no idea why it would come up now of all times. He was worried too, of course. It was hard to be force-sensitive in a galaxy that mostly wasn't without any sort of support system. It was lonely, too. There was a reason they tended to cross paths with similarly gifted beings, why most Jedi resided in the Coruscant Temple and once scattered all over the galaxy. They needed each other. Solitude often led Jedi off their paths, and Dooku, despite all of his experience and talent, wasn't fully protected from its effects. He straightened, resolved, and decided to send him a holomail after his training session. Maybe they could see each other again when Qui-Gon would be back on Coruscant. Khan sighed with familiar distaste when he took his first breath of hot sandy Tatooine air. Dalravin's border control was a criffing joke, and he had no trouble getting out of there and on the road to Tatooine. Now it was just a question of where to start. Shmai would be ideal, but he had no idea where she was during the day, and he didn't want to compromise her by looking too intently for her. Glee Glaz would be another option, but he had no prior contact with him, and he knew from experience the man could be tough on strangers. Outside of them, he sadly had zero clues who was involved in the Little Free Tatooine initiative. He had landed on Mos Esper's shitty spaceport and was about to hit the cantina for some prime gossip and hopefully figure out where to go from there, when a small voice and a sunny smile halted his steps. Mr. Khan, you came back. That was karmic retribution for using the Force to trip Jang at the cafeteria after a particularly insufferable morning a couple of days ago. He was sure of it. The tall teenager turned his red Beskar mask towards the half-pint-sized child version of him and tried to convey some kind of smile through the Force. It came out awkward as hell, and he saw tiny Anakin shiver, but he did not decide to run away from him, which he counted as a victory. Anakin, it is nice to see you again. The kid smiled even brighter and started babbling wildly about the last Boonta Eve race and the pod he entered, and how next year he was totally going to win, because his pod was the best, and racing against cheaters was so unfair, and he was sure Sebulba did something to his repulsors. Khan nodded and added a few comments as they walked towards Mos Esper's best cantina. The other one he remembered was serving literal bantha piss mixed with sand, and called the cocktail the Off-Welder, which told everything anyone needed to know about their inclusivity. Anakin left him at the door with narrowed eyes and a pout he could not quite place. He was probably suspicious of his reasons for landing on Tatooine just to get wasted, especially considering the mask, and perhaps a tad disappointed. Would you come for dinner later? The kid asked tentatively. Oh. He wanted to spend time with him. How peculiar. Will your mother agree? He replied, trying his hardest to be a responsible adult. Barney rubbed his chin, spreading black grime there. I guess. Khan sighed, the sound not picked up by the vocoder. I'll stay here a couple of hours. By last current come back. The kid beamed. See you later, Mr. Khan. He nodded, both mortified and delighted as Anakin ran off to whatever he was actually supposed to do at this time of the day, instead of gazing longingly at spaceships. It would make it easier to engage his mother into a conversation on freeing slaves and give her some of the scanners, but, really, dinner at home. This was going to require at least 12 hours of intense meditation just to tame the wild, raw and terrifying feelings it would bring him. If his mother made sigh, there was an 80% chance of him crying. He made his way into the cantina, selecting a stool at the bar not too far from the main patrons, but sufficiently secluded to avoid antagonizing drunks just by breathing. Once seated, he ordered some Jawa juice, paid, and then twirled his straw into the murky sandy liquid until he heard something of interest. Cantinas sucked. He did not particularly enjoy them when he was a Jedi, nor when he was Vader, and that opinion did not change. It didn't help that the Mos Esper Cantina was one of the dirtiest, smelliest congregation of low-lives the galaxy had to offer. Still, after listening to mildly interesting chatter about mistresses, the rising price of pallies, and Jabba's latest taxes on water, he caught a snippet of conversation from two unsuspecting men hidden in a discreet booth. They were mentioning an operation this very night to free 5 slaves from a wealthy trader that he knew by name as being Sebulba's sponsor on Podras's. They guessed he always put the chips in the right forearm of his slaves by sheer habits, and to avoid destroying them completely if the bomb went off, and were planning on some savage butchery to remove them. Half of that he gathered from their mind. They, of course, could not speak this freely, even inside the shady bar. They ended up leaving shortly before Anakin's return, and he committed their signature to memory to be able to find them later. Maybe his scanners could help avoid the gory surgery, and with his presence, the escape will have a lot more chance of actually succeeding. He had, however, a much more daunting task waiting for him before he could go on his little adventure. Khan met the child in front of the cantina. He was looking slightly frustrated, but overall happy to see him. He probably got a reprimand of some sort, either from Watto for slacking, from his mother, because he invited an stranger for dinner, or both. Mr. Khan, Mom said it's okay, come. He followed him across the narrow streets, not missing the suspicious glances he received. People knew Anakin quite well. He had been in the spotlight very recently with the last Boonta Eve race, and the tall Mandalorian warrior dressed entirely in black looked definitely out of place on Tatooine. Not that he had any desire for integration, anyway. They spat after him, the gravest insult on the planet, for it was considered a waste of water, and he heard them speculate on the child's fate, already mourning him. Khan rolled his eyes beneath his mask at their dramatic attitude and felt his dread rise, seizing his chest as they got closer to the house he lived in during his youth. Each step felt like it sent a spike of pure pain in his frantically beating heart, and when he swallowed his throat felt heavy and constricted. Criff, that was going to be hard. Shmi Skywalker was waiting for them in front of her door, standing tall, arms crossed on her chest. While not completely distrustful, she was uncomfortable with the situation, and there was a fierce glint of protectiveness in her eyes, as she nearly pushed Anakin behind her when he came close enough. Good, Khan was better at dealing with hostility than affection, even if it was from his own mother. He nodded towards her. Mrs. Skywalker, Mr. Khan. She smiled uneasily, pressing her son closer to her side. Arnie told me you crossed paths at the spaceport. We did. Shmai gestured towards the door. Come inside. It looked exactly as it did in his memories, and the food smelled divine. He recognized some dust grips and nausages, harissa balls, and pallies. He hadn't had many of these foods in decades, probably since he left Tatooine the first time, despite enjoying them. As Obi-Wan's Padawan, he had wanted to leave behind all traces of his Outer Rim's upbringing, feeling ashamed of his love for dust grips and his awful accent. The others at the temple had not been particularly nice about it either, excluding him rather harshly and mocking his unusual childhood, calling him the slave child behind his back. Assholes. Do you want me to help with anything? He asked, standing awkwardly in the dining area. She shook her head, tense. It should all be ready soon. Arnie, why don't you show Mr. Khan your droid while I set the table? Strange. He would personally not let his 8-year-old alone in a room with an off-worlder. Maybe it was some kind of test. He looked at Shmai. She smiled briefly, still seeming distressed at the situation, but gestured toward the corridor Anakin had disappeared to. He stilled for a moment before walking towards the sleeping quarters. She knew. She knew she had no chance at fighting him and protect her son if he was here for nefarious reasons, and wanted to seem accommodating until she learned more about his intentions. He nearly shivered and felt his heart clench. It hurt bad to know that he was scaring Shmai. Anakin thankfully shared no such fears, and welcomed him to his small workshop with a beaming smile that lit up the room, and warmed him in ways he hadn't known were achievable before Luke himself. He pointed to a clearly unfinished C-3PO with a tiny hand already covered in dark oil and grime, from his daily tinkering at Watto's. This is 3PO, I'm rebuilding him to help Mom around the house, but I can't find how to wire his central processor to his communicator module without frying his vertebrae. Khan knelt next to him, pensive. In the original timeline, he had to wait until a particularly useful component fell into the unknowing hands of Watto, a couple of months after this day probably. Lucky for this Anakin, Khan had decades of experience working on various types of droids, ships, and mechanical projects, and a formal education in engineering and mechanics, which also helped. He grabbed a few tools lying around and unplugged the vertebrae from the system before handing it to Anakin. I think if you plate the vertebrae and install an input dampener in between it and the processor, you might be able to go around it. Wouldn't function at 100% though, not without aid. Proper circuit matrix processor, yeah, I hope I'll be able to find one. Many thanks, Mr. Khan. He smiled behind his mask. Do you have welding tools here? The kid pouted. Not for the plating, but we can install the input dampener. I should have one here. They worked on the upgrade for the next hour, Shmai either far less ready for dinner than she made it out to be, or unwilling to disturb their bonding time. He felt her presence near the door, checking on them a couple of times, but apparently Anakin's delighted exclamations and their tech-related banter were reassuring enough to leave them be. It actually felt really nice, if Khan was honest with himself, to be crouched on this tiny room covered in droid fluids, working on a project with someone with the same passion for the craft, even if it was the younger version of himself. His heart twinged a couple of times when he wondered what it would have been like to do this with his son, with Luke, but it was just an impossible want and he was used to those. He buried it deep within himself with the rest of his wishes for a more pleasant past, and let the thought go. If everything went well this time, perhaps this Anakin would be able to do this with his own son, and that would be enough. It needed to be. When Shmai finally came to tell them that dinner was ready, the dampener was in place, his hands were as dirty as Anakin's, and the little boy was shining like a tiny sun in the Force with pure glee. They both washed their hands in the sonic sink after getting a reprimanding look from the older woman, then sat at the table. Khan then realized something he had not taken into account before. He was going to have to remove his mask if he wanted to have a chance to taste Shmai's cuisine. Anya was probably not going to like it. At all. The mask was supposed to stay on during all of his little out-of-character stunts, to protect his current cover of a nice, if aloof, orphan with a tragic backstory studying diligently on Talravin. It was supposed to be a second identity, one he could use once they would both be on Coruscant to carry out their little side schemes, without risking getting unwanted attention from Sidious or the Order. Removing it in front of Shmi and Anakin, who were going to meet Qui-Gon next year and could perhaps inadvertently reveal who was hiding behind the mask to the Jedi, was a major risk. Still, he needed Shmi to be his ally, and that would be much easier for her to trust him if she saw his face. As for Anakin, well, he was young, he would probably forget, and with him at the temple, their chances of crossing paths would be small at best. It was a risk worth taking. Sending a small apologetic thought to the bond he shared with the young countess, one she would either not hear or not understand anyway, he pulled back his hood and removed the mask, putting it on the vacant chair next to him. Shmi was polite enough to stifle a gasp, even if he could sense her surprise and relief through the Force, but Anakin had no such qualms. "You're young," he said, brows furrowed in a confused expression. Khan smirked, amused, and tried to arrange his hair as best as he could. The mask was not kind on his mane, and he would probably have to spend an ungodly amount of time washing, conditioning and brushing his hair for it, if he wanted his dark locks to be looking adequate for classes. Aesthetics. Not his main concern, but appearances were important on Talravin, and not caring would get him more trouble than it was worth. "I am. Just call me Khan, the Mister feels strange." Anakin smiled brightly and nodded before grabbing a dust grip and wrapping it around a norsage. Shmi served them all a cup of bantha milk before sitting herself. As he predicted, everything tasted amazing, the strong, spicy food delighting his palate. How could he deprive himself of this for all this time? If she was willing to share, he would definitely have to learn how to cook at least a few of these dishes. From his past, he only remembered the Tsai recipe that ran in her family. It was traditional to pass this on to the next generation, and Shmi had taught him right before he left Tatooine, so he could teach it to his own children later on. He never did. "Thank you for inviting me, Mrs. Skywalker, it's very good," he told her in a subdued voice, trying to distract himself from his recurring thoughts on his failed experience as a parent. "Consider it a thank you for helping Arnie with this droid and think nothing of it, Khan," she replied warmly. "If it is not indiscreet, what are you doing on Tatooine?" His eyes stung and his heart seized in pain, because she didn't know who she was to him, because she never would, but he managed to keep his face relatively neutral. "Visiting, same as last time." Anakin snorted and Khan narrowed his eyes at him, wondering when he had unlearned how to make those kinds of offending sounds. Probably Obi-Wan. "Visiting Tatooine? There is nothing to visit on this dust ball." He cleared his throat, reining himself in, and pushed through his constricted throat. "My birth family came from Tatooine." Both Shmi and Anakin fell silent after that, and Khan knew they hadn't missed the implications of what he said. A master would never let his kid out of his sight, they mattered too much, even to the cruelest of them. Only a slave would send a baby away, hiding his birth to try and get him a better life. He saw Shmi's eyes taking in his features with a renewed interest, trying to guess if she knew from where he got his most striking features, blue eyes and dark hair from. She pinched her lips and he saw in her expression that she drew the same conclusion many had drawn about him years earlier, when rumors of his slave past came to light at the temple. Pleasure slaves were the only beings beautiful enough to produce such a child. "Your mom is a slave horse, Skywalker. Get on your knees like her." This one in particular he had no regret decapitating during the purge. Khan was sure his eyes glinted silver and gold at the memory, but it was not the time to be reminiscing of this fool. He drowned the thought with a sip of bantha milk and a look at his mother's compassionate smile. Anakin was not yet old enough to get everything going on, but he caught on to the subdued atmosphere pretty fast, and did not object when Shmi told him he should go and see if Kitsa was also finished with dinner and available to play. He bid him goodbye with a nice smile, and thanked him again for the help with the droid before running off. Khan was helping with the dishes despite Shmi's protest when she went on the offensive. "You are not on Tatooine just for visiting, are you, Khan?" she asked, voice serene but eyes sharp. "What make you say that?" he replied, pretending to be very engrossed in washing the plate he was holding. "Friends of friends who saw you at the canteen all afternoon." She raised a brow. "I found it strange to spend so much time drinking when one wants to learn more about a planet." He smiled. "You seem to have many friends, Mrs. Skywalker. Should I consider you one of them?" The air got heavier with her question, and he felt the many layers of meanings behind it without fully understanding them. Khan was not gifted with a mind made for intrigue and word games. This was more Anya's thing, and he knew he would not have a better opportunity than now. Sighing, he put the plate on the counter and dug one of the scanners out of his pocket, then handed it to Shmai. She furrowed her brows, inquisitive. I told the truth earlier, my family is from Tatooine, Khan explained, swallowing around the lump in his throat. When I came here the first time I realized what they must have been through. Slavery, she whispered, closing her eyes in a sorrowful expression. I am going to a great academy, on a core world, because of their sacrifice. Meeting Anakin and realizing he would never get this kind of chance. He clenched his jaw as a pang of emotion seized his heart, eyes lowered in guilt at his lie. It hurt. She turned it on and gasped when it beeped near her arm. Is this what I think it is? It is. I tested it extensively before coming back. I wanted to be sure I wasn't giving anyone false hopes. Why would you give it to me? She asked, eyes full of emotions. He pulled out the other ones, and she could not restrain a sharp intake of breath at the sight. I made several. You seemed like a good person, Mrs. Skywalker, and one with many friends. I wanted to make sure you and Anakin had a choice. Shmai teared up at that, and Khan felt his heart clench painfully. She pulled herself together very quickly. Crying was a waste on Tatooine, one she never indulged in, and nodded with a new fire in her eyes. What are you going to do with the others? If you want me to, I can leave them to you to distribute, but it will be very dangerous. Otherwise, I heard of an operation tonight, maybe I could help. She shook her head with a grim look. Don't. Why? Shmai sighed. There is no operation tonight. They spoke a bit too much in the cantina, and they were heard. She did not have to say what occurred for Khan to understand. He bit the inside of his cheek to suppress his rising anger, and watched silently as Shmai grabbed an old dishcloth and wrapped it reverently around his scanners, before disappearing in the living quarters a few seconds to put them away, probably in that hole under her sleeping cot he had been forbidden from ever touching as a child. When she came back her expression was resolute. I'll make sure they end up in the right place, Khan. Thank you for your trust, she said, smiling softly. He smiled back. Thank you for your help, Mrs. Skywalker. I know how much risk this represents. I've been doing this for a while, now. You are giving us hope, Khan, not risks. She asked if there was anything he needed after that, and when Khan got back on his ship at dusk, his pocket held no more scanners, but a much more valuable treasure. An interesting collection of flimsy notes with recipes for his favorites dishes from Tatooine, written by the hand of his mother. It was incredible to have something she touched, something she created always with him. He couldn't wait to try them out. He had missed her cooking so much, and it felt like something connecting them, despite the fact they lived light years away from each other, despite the fact that she didn't know how important she was to him. In his mind, their farewell greetings resonated. May Chinini bless you, Khan. He had barely whispered the rest of the formula, throat constricted and voice so low he wondered if she even heard him. May she grant all your wishes, Mrs. Skywalker. A few months later, Anya gave Fod a quick nod before following him to the tribune, where she gave a speech alongside other senators. Fang was already here and gave her a short smile when he saw her. We may become distant friends in the next year. Senator Corellian appeared shortly after and glanced at her dark olive dress and cloak with her gratitude. To her disgust, she was supposed to be only 17 years old, and her dress itself did nothing to make her look vulgar. Perverse. Knowing ahead of time that he was a lost case, she suppressed her urge to stare at him, and focused on the hangar they were in. This is one of Corellia's Academy's main hangars, currently vacated during the summer holidays. A few minutes later, the shuttle lands with her students, while the 4 legislators and the director of Corellia Academy give welcoming speeches at the first promotion of her program Summer at Galactic Flight. Her academy grabbed our attention. Said director made his entrance soon enough, and the excellent senator followed straight after, still looking a tad baffled to be standing here, on a core world, while students from his planet were preparing to land for a full advanced program that would for sure raise the galaxy's interest in Exila in ways previously unseen. Callum Nat was a gentle soul, maybe her favorite among the persons standing next to her on the platform. He was honest, pleasant, and humble, qualities that he shared with Khan's most prized Axelan, if his descriptions did the man justice. Nat believed in his role much more strongly than other senators, but had no false hopes on what he could and could not accomplish. His endeavors were smart, his gains small but significant. A clever man, and one she did not mind allying herself with. A quick look at the reflective surface of the wall behind her told her her appearance was satisfying. The silver rings keeping her 3 stories bun in place held true, complementing the similar rings around her neck and arms. The dress and cloak looked at Adami-ish, but still very regal, and her green eyes shone bright, enhanced by her makeup. Great. Good enough to see Khan again, she hoped. They had a major fight after his indiscretion on Tatooine, the type she loathed because she understood him, but could not let it go. She knew Khan now, at least she thought she did, and if Anakin was a tiny bit like him, he would not forget the kindness of the Mandalorian stranger, he never would. This was a liability, one Khan was both aware of and pleased about despite anything he said. He wanted Anakin to recognize him on Coruscant because he wanted to spend time with him, to be there for him, and he knew that would be difficult if the child did not already know him. He needed Anakin in his life, even if the price was steep for both of them. They had screamed about it quite a bit, each defending their point of view before Anya had enough and cut down the calm in the middle of one of his shouting tirades. It had been wrong, childish, and she should not have done it. After 2 weeks rehashing everything again and again, torturing herself over her behavior, she had sent an apology by holomail, telling him she understood, but that she also was very afraid of the consequences of his actions. It had seemed to quiet him too, and she had received a similar apology a couple of days later, not for doing it, but for scaring her. It was nice, and it soothed her enough to call him again a few times after that. Still, their conversations had been a bit stilted, tainted by the cloud of their dispute. Seeing him in person would put the matter at rest definitely, at least that was what she wanted, and she had already made arrangements to spend the month here supervising the program and strengthening Sereno's bonds with Corellia, one of the most powerful economic allies. To her greatest pleasure, Callum Nat would stay too. He was commissioned by Exila to report as much as he could on the program, and since the Senate was not in session for the summer break, he had agreed to meet with her and the other senators regularly to review the program's outputs and plan for the big-scale implementation of the new Galactic Flight Academy accordingly. Working with him would be a breath of fresh air, especially considering all the time she was supposed to spend with the gross Corellian senator. Anya had been given a very functional suite in the academy in an isolated wing not too far from the med bay, unfortunately neither close nor distant enough from the students' sleeping quarters to make a problem of their planned encounters. It was important that their collaboration stay a secret for now, mostly to avoid any diplomatic incident or scandal, and Khan had already warned her that one of his classmates was going to be a thorn in their side in that regard. The shuttles landed and she straightened, pushing the thoughts aside to focus on the task at hand. The students walked out, escorted by a representative of their school, and stood in lines before them. 20 students, 5 per academy, the brightest of their promotions, their presence in the force mostly eager, some intimidated, and a couple straight up arrogant. She would look for those. Khan was the last one on the left of the Talaravins line. His face betrayed nothing, looking at them with carefully crafted eager interest, but she could feel him brush politely against her own presence in the force, gauging her mood. Their bond sang, delighted, and she had to use all of her experience to repress a smile. The academy director for Corellia marched forward and started with his speech. "Good afternoon, students, and welcome on Corellia," he said in a booming voice. "I am Director Jera, and me and my colleagues are thrilled to welcome you here at the Corellian Academy for the first session of the Galactic Flight Academy summer program. You are among the best pilots in training the galaxy have to offer, each with your own specialty, and I speak for all of your teachers this summer when I say that they are truly honored to have you. Quarters have been prepared and a full schedule will be delivered to you before our first dinner together this evening. I'll now leave the word to the 4 senators behind me, as they are the ones we all have to thank for putting together this wonderful initiative. Senators, if you will." They moved forward, taking the place left empty by the director. They had decided Feng and Callum would speak, since Anya would anyway supervise the program, and Corellia had already been represented. Both highlighted everyone's great work on the project and the importance this summer session would have on the future design of the full program, making sure the students were aware the politicians would watch them closely and expected their honest opinion on the classes they would attend. When they finished, most of the 20 pilots had at least a small smile and clapped enthusiastically at their parting words. Anya smiled as well, then followed them out of the hangar and into one of the meeting rooms they occupied with the teachers involved, reviewing the materials one last time before the classes began the next day. Khan was mildly bored, but not in a very bad way. He was in the common room the male students were assigned, sitting on a comfortable sofa and looking at his datapad for the most recent holo-news. His mind, however, was very far from the article on hyperlinked axes in the outer rim he was pretending to read. Montferrat and Uleran were here. Surprising, but still pleasant news. He held less affinity for them than he did for Pete, though he had held Montferrat in high regards when he served under him, but both were to become prominent naval officers, and had a genuine talent for it, which was rare enough to take notice. It would be interesting to observe them in this setting and see for himself if they were worth an alliance or not. Next to him on another couch, Jang was engaged in a peacock parade that seemed to impress nearly no one apart from his friend from Talravin, bragging of his connection with the Talravinian senator, and how the courses would be so easy for him because he was so talented. Khan was pretty sure he saw Montferrat roll his eyes, he still had both at the moment, and replied with an apologetic smile before turning back to his datapad, wondering distractedly if the proposal for stricter regulations currently under study at the Senate would spark something in the rim. They were called for dinner a few minutes afterward, and he went to his room to put his datapad back before joining the group. The rooms were fine, at least they were not bunking with others, and the en-suite refresher appropriate. He was kind of excited about his classes too. The schedule they had been given was intriguing, and it looked like it was going to be both fun and instructive. It was, however, far from the main cause for the bubbling feeling that made his chest feel all fuzzy. He stole a glance at Anya, sitting at the teacher's table next to theirs, and felt the feeling grow. He was happy to see her in the flesh, after so many months interacting only virtually. She was still in the pretty green dress she wore to the opening speech, her eyes gleaming under the warm lights and a careful smile dancing on her face, as she listened to whatever Feng Di Selenia, the senator for his planet, was telling her. Was this Jang's relative? He couldn't see the resemblance, and from Anya's feedback, he seemed a lot more decent than Jang could ever be on his best days. Strange. Perhaps Jang was the family's rotten apple, or perhaps Feng was the only highlight of his brood. Khan realized he was staring, and turned back to his plate after a last glance at Anya. It would be tough, he saw it now, to pretend not to know her when she had been his main social bond since his son's death. His jaw clenched, annoyed at the idea. He couldn't deny that the thought of meeting her later this evening was quite sweet. Khan. The teenager startled and took a sip of water to hide his reaction, as the words echoed in his skull. It was the first time she tried speaking through their bond, and it felt weird, to say the least. He opened himself a touch more to the force, finding the hints of the bond, and replied, Anya, come to the medbay at 2100, I'll pick you up. He sent a quick approval through the force and tried to focus on his dinner. Some of the boys were planning to explore a bit the school after dinner, so the living quarters would be mostly empty, and they had no real curfew in place, so he should be able to make it without being spotted. Of course, it would reflect poorly on Talravin if he was caught outside of his room with the senator in the late evening, but outside of Jang, nobody here had anything against him yet, and Jang was clearly too preoccupied with himself to care about bullying him at the moment. Khan, though he would never admit to it, even to himself, spent the rest of dinner listening to her clever conversations with her fellow senators. He deduced from his indiscretion that he liked her voice better in person than on comms, and that he was still a criffing lost cause when it came to smart educated girls with a taste for aggressive negotiations. The thought made him want to bang his head against a wall violently enough to reset his obviously corrupted brain, but that would have been both inefficient and unsatisfying, so he settled for a short meditation in his quarters to clear his mind and put the matter at rest. Unsurprisingly, considering his innate talent for letting things go, he was still radiating a strong dark cloud of displeasure with himself when she met him before the medbay, gesturing him towards a door no different from the others on the corridor. Quite predictably, her quarters were much nicer than his. She was allowed a full suite, with a comfortable living room, a fully equipped kitchen with a cooking droid, and even a small training room, though obviously made for high-ranking officers, seeking to improve in close combat and maintain the physique, rather than for GD. She brought them tea she had apparently been brewing before coming to pick him up, and served them both a cup before collapsing on the sofa with much less grace than what he had expected. She had dropped the dress for a more relaxed training outfit and removed the hairpieces and makeup. She still looked good, though a bit tired, and he hated that he noticed it. You feel troubled? She asked, frowning lightly. It's nothing. The shuttle ride was not particularly pleasant, he lied, unwilling to share his humiliating thoughts with her. He took a sip of tea, perfect, not that he had expected otherwise, and quieted his mind. She was a bit hypocritical to point out how he felt when he could feel now how tense she was herself, avoiding his gaze and tapping her leg discreetly on the floor. In another life he would have called her bluff, maybe even thought her obvious worry pathetic. In this one, contaminated as he was by Luke's sunny compassion, he understood that their fight still weighed on her a lot more than it did on him. For all his hate of lava, he was very much an emotional volcano, holding it all in until he snapped and let it all out. He was good at holding grudges, but his occasional vocal outbursts were rarely important enough to warrant one, especially when he knew where she was coming from. Anya probably didn't know that though. "Are you still interested in close combat training? The room would be perfect," he asked, breaking the awkward silence that was starting to weigh on him. Some of the tension seemed to leave her shoulders, and she nodded. "Somewhat. I was also thinking of force training in general, though I am not keen on lightsaber training after the pirate dash." She paused. "You thought of something?" Anya nodded. "Your force sensitivity is known and obvious. If you perform as I expect, I'll reach out to Talravin to ask them if they are fine with us exchanging on the subject. It would also legitimize our meetings." "Precisely. Smart, as usual." He caught the hint of a smile on her lips before the eyes met. She flushed slightly, avoiding his gaze. That was new. Was he intimidating her? She probably had some sour memories of training in general, and the idea of spending her evenings being beaten to the ground by the ex-Empire executioner must not be a very pleasant one. He felt kind of sorry, in his own way, but it was seriously needed if she was to be safe in the coming years. Somewhat subdued, she requested a tale of his adventures on Tatooine. He obliged, taking note of her softening eyes and interested expression. For some reason, she was quite taken with Tatooine and its slavery problem, more than any other being he had encountered that was not actually from an enslaved planet themselves. He had no update on the scanners and the current status of his mother's small rebellion, but his heart held hope, and it was at least 100 times better than it had been the first time. "I just wanted to say, Khan, I am happy you did it." All of it she told him when he finished his story. The admission felt taxing to her, but genuine. His insides warmed comfortably, and he was sure it wasn't just the tea. "I'll protect you, Anya," he replied awkwardly, hands clenched on his cup. "When the times come, when it'll become dangerous, I'll be there." She smiled, radiant and teary, and nodded before thanking him while he cringed at how gushy his sentence sounded. It had come out way more dramatic than what he had intended in the first place, and he hoped it didn't make her feel too uncomfortable. They spent the next minutes in intense silence, finishing their tea, before heading to the room for what they were actually supposed to do, the hand-to-hand training. Unsurprisingly, she sucked at Terra's Kasi. She had the physical condition, the quick reflexes and good basics from her duelist training, but overall, it was still pretty deplorable to him. Patiently, he spent the next hours teaching her new stances, working on different ways to disarm someone, and which parts of the human body she could hit and hurt, despite his physical superiority, channeling the calm and encouraging attitude he tried to use with the younglings at the temple. It left her breathless and sweaty, but he could feel she was at least a bit satisfied with her progress, and not at all bothered by the physical exertion. Good. She was a good student. He had been a tad doubtful of that before, considering her aversion for battles, but she proved him wrong. It was a shame she was so against lightsaber training. He would have liked to see how she performed against him. "Same time tomorrow?" he asked, brushing a hand against his somewhat sweaty forehead. She raised her head from her stretch and met his eyes. "Yes, come directly, the door will be open." He nodded and drank a bit more for the glass of water she fetched him earlier, trying his hardest not to stare at her indecent posture. For all of his mature mind and usually composed attitude, he still had very much a teenage boy body, and she was easy on the eyes. Criff. 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 Mortified, Khan settled not so long afterward for a tactical retreat, and left her for a quick shower and a longer introspective meditation in his own quarters. He did not notice Jang arriving from the opposite corridor when he got back. The next day he headed to his first classes and sat next to Montferrat. Jed, as he was supposed to call him here. The boy was attending the Serenian Academy unexpectedly, and was the most silent and reserved of the entire group, which suited him just fine. It took all of 5 minutes for Khan to be entranced by the piloting class. They were talking about maneuvers so extreme they had been forgotten in his time, relying on the ship's specs on a level even he had never dared to reach before on one he hadn't heavily tempered with. It required the perfect mixture of engineering skills and piloting talent, and the end result when performed correctly bordered on sorcery. Beside him, Jed's eyes were glinting with pure reverence, and he could tell already that he was going to love the entire thing. The best part. They were going to train on sim during the afternoon on all maneuvers and attempt their favorite with real ships the next day, after a physics/engineering class dedicated to getting them familiar with their ship's specs and their own body's potential reactions to the real deal. Force bless Anya for her piloting academy idea. This was the most perfect way to spend a summer break. When they gathered for lunch after the first class, the Force was filled with the young pilot's excitement about their first assignment. He sat next to Jed again and was surprised to see Wolf Ulleran's seat on his other side. The future colonel was talking with the 3 other Corellian pilots in hushed tones to avoid being noticed by the teachers and the senators who stayed and were eating at the table behind them. One of them, a true Corellian named Fran, attracted his attention. "My father is close with the Corellian senator," Fran bragged, speaking a touch louder. "He says this was the Serenian senator's idea." "The lady?" Wolf replied. "Why would she be interested in an advanced pilot program? I looked her up yesterday, and she seemed mostly involved in charity work and relief missions." "No idea. Do you know something?" He was gesturing to the Serenian pilot that sat in front of Khan. Jed pinched his lips but kept silent. The other one had no such qualms and smiled instantly, preening under the boy's interested gazes. "Well, when Count Dooku will step down, she will be in charge of Sereno. I guess it makes sense for her to want good pilots for our military and mining operations." Ulleran narrowed his eyes, unconvinced. "Or it is a way to make quick allies with some of the most influential planets in the galaxy, and to plant the seeds for future reforms of the Republic Navy." Khan raised his brow, impressed. That was surprisingly close to the truth. Then again, Ulleran had become a colonel in Imperial Security Bureau after his resignation from the Navy, and that was perhaps one of the only agencies in the Empire that Palpatine refused to see governed by well-bred fools with gigantic egos. It made sense he would be just as bright as a teen as he had been later on, though if he remembered correctly he was atrociously devoted to procedures, and lacked the sort of creative thinking he personally was fond of at the time they served together in the Clone Wars. Fran smiled at Ulleran and replied, "Wouldn't mind it. As it is, the Republic Navy is a bit of a sham. I thought Sereno was not big on being part of the Republic though. They nearly left a few years ago, didn't they?" "That was before her time. I heard she is quite the sensation on Coruscant. When she speaks to the Senate, Valorum always listened," Ulleran replied, ending his statement with a suggestive wink that got a conniving smile on the other Corellian boys' faces. "Valorum is known for being a weak-spine paper pusher though, Wolf. I would not put much credit in that," Fran joked, making the others chuckle. The loose-lipped Serenian pilot smiled even more, leaning towards them and speaking even quieter. "There are rumors that it's because she is a G-." He did not finish and grunted in pain, his eyes shining with betrayal as Jed apparently kicked him beneath the table. "Loyal, good point." "Shut up, Caleb," he muttered furiously. "She is seated right behind us, and I bet she wouldn't like you spreading mindless gossip on Sereno's royal family." Not exactly gossip, but Khan did not mind his intervention, and felt a little petty spike of happiness at said Caleb's disgruntled face. He returned to his meal while keeping an ear out for the discussion, but it had already derailed back to what they had learned in class this morning. Most of these kids were children of notables and had been raised as such. Causing trouble in public was bad, and Jed's sharp tone was enough for them to understand that if they wanted to run their mouth, they would have to do so in private. Neat. Jiang never demonstrated such a careful upbringing, to his utter dismay. Spoiled brat. Jed gave him an assessing look after that, apparently considering his reactions to the whole ordeal, and when they went to the simulator room afterward, they sat next to each other again. In his stunted kind of way, it seemed Khan had made somewhat of a friend out of the Serenian pilot he had spent decades terrorizing in his first life. Anya calmed Feng the next evening shortly before dinner, still shaking slightly from the pure terror she had felt during the aerial madness she had been forced to witness earlier that afternoon. They were all brilliant, all good, though some were just above average, where others were spectacular. Khan eclipsed them all by a very comfortable margin. He seemingly had no survival instincts and an extraordinary talent for flying. He had performed extremely well in the simulator according to his teacher, and was as a result allowed the maneuver of his choice. He picked the worst one, the hide-em feint, that was supposed to simulate a damaged ship to lure the enemy into a false sense of safety, while getting into position for a perfect lethal counterattack, still according to the very proud flying instructor that stood next to her and let out excited giggles during the entire thing. For a brief and intense moment, she had thought he hadn't pulled it off and was dead. The bond comforted her, but it was still terrifying. When he landed, Khan had laughed, and his eyes were filled with mirth. She had never seen him laugh like that before, carefree and happy and elated, his entire being radiating pure joy. Anya bit the inside of her cheek nervously as Feng picked up. It wasn't exactly the right time to revisit this particular memory. "Anya, how are you?" he asked, looking pleasantly surprised. "I'm good, Feng, how are you?" she replied warmly, trying to set the tone for their friendly discussion. He smiled, the expression a bit fake, but not as much as she expected it to be. "Perfectly fine, I was just about to head to a meeting with the director of the Talavinian Academy to review the first reports on the program when you called." "Oh," she frowned, "should I call you back later then? The matter is hardly serious." He shook his head lightly. "No, no, go on, what is it?" "Perfect. Game on. There is this student, Khan Vader," she asked, trying her best to appear neutrally interested. Feng hummed in assent, but she could see in his expression he had no idea why she was bringing him up. "Oh, yes, I heard of him quite a bit when discussing the program, top of his year, brilliant." His brows furrowed in concern. "What about him, did he cause any trouble?" She smiled, wondering briefly if he had some prejudices about Khan from what that Jang boy told him, or if it was his natural reaction. "No, on the contrary, he showed a great deal of talent during the first in-flight training this afternoon," she said, dismissing his worry. "Actually, that's the reason for my call. I felt him during the training." "You felt him?" he asked, clearly intrigued by her choice of words. "I don't advertise it, but I was trained, as my uncle, in the ways of the Jedi. I felt him through the Force. I know this is probably breaching boundaries, and to be honest, I wouldn't have asked if we weren't so close, but I was wondering if he was trained." Feng looked slightly awed in the way every person usually was when she revealed she had any connection with the mysterious space monks. He smiled quickly though, the reminder of their tentative friendship washing away any doubts he could have at her intents. "I believe all Force-sensitive kids from the academy are tutored through the Shan Temple on Alasia." "Why?" She lowered her gaze and let hesitance color her voice, trying to convey light embarrassment. "It's nothing really, just confirming what I felt. It's quite rare to find another sensitive who is not part of the main Jedi order, you know." Feng's features softened, and she knew she had triggered his white knight instincts. "I can arrange a meeting if you'd like. I'm sure the boy won't object." She put her hair back behind her ear, pretending to think about his proposal for a few seconds, then nodded tentatively. "If he is willing, will you agree for an exchange? I'm curious of his training. I'll ask the director for a formal agreement. He interacts with the temple much more than I do. I'll come back to you later if that's fine with you." "Perfect, many thanks, Feng, I really appreciate it," she replied, making her tone as relieved and grateful as she could. He waved a dismissive hand, downplaying it as she knew he would. "You're a friend before being a colleague, Anya, and I think it might be the first time I see something catching your interest this intensely," he said, eyes glinting sharp while his voice came out light and amused. She laughed for good measure, knowing full well that Feng was kind but calculative, and that this favor would be granted to her because of Sari Delta 5, and the incredible profits both Sereno and Talravin made from its exploitation, and not any kind of friendship. Despite what he said, Feng was still very much a colleague before he was her friend. They hung up not too long after that. The Talavinian senator was starting to run late to his meeting with his academy's director, and she had nothing more to say to him. After the usual pleasantries, the comm finished and she got back to work for about half an hour before heading to dinner, knowing full well she was going to hear back soon enough. When she received his reply, Khan was seated in front of her drinking tea after a quick dispute on his exploits of the afternoon, that ended with Khan telling her in a scathing tone that she should not watch him fly again if she could not trust him not to kill himself. Apparently, her distress during the practice had been distracting. She purposely ignored the painful twist in her chest at his words and tried to drown her emotions in her tea. "Whatever," he agreed. "Said you will be in touch soon if there is an interest on your side." He turned on his datapad and smiled faintly before showing her the email the director sent him. Polite and concise, it said that the Serenian senator had taken an interest in him and was similarly gifted, that it was strongly advised he made contact with her to organize a meeting, and that he would receive further instruction from his temple tutor. "Su Li called me earlier. He was ecstatic when he learned your name, something about how enlightening it would be to meet a Jedi of Yoda's lineage." Even unofficially he drawled with annoyed fondness. "That was new." Anya raised a brow. "You're fond of him." "He is tolerable." She laughed and handed him his datapad back. That means a lot coming from you. He did not reply, and for a moment she was worried she had offended him again. He was sometimes very hard to read, and from his haste to get out of her quarters the previous evening and the earlier fight, she deduced she had probably said the wrong thing at some point or another without realizing it. Jang will become a problem sooner or later, he said, completely changing topics. She supposed he was uncomfortable with the idea of genuinely liking other people. It was a bit sad, really, but it was also not really her place to comment on it. We have cover, she said instead. Not for Terra's Kasi practice, it would raise too much questions. We will need to pretend to do lightsaber training if someone comes to check what we are doing. Anya was quite sure none of the people present in the program had any clues what GD did when they trained, and that they could just pretend to meditate for hours until they passed out of boredom if someone wanted to see what they did. She frowned, catching his intent. You want to duel me? I lack worthy opponents to progress in this body. I can't show my true level at the temple, and training droids are boring, he explained, frustration tainting his words. She smirked. You want to try your new toy? He huffed, crossing his arms over his chest, but didn't seem too offended by her jab. I know I'm asking a favor. I won't force it on you. Anya turned her head, closing her eyes, and sighed. She was the one that told him she explicitly didn't want to do lightsaber training, and to have him bring it up again so soon was disappointing. She was quite curious about the dark blade he had managed to complete right before coming to Corellia, if she was honest with herself, and she hadn't trained with Dooku since her interlude with the pirates. She guessed he had been strongly advised not to train her any more than she already was by Yoda when he came to pick her up from the temple. Not that he would care in the long run, he would probably find a way to rope her back into it when she'll visit Sereno again, but he would not risk it on Coruscant. Still, having him completely disregard her wishes was hurtful at best, and now that he exposed his, she felt bad refusing him. Typical, really. Well, that escalated quickly. Fine, I'll do it, she conceded, knowing full well she had just agreed to let him wipe the floor with her. Their Terraskasi sessions were already quite physical, leaving her bruised, sore and exhausted, and she held no hope to have any sort of advantage over him with lightsabers involved. Thanks, Anya. I owe you one. I'll remember, she replied with a small smile, burying her resentment. Khan grinned, amused. They then finished their tea and got started on her second Terraskasi practice. He went even harder than the first time, and had lost some of the kindness he had shown, but she was a fast learner and kept pace until she was too tired to really do much of anything, much less endure his aggressive training style. She was overall quite proud of herself. It was a new skill and not an easy one to pick up, especially with her distaste for anything combat-related, so seeing Khan seemingly happy with where she stood after her first lessons filled her with a quiet and warm feeling of satisfaction, despite her overall aching body and somber mood. He stayed that time, after training. Maybe because he felt guilty for fleeing like some kind of thief the day prior, maybe because of their previous argument, or just because he wanted to spend some time with her. Frankly, at that point she was too tired to investigate. He had brought another set of clothes, and they took turns in the refresher before heading back to the living room for some light meditation. Feeling Khan close to her in the Force while meditating was one of the strangest experiences she ever had. Their bond was pulsating loudly, their energies echoing in what was initially a messy, discordant tune. It settled for a more peaceful but clearly still not harmonious chant, after a couple of minutes of focus and relaxation. The dark smoke and platinum strings swelled around her usual inner meditative space, the thread so big and obvious it was now surrounding her like a gigantic snake. It brought extreme clarity on some connections and clouded others. Interesting, if not entirely unexpected. She followed a couple of knots and lines randomly, getting impressions and hints of possibilities. The Force felt happier with them now, more accepting after their joint efforts to integrate themselves to the timeline, and while it still whispered to stick to known patterns and stop playing with the future, she could feel larger space for maneuvers, and a tacit acceptance of at least some disturbances, as long as they were compensated for appropriately. When she exited the trance he was still deep into it, and she went to prepare more tea to pass the time, keeping her mind quiet and her presence as meditative as possible to avoid disturbing him. Anya was sipping on her first cup, enjoying the warm liquid that soothed the usual cold she felt post-meditation when Khan opened his eyes and came to sit next to her, grabbing the other cup with distant eyes. After a few minutes of silence, she offered her impressions. It felt strange, I saw our bond more clearly. How does it appears to you? Platinum and dark smoke intertwined in a thread. It was all around me tonight. You usually see strings, he said, looking pensive. I do, either tangled as yarn or agitated like snakes. The knots and splits represent major events connecting them, and the closer I am, the clearer one's path is, most of the time. She glanced at him, unsure, but still asked, "How does it look to you?" He stayed silent for a moment, then cleared his throat. "I see a landscape, divided into dark and light, and populated. People, metaphors. Usually animals. I hadn't spotted you before tonight." She thought he would stop here. The subject was sensitive, it was quite intimate to talk about one's mental space, nearly a taboo for Jedi outside of a Padawan-master relationship. She didn't mind it personally, since hers was anyway too abstract for most Force sensitives to get what the size, color, or movement of a thread meant to her, but her uncle, for example, had never described his to her, and probably never would. He sipped more of his tea before speaking again, surprising her. "You're a kind of cat, big, with a silver coat, bony spikes, and dark facial markings." Anya smiled, amused. "A Serenian-crested cougar, one of our mountain predators. Is it how you see the bond?" He shrugged. "Somehow. My space is not as clear as yours, too much time in the dark side." "Are you there?" She knew she couldn't look at herself in her mind. She saw the threads connecting her to the mass, but outside of very intense meditations in high-energy places, she couldn't see her own path, nor get any impressions on her own future. Yes, though the metaphor seemed to have changed. "I guessed by the shadows," he said, his face darkening slightly. "Great dragon," he nodded. She remembered his tales well, both those he lived through with the Devastator, and the ones he told of Halil and Chanini and Kith. The gigantic apex predator suited him. She wondered what he saw himself as before, but kept her mouth shut, wary of triggering something in him. They finished their tea in silent contemplation, each still slightly disconnected from reality by their recent meditation, and Khan went back to his quarters a lot later than the previous day. Anya felt a pang when she saw the door close, and strongly pretended it was exhaustion before releasing it all to the Force, and dragging herself to bed. The quiet tone of her uncle rang in her ears, reminding her that the Force was not a dumpster for emotionally inadequate apprentices, and that a true Force user dealt with their own feelings, instead of using the energy field as a secret diary for their internal torments. Sometimes he could be terribly insensitive. Qui-Gon opened his eyes and took in the fresh air of the meditative garden he was seated in. Su Li came in soon after, carrying a tray with a fuming teapot and 2 cups that smelled divine. "Do you want to stay a couple more days?" he asked with a kind smile. "I do, thank you for having me, Su Li." Truth was, Qui-Gon hadn't felt the Force that strongly, that potently for years. He hadn't realized how clouded and inaccessible it had been on Coruscant before visiting the Shan's temple. Usually, the more Force sensitives were gathered in one place, the clearer the Force's will became to all present, and meditating at the Coruscanti temple still gave him more insight than any other planet without a strong Force-sensitive presence, but his stay on Talravin was proving to be enlightening. The Shans weren't universally liked, and many Jedi he knew held little regard for them, calling them names and expressing contempt for their lack of discipline. Truth be told, Qui-Gon had once held those same stereotypes before meeting Su Li on Tython, and still had some reservations about some of their beliefs. They, however, were also the temple with the least amount of falls to the dark side, and after staying a couple of days on the planet, he could fully understand why. The atmosphere there was serene, peaceful, the Force flowing soft and bright, unconcerned by the turmoils that often agitated the rest of the galaxy. The students here weren't warriors, nor peacekeepers, but rather peace spreaders if Qui-Gon understood Su Li's subtle clues correctly. They learned how to serve the Force, but instead of devoting themselves to the endeavor by traveling the galaxy ending conflicts, they were most often involved in initiatives related to their day jobs that aimed to make the galaxy a better place to live in. Charities, education programs, science and medical practices, their range was broad, and their actions bettered the lives of many. They were akin to some of the Jedi Corps more than the main temple in a lot of ways, and it felt to Qui-Gon like a breath of fresh air, to be able to meditate and commune with the pool of positive energy the Shans seemed to cultivate. In more than a way, they overcame the lack of powerful Force users, and the general limitations their beliefs and practices placed on them, by using their gifts in other, different manners. Not that they would admit it, especially not to him. Su Li was his main interlocutor there, and even he kept the content of their teachings under tight wraps, giving vague answers evoking love and compassion. Qui-Gon found it amusing and didn't pry. He was there to show them that the Coruscanti order still cared and fostered good relationships, not judge their way of life, nor the philosophy they were imparting on students. The Coruscanti temple wouldn't have taken anyway. Ultimately, their students were force sensitives, either not powerful enough for the temple to want to recruit, or children whose parents decided not to send to the order. The Shans offered them a safe place to get familiar with their gifts and enough knowledge and practice to foster a good relationship with the Force. Qui-Gon quietly thought that temples like the Shans were a great initiative and needed to be more widespread, in spite of anything the Order had to say about their general disinterest for the Jedi tenets. "You look pensive," my friend Su Li said, as pleasant and serene as the place they were in. "I suppose I do," he replied, amused. "I'm grateful we had an opportunity to meet again. It has been too long since Tython." Su Li hummed approvingly. "Indeed. Are you visiting the Green Jedi Enclave afterward?" "I will, though my stay will probably be shorter. The council wants me to report on a summer program held on Corellia." His friend perked up. "I have a student there, one I would like you to meet." Qui-Gon leaned forward, interested. "Oh, I can certainly try to organize something. What is his name?" "Khan Vayner. A bit taciturn and sort of shy, but brilliant. His understanding of the Force is breathtaking, especially for someone so young. Actually, I was asked just yesterday if I could reach out to him." He caught the interest of another Force sensitive there, Anya. How peculiar. He hadn't thought she would be interested in meeting a Jedi, especially after giving up her training with Dooku. Was there something else at play there? His curiosity grew, along with a stir in the Force. Whoever this Khan Vayner was, he was important. "You're intriguing me, Su Li," he said with a raised brow. The Jedi laughed. "You'll understand it when you meet him. He's not your typical Jedi, but I think you like him." Qui-Gon sipped his tea pensively and wondered if he would. Zhang was brewing something. The nuisance had been unusually quiet these last few days, pretending to be entirely focused on the curriculum, while Khan could catch him glance at him every so often. Suspicious. Khan himself was swimming in pure bliss, cruising through the classes with pleasure, enjoying the unexpected flight classes and mechanical challenges thrown at them, and spending quality time training with Anya. They had started to spice up the close combat practice with a bit of lightsaber duel, on his request, and meditated together every couple of days, which was surprisingly pleasant now that they figured how to coordinate their Force presence to interact nicely with each other, instead of clashing. The dueling, of course, was his favorite part. Anya was getting better at fighting without a lightsaber, but she was still far from good enough to challenge him, which pushed him to stay in teaching mode. With a lightsaber, however, Dooku's training shone through, and he could actually let himself go way further than he usually could at the temple or against droids. Anya was a bit competitive, a side of her he hadn't known about before, and as soon as she realized that she would for sure not damage him, and that he wouldn't damage her, she started to enjoy the practice too, smiling fiercely as they traded blows and light-hearted banter. It made him wonder how harsh exactly Dooku had been with her during practices. He supposed the more he slipped towards the dark side, the less the man cared about hurting her when they fought, and the thought tasted sour in his mouth. In between his day and nighttime activities, he had little time to think about Zhang. Zhang, though, seemed to have devoted quite some time to think about him. He walked past him that evening, after training. His hair was still wet from the brief shower he took in Anya's quarters, and he was carrying his dirty training clothes and his lightsaber in a small bag. He was about to enter his room when the other boy grabbed his arm. "Khan, our favorite charity case. What keeps you so busy every evening? Found yourself a cute pastime?" he asked, his voice grating on Khan's nerves. He smelled him exaggeratedly, making some disgusting noise with his nose, and snickered. Another boy from Taravin laughed in the background, clearly listening to the exchange. "Khan got himself a girlfriend. I wonder which one it is. That girl from Exila is definitely desperate enough." He laughed. Khan glared, but did not reply and retreated in his room. It was okay, it was fine. Zhang was just being his usual annoying self, and he would not lower himself to his level. Never. He put his clothes in the laundry basket, hid his lightsaber into his secure suitcase, and went straight to bed, filling his thoughts with pleasant memories from his meditations with the great dragon pearl, to dissipate the anger clawing at his mind, asking him to kill, to hurt, to maim. Khan fell asleep somewhat calmer. It was, however, not going to last very long. The next day started out pretty standard, maybe with a little bit more stirring than he was used to, but that was about it. The group of students had quickly separated into several smaller factions, two made of mostly rich or notable students, one with Zhang and the Taravinian students, and the other with the Corellian boys and Caleb. The girls mainly stuck together. There were 3 from Sereno, 2 from Ixila, and 2 from Corellia. The rest didn't really make a solid group, and was composed of him, Jed, and the Axelan boys. Khan was starting to really like Jed, and they now spent most of their days sitting near each other, working on their assignments and not talking much. The boy was a blessing. Against his usual standards, however, Jed took him aside after lunch to talk. "There are rumors," he said, looking extremely uncomfortable. Khan's brow twitched with rising annoyance. He had a feeling he knew exactly what was happening there. "Rumors that you're with one of the girls. They are all denying it." He was trying to be comforting, and failing. Khan gritted his teeth. "This is stupid." "It's not. If I heard it, at least some of the teachers did as well. It could be bad for you." He cut him off, unwilling to hear more. "Thank you for worrying." He then started to leave, but Jed stopped his tactical escape. "Be careful, Khan. These boys are snakes." Khan sighed. "I know." The afternoon class was unpleasant, polluted by whispers and guesses on who his mysterious girlfriend was. Annoying, to say the least. It was nice that Anya had preemptively thought of legitimizing their meetings. Their cover definitely didn't last very long. They were barely halfway through the second week of the program. It was utterly ridiculous. Could they still go on their little field trip? If the rumors did not quiet, they would be under a lot of observation. Sneaking out for a full weekend would probably be extremely difficult. Should they reschedule? He should ask her, but she was absent for the day both at lunch and dinner, handling some important meetings regarding Sereno's resources with her uncle and the High Council, reviewing and defining their current and future goals. He would have to ask this evening if they had even 12 seconds before someone following them decided to just barge in and interrupt their little meetup. He was already sighing when he pushed Anya's door after dinner. She was seated on the sofa, looking at Datapad with a serious face, still wearing her formal outfit minus the cloak. She smiled at him and gestured toward the kitchen area. "I'm sorry, Khan, I still have loads of work. You can make something if you like." He didn't care. A quick review of the well-stocked pantry revealed he had enough ingredients to make tsai, and after his long and annoying day, it was exactly what he needed. He got the spices and sugar out, boiled some water and prepared the ginger and black pepper, before mixing them with the rest of the spices. Anya had an extensive collection of all sorts of teas she apparently liked to carry everywhere, something she picked up from Dooku. Despite his general aversion for the man, it was definitely a trait he couldn't deny. He was grateful he passed on to his niece, especially now that he benefited from it extremely regularly. He picked up some black tea leaves from Rhodia and let the steaming water open them for a few minutes before plunging them in the mixture. "It smells amazing. What is it?" "Sai," he replied curtly, unwilling to share more details about the traditional recipe. He saw her blush when he poured her a cup and cursed her extensive knowledge of Tatooinian traditions. That Sai was a secret well kept, one only shared with family, and brewing it for someone else, had heavy implications he would have preferred she knew nothing about. It was the first time he made a batch for anyone outside of his own mother. Khan dismissed the thoughts and got his datapad out of his bag. He took the time to finish his homework. The teachers were starting to burden them with an increasing number of assignments, now that they were picking up the program's rhythm, while sipping the warm beverage. It was nice to be seated in the same room as Anya, each silently working on their own things while sharing a warm teapot. He wondered briefly if it would also be like that when they would be on Coruscant, pleasant evenings in comfortable silence, soothing his soul even after gloomy days. He hoped so. Once his work was done and the first teapot empty, he made another batch for Anya and went into the training room to work on his katas with what she called his new toy. The dark brown-red lightsaber was a magnificence. It was not his fault if her vision was flawed by her general distaste for brutal murder. Even at the low settings he was using for training, something he fine-tuned over an agonizingly long time period, the blade shone with a dangerously captivating light and hissed sharper than any of his previous lightsaber when she met an obstacle. It was a lovely weapon of mass destruction, and one he knew he could trust with his life. It was perfectly balanced, the beautiful Beskar hilt taking nothing away from its performance, and at its normal settings, it was the most powerful saber he had ever made or held. And, well, considering he killed a ton of GD, he had held quite a few. Anya joined him after some time. She was now wearing her habitual training gear and lit her forest green blade before joining him into the katas he was practicing. Once bored, he leveled a daring look at her, and they started to duel. As a Gemso user, her use of Suresu with the occasional touches of Makashi was a near-perfect match, making her able to last quite long against him, and forcing him to go all out and exhaust himself if he wanted to find a weakness in her guard. They both refrained from using the force against each other, making the pairing a bit more level, and Khan also did not use it to add power to his strikes, his natural brute strength being already quite superior. Overall it felt a bit like dueling a weaker combination of Dooku and Obi-Wan, but without the beard and the snark, which was a definite improvement. After an honorable time he finally found an opening and feinted with his blade, capturing her attention while he slid his foot behind her strong knee, making her collapse on the ground in a graceless heap. She glared a little, amused but slightly offended to having been caught in such a simple tactic, and seized his saber arm the second he deactivated his blade, while she rose to her feet before using her momentum to throw him over her shoulder. Now up, she pressed her boot against his neck and smiled. "You're getting better without the lightsaber. But not good enough." He caught her leg easily and tripped her, making her fall on the ground again, next to him this time. She sighed, chasing stray hairs from her face. "Sola," he hummed in approval, a bit out of breath, but rose on one elbow when he heard her sigh repeatedly, trying to chase a last sticky piece of hair without her hands with limited success. He laughed quietly, amused by her ordeal, and pushed it away from her eyes. His fingers lingered on her temple for a few instants afterward while her eyes caught his, and he felt his breath hitch in his chest as her cheeks grew warm. He leaned forward, mouth open in a tentative to spoke, but nothing got out. She put her hand over his on her temple, her gaze troubled, and something nearly electric passed between them as their faces moved closer to each other. Then, someone knocked on the door. The moment was broken instantly. Khan recoiled as fast as a bantha hit by an electrostaff, and they both got back on their feet. Anya cleared her throat, apparently as embarrassed as he was, and pointed to the sofa when they got into the living room. He grabbed a glass of water and poured her one as well before sitting down as she went to open the door. Zhang, accompanied by their Navlane's geography teacher. The middle-aged man favored his nemesis quite heavily for his impeccable knowledge of the various trade routes and hyperspace lanes, and also probably knew his dad at least from afar. His face was scrunched into a disapproving expression, and it was clear from the look he threw her he was not pleased to find Anya behind that door. They could not see him yet from where he was seated, but he had a premium view, and Zhang also looked quite surprised, and way too smug. "Countess Dooku, good evening. This student reported unusual behavior from one of his classmates and led me to your door. May we come in?" he asked, his tone strongly implying he was going to enter one way or another. "Asshole." "Of course," Anya replied, pleasant and well-mannered as always, even if he could feel her tension. "Do you want anything to drink?" The teacher was about to reply when his eyes fell on Khan sitting on the sofa, sipping his water quietly, his hair sweaty and clinging to his forehead. He saw him look at him, then at Anya, then back at him, his expression darkening gradually. He stayed up, arms crossed on his chest as Anya accepted the glass Khan handed out to her, and drank a bit of water. "Mr. Vader, I'm surprised to find you here. Can any of you explain what is actually going on here?" the teacher asked, icy and visibly irked. Apparently, he already had a very good idea of what was actually going on. Zhang seemed ready to burst at the seams with happiness, his arrogance shining through every pore of his skin. Khan exchanged a look with Anya, their past awkwardness momentarily forgotten, and she replied, "I doubt the presence of this student is warranted. Shall we continue this conversation in private?" If anything, the teacher looked even more displeased, but complied and sent an outraged Zhang back to his quarters. Once the door was closed again, Anya smiled sweetly at the man in a placating gesture. "I apologize for this, but as of now only the senator for Talaravin and the director of Talaravin's and Corellia's academies are aware of our arrangement, and I don't wish for idle gossip to spread." He narrowed his eyes, visibly intrigued. "Arrangement, yes. Both Khan and I were trained by GD. Since we come from very different backgrounds, it seemed interesting to organize meetings and training sessions to share our experiences." The teacher looked around the room, and his gaze fell on the lightsabers laying on a table next to the training room, and his eyes opened wide. "So what you were doing was..." Anya hummed in assent. "Lightsaber training. Sorry it caused such unrest. As Force users we tend to keep our practice." She smiled, neat and polite, discreet. The man was visibly sweating now, mortified at his previously accusing tone, and rose placating hands towards her, his fingers shaking slightly. I understand perfectly, Countess Dooku. I apologize for the misunderstanding. I'll confirm with the director tomorrow, but I'm sure everything is in perfect order. Many thanks, I'm glad we clarified this situation. Khan stayed silent, exasperated and angry at Zhang, but mostly at himself. What was that earlier? What was he going to do if they hadn't been interrupted? The memory unfurled in his mind again, making her fall next to him, looking at her struggling with her rebellious strands of hair, her pretty face pinched in exasperation, and then the firm pull to do something, anything. He felt his ears redden. Yeah, doing something. Great. Amazing idea. Was it only his body making him do hormonal stupid stunts like that, or was it something else? The feeling felt foreign, but not unknown, like something he had forgotten a long time ago and struggled to recall. He remembered another scene, on a beautiful terrace in the lake country, his fingers trailing on creamy skin, not unlike he had done on Anya's face. Khan cringed and chased the memory away, his heart clenching painfully in his chest. The teacher was gone when he looked up, and Anya had left the room. He could hear the water, she was taking a shower. Maybe she had warned him, but he had been too lost in his thoughts to register it. He rose, grabbed his bag and lightsaber, and fled. Anya pinched her lips before the High Serenian Council. Her uncle looked at her from across the holotable, amused, and gestured for her to speak her mind. I don't trust Boddle, she is being more and more difficult, and her new advisor is worrying. Vasman Remy, her uncle's favorite counselor, huffed. Sintil is young, bold, she will quiet in due time. Typical. Naremi held vastly different views from Anya, and she had yet to attend a meeting where they didn't disagree on something. I'm young too, Counselor Naremi, and I don't privately advocate for the reinstatement of slavery, Anya retorted, her tone polite yet biting. She is well placed to become the next queen, and Boddle likes her. What are you suggesting, Countess Anya? Naremi asked, daring her to reply. She met her eyes, back straight, and tried to sound as confident as she could. I know no one here wants to break our current alliance with Zigeria, and I agree that it is too profitable for us to withdraw from them. What I suggest is to toughen our agreements carefully, in order to prevent us from being dragged down, should they stoop to more unsavory politics. A soft threat? Councillor Montferrat asked, considering her proposal. She inclined her head in a stiff nod. Exactly, and a fail-safe. I was thinking to add stronger exclusion clauses to the existing arrangements. Would they agree? I understand your concern, Councillor Montferrat, but to my best knowledge, Zigeria is the weakest link in this collaboration, not Sereno. If they want to keep a somewhat stable economy they will have to comply, she replied, words sharp and gaze firm. Yandoku seemed pensive, scratching his beard, and took his time before making his decision. I agree, he finally said, delighting his niece. Zigeria does not need to be our enemy, but we don't want to be its friends. This will be taken as a public insult, stuttered Councillor Gorham, nervous as always. I am well aware, Councillor Gorham, and the galaxy will be delighted to learn that Sereno is taking a stand against slavery. After all, planets from the outer rim tend to gloss over the Republic's laws on the matter way too often, her uncle replied sternly. Understood, Count Dooku, I will add this action item to the list. Anya smiled at him. This would strengthen her seat in the Senate for sure, and it was a very nice first step in the direction she wanted her mandate and then reign to take. She had only vague memories of Zigeria from her own past, but Khan had met the future queen, Mirage Sintil, and had assured her that she was neither benevolent nor pleasant. His exact words were in her tease, and from her knowledge of the language translated approximately to thrice damned haughty nasty hut scumbitch slaver. She had no reserve attacking her and her equally displeasing predecessor. They moved on to their next point, the current status of their explorations and mining operations, and Anya stopped following after a few minutes. This was more of her uncle's domain, and she held no specific expertise in this particular field. She would let them come to their decision without interrupting this time. Taking a sip of her tea, regretting instantly the rich flavor of that Tsai Khan made her 2 days ago, she withheld a sigh. After staying catatonic for long minutes and then fleeing from her quarters during her shower, she had not seen him again. He skipped practice the evening before, sending her a brief holomail to tell her he needed to focus on some homework he had been given and would not be able to come. Bantha crap, she knew it was wrong, but she was too afraid of the real reasons for his sudden avoidant behavior to really dig deeper. It was so strange because for a few seconds when his face was above her in the training room, she had been convinced that he was going to kiss her. She breathed in deeply, trying to calm down. It was preposterous. Khan had never even once alluded that he had any kind of desire or even affection for her, and from what he had told her before they came back to the past, he had only loved one woman, and that was Padma Amidala, the one and only light of his life, the perfect queen for who he had sacrificed everything and the one he had wanted to offer the entire galaxy to, a long time ago. Anya knew he wanted this timeline's Anakin to experience what he had, and that he would as a result not try to get close to the current queen of Naboo, but that didn't mean his feelings for her would disappear, ever. She didn't fit into this equation. Not now, not next year, when Anakin would meet her and be instantly fascinated, while Khan would play the supportive big brother, not in a decade when he would have to witness their blooming relationship, and not later on, when she would hopefully birth Luke and Leia for Anakin and not Khan. The entire thing was wrapped into layers upon layers of complicated feelings and so much pain she had trouble staying in the room the first time he had to tell her his life story, and she wasn't about to disturb whatever balance he had found for a stupid crush. Anya was no one for him, compared to Padme. She was a mean to an end and a convenient ally. Nothing more. Getting delusional would not do her any good. Besides, she was not a good fit for anyone, and would never, ever be. Palpatine had made sure of that. Be careful, my niece, attachments are dangerous for people like us. She stiffened, gulped down the rest of her tea in one go, and closed her eyes quickly, chasing the tears forming behind her lashes. It would reflect badly on her spotless reputation to have a mental breakdown in the middle of a council meeting. Pushing her harsh memories away, she regained control of her feelings, and chastised herself for being even slightly disappointed. She had no claim, no right. She was unworthy. Countess Anya, you've been involved in the last talks with Sullust. What do you think of the recent conflict with Navarro? Anya focused back on the discussion, trying to hide her instinctual flinch, and saw Councilman Ferret looking at her expectantly. She had apparently been lost in her thoughts for longer than she anticipated. Smiling at him, grateful for his intervention and the opportunity to assert her usefulness in those meetings, she replied, Sorosube is taking control of rare assets Navarro needs to exploit the planet's resources. While warranted, Navarro's opposition will just cost it money and widen the financial gap with Sullust. I believe our current position with both planets greatly favors Sullust, although in ways that would not bring any unwarranted hostility from Navarro or their closest allies. Sullust is to be integrated into your flying program, isn't it? Precisely, and agreed to enrich our fleet with some of the latest creations. The technology is astounding, we will benefit greatly from this addition, she told the assembly, relatively proud of her little accomplishment. What are they gaining? Naremi asked, suspicious as always. Anya swallowed the acidic retort that was on her lips, and replied pleasantly. A blind eye from most of the galaxy on their current monopoly on volcanic exploitation, as well as funding for their pilot academy, and inclusion in this program. Councilman Ferret frowned. Sorosube did not help. Sullust refused it past a certain amount. The executive power is wary of their hold on the planet's economics, and didn't want to jeopardize its greatest sentient asset, in case Sorosube suddenly decided to relocate its operations elsewhere, and withdrew their support. Understandable, Count Dooku. Should we keep our current strategy? He nodded, sipped on his own cup of tea, and gestured towards Anya. Excellent input, Countess Anya. Councilman Ferret, we will indeed keep going with the current strategy. At this point, any further action towards one side will be antagonizing the other. Good, she had regained her footing. Now she needed to stop being distracted by old memories and unrequited crushes. This was her first time sitting in the week-long High Serenian Council annual review as an active participant, and she knew already she had something to prove. Most of the councillors didn't yet have the occasion to work closely with her, and were used to her older and male predecessor. She needed to step aside from his shadow without scorching any ego too seriously, and the task required concentration and work. They shouldn't have trained yesterday. It had been nice to take her mind off of the gazillion things she needed to review, comment and analyze prior to those day-long meetings, and dueling Khan was quickly becoming a very guilty pleasure, considering she used to whine constantly about having to do any type of combat training with Yanduku, but now it was distracting her during said meetings, and each time she closed her eyes she could see his amazing blue eyes sparkling with gold and silver, and feel his breath against her skin and dash. Sith hell, she hated herself. Bloody teenage hormones. Too much holodramas. He made sigh, though. It meant something. She pinched her lips, her heart clenching painfully. He probably made Psy for Padme, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka all the time. It just meant she was his ally, nothing more, right? Maybe he even did it purely to entertain her, as he knew she had a thing for Tatooine's traditions and customs. Anya repressed a sigh. That was wrong. He would never betray that particular tradition just to satisfy an off-worlder. But then her heart fluttered, and she felt her frustration grow. She needed to talk to him somehow, but she was not a brave person by any means regarding her own feelings, and she doubted she would be able to breach the subject. Criff. She didn't even know if she really liked him. This was so messed up. When the meeting finally finished, she disconnected the call, made sure the ramp of her ship was up and screamed from the top of her lungs, until her throat gave out and her eyes teared up, her anger, frustration, and disgust with herself sending a shockwave through the Force. She was convinced Khan must have noticed. Whatever. Qui-Gon Jinn probably saw her half naked and washed her head. On the global scale of mortification it was still tolerable, and damn it felt good. After arranging her outfit and hair, she made her way to the dining hall just in time for dinner, and understood a bit better why Khan had suggested they pushed their trip off planet to more auspicious times. Student gossip was terrible. As soon as she entered, every single conversation stopped, and every eye was fixated on her, taking in her beautiful but severe face, her austere dress, sleek tiara and royal cloak in the greatest silence they could muster. She sat down next to Callum Nat and the Corellian Academy's director with a quick greeting to her peers, and heard the whispers start. Khan was seated at the end of the table next to Jedmund Ferret. He felt nervous and angry in the Force, even if he appeared as calm as the most peaceful Serenian lake. The director sighed next to her. I was made aware of this silly gossip. I'm sure it will die in a few days when a new topic arises. It is of no consequence, Director Jera, she replied, her voice slightly hoarse. Maybe she shouldn't have screamed so much. I was worried when you did not appear for lunch or dinner the past couple of days, he whispered, clearly expecting some sort of confession. I'm handling Serenian matters with our High Council. Rest assured, Director Jera, that I still keep a close eye on each report you send me on the program. He smiled, fake and condescending, but she could feel how disappointed he was, that she wasn't willing to share any personal details with him. It's great to hear, Countess Dooku. Senator Nat and I will reach out soon to organize a more formal review of the initiative. As of now, it seems promising. My thoughts exactly. Having such a great concentration of talents is extraordinarily stimulating for our teachers too. I haven't seen them so excited in years. He was beaming, his previous disappointment easily forgotten. Anya smiled, thinking quietly that at least one of them should be more preoccupied with his classes and less about his summer students' nighttime schedules, but kept her thoughts to herself. The meal was excellent, not that she expected any less, and the conversation pleasant. Callum Nat had great input on many different galactic topics, and his opinions on Ryloth had been the highlight of her dinner. She made him promise to delve deeper into it the next time they had a moment for a real conversation, and retreated to her apartments, having nearly forgotten about her earlier screaming festival. It seemed, however, that Khan had not. He barged in maybe half an hour after she got back, shoulders tense and eyes narrowed. She found him gorgeous, even if he looked mad at her, but she squashed the thought with the remnants of her mighty temper, unwilling to reopen that particular Pantheron box. What was that earlier? I nearly crashed my ship, he growled, face pinched in anger. Oops. She was not apologizing, though. Frustrating meeting. I did not think you would feel it so strongly, I just needed to vent for a bit. It was still more submissive than what she would have liked, but old habits died hard, and she hated when people were mad at her. His form relaxed, which she took as a positive, and he did not question why the meeting was frustrating, which she appreciated, because she was definitely not confessing that it was because of him and his stupid face. Khan sighed and averted his gaze, looking suddenly like he regretted coming there. He had been impulsive, she realized that now, and would have probably avoided her at least for another day, if he hadn't been boiling in his righteous fury all afternoon, over the light mishap she had provoked. She sighed too and decided to be the bigger person and break the ice. Do you want to train tonight? He clenched his jaw and she knew his answer. Not tonight. I will not be able to keep it nice. Meditation, she offered, trying not to sound desperate. Khan sighed, not looking very enthused. Tea, she smiled and nodded, not motivated at the idea of doing any force training after her relatively draining day. He took her kitchen hostage again, the furniture acting as a welcome barrier between them. You like pallies? he asked after a few minutes, not raising his head from the cutting board he was using. I think so. There are some stored here, but I haven't had one in years. Good. He came back to the living area half an hour of uncomfortable silence later, with a fresh batch of tsai and a plate of prepared pallies. He looked at Ad more relaxed, and she guessed by his lowered gaze as he offered her a piece of fruit that this was his idea of an apology for ditching her the previous day. Well, she liked it. The fruit had been drenched in Corellian brandy and sugar and burned in a way that made the exterior a crispy texture and a spicy caramel taste, before the mushy interior just melted in the mouth with just the right aftertaste of brandy. It was extremely palatable and meshed really well with a tasty cup of tsai. Real teenager would have rolled her eyes so hard to hear such thoughts passing through her head just for some exotic food and drink, but Anya had survived on prison food for a significant amount of time, and after this unpleasant experience, she was very much inclined to appreciate the simple pleasures of life, including good homemade exotic food. Somehow, maybe because of the remnants of Corellian brandy and the pallies or just the warmth of the tsai, the atmosphere felt a lot less icy between them, once they both settled on the couches and shared the few pieces while exchanging lightly on their respective days. She refrained from speaking about what happened 2 days ago, burying it under a heavy coat of denial and pitiful sorrow, when she realized he wasn't going to bring it up either. It was just a mistake, a lapse in judgment, it meant nothing. Nothing at all. He left after a couple of hours, telling her he would come the next day for practice, and she stayed seated on the sofa for a while, looking at the empty plate of snacks, and finishing her last cup of tsai. It was a nice evening. They even laughed a bit when Khan told her about his latest flying stunt, and how the teacher's face was so green he could have been related to Yoda. Still, there was a stillness in the air, something that was not previously there, hanging between them ominously, sending nervous shivers through her spine, and twisting her stomach in unease. She tossed and turned that night, her sleep disturbed by visions of red cloaks, lightning, and blue eyes. Khan woke up with a frown and kicked at his blanket, barely refraining from pouting in disgust when he felt his sweaty back peeling off the mattress. He had some sort of nightmare, one he did not really understood or remember, but that left him with a vague sense of danger and emotional pain. Weird, he usually had his own very personal brand of sleeping torture, and since it included incredibly specific and painful memories, he had no trouble remembering them for days afterward. He supposed he should feel grateful for the novelty. After a few seconds spent gathering his breath and drinking some water, he headed for the refresher and stayed under the warm water for a lavish amount of time he would have never allowed himself when he was still a GD. His feelings were tangled, and he had trouble identifying what was his problem. Closing his eyes, he sighed, and somewhere in the back of his mind, a mocking voice sounding horrifyingly similar to Obi-Wan's, whispered that he knew exactly what was happening, and was just too much of a coward to admit it to himself. Mental Obi-Wan. 1. Khan. 0. Breakfast being a less formal meal than lunch or dinner, it wasn't required that they sat together for it, which was, given the current situation, quite a relief. He got there earlier than most students, ignoring the hushed conversations that suddenly stopped when he arrived, grabbed some kind of sweet bread and a cup of calf before heading out to the hangars. They had been assigned a defective ship to work on for the week for their mechanical class, and he wanted to try a new idea on how to fix the shielding without decreasing its general performance. It was something he had personally spent quite some time on in the past when he was piloting his TIE Advanced, but this model was quite different from it, and it tickled his creative mind. Khan took a bite of the bread, drank a bit of calf and grabbed his hydrospanner, getting to work. A couple of minutes before his first class he finished cleaning up his workstation and left his project, satisfied with the sim results he got from his newest edition, and disappointed to leave it behind for what he knew was going to be an awkward morning. He took a seat next to Jared as usual and turned on his datapad. The other teen looked at him with a questioning look and replied to his distant greeting with a whispered question. Is it true? It was surprising that it took him so long to actually ask. Montferrat has spent a considerable amount of time staring with mildly disguised bafflement the previous day, using every ounce of his great education to avoid lowering himself below his own standards, but Zhang's scandalous story was so unbelievably intriguing that even he could not stop himself from confirming it. Fortunately for him, Khan liked him enough to be honest. What part? I'm unaware of Zhang's claims. He says you're dating the Countess and have secret meetings with her every evening, and that she threatened the director to cover it up, he replied, brows pinched in a displeased frown. Khan resisted the urge to roll his eyes. It was immature and would not help his case, but still. Why couldn't he just murder the other boy and be done with it? Oh, yes, he considered himself above all of this, and wasting his precious time killing Zhang and covering his tracks wasn't worth it. He had choked officers in the Navy for way less, true, but at that time he could do so with impunity, and was consumed by the dark side. This was supposed to be his redemption arc, and he had already tainted it by literally eating his maker in a Sith temple, so killing his schoolmates because they annoyed him was definitely not something he wanted to add to his long list of bad deeds. Plus, in all honesty, Zhang didn't even deserve to be on his kill list. He was too inconsequential, and it would be petty to kill him just for spreading school gossip. Sidious had been petty. Khan was determined to be a better Sith master than him, especially now that he was trying to use his powers to save the galaxy, and as such, he needed to be poised and in control of his moody temper. "We are not dating," Khan told him, putting an emphasis on the outrageous word, "and she hasn't threatened anyone." Jed sent him an offended look. "Khan, she is royalty and a senator. Having secret meetings with her is improper at best." "It is not what you think," he muttered weakly, cheeks warming as he remembered moving that hair from her face and leaning in, their gazes meeting as something electric passed between them, right before they were rudely interrupted. "So what is it?" The other boy looked peeved, eyes shining with tightly controlled anger. Pulling on the force and making sure no one was looking in their direction, he levitated Jed's stylus and wrote on his datapad, "We train." Jed stared for a couple of seconds, mouth opened in a surprised expression. He then leaned forward to keep his words as quiet as possible. "You are a GD." Khan gave him a subtle nod. "She found out after the first flying course, and asked if we could share our experiences." Jed smiled. "You do know that Zhang's version makes a lot more sense, don't you?" "The faculty knows the truth," he drawled, shrugging. "Why did you tell me?" the other boy asked, turmoil obvious in his voice. Khan sighed. "It is not really a secret, and you looked preoccupied." Jed blushed. Oh. He had miscalculated his intent. Jed had If the ruthless Admiral Montferrat from his past had heard of that, he would have been properly mortified. He closed his eyes, letting the Serenian regain his composure. When he opened them again, Jed seemed to have caught on to the fact that Khan was now aware of his inclination, and his hands were shaking slightly. If he wanted to make him his ally, he needed to resolve this situation in a way that didn't hurt him. It would be easier if he had actual social skills. He was 2 seconds away from asking Anya for her help, but was again reminded of the training room incident, and thought better of it. They hadn't even dared to explore this particular event. Asking for advice on a somewhat related matter was putting oil on a fire he was trying very hard to put out. It was easier when it was Elise or any of the other giggling groupies he had on Talaravin. Here he did not want to just ignore Jed or to harm him with a cutting sentence. "I'm flattered," he ended up saying, his tone too neutral and his face too indifferent. Jed kept his mouth shut, but the wave of awkwardness and slight disappointment that Khan could pick up with the force was almost painful in its intensity. He probably could have handled it a lot better, but, well, Jed could also have developed a crush on a socially apt person, so he guessed they were even. The class started and ended without either of them speaking again. The boy's distress, however, seemed to abate after some minutes, and when they sat together at lunch he was back to his usual self, the incident all but forgotten. Anya was there too, a rarity since the High Serenian Council meetings had started. She looked as composed as ever, with an anthracite dress that made her hair look white and a tiara glinting under the lights, but her slight pout told him she was displeased. His guess was on the discussion she was currently having with the Academy's director. Their eyes crossed for a second, and he got a clearer impression of her through their bond. She was tired, probably didn't sleep very well, annoyed and frustrated. Good to see the moods matched. Tentatively, he reached out. "What is he saying?" "He wants to make the GD training thing public." Apparently, some parents reached out asking questions. "Is it so bad?" "He wants to organize a demonstration." "No. My thoughts exactly. We are not circus animals, and broadcasting our abilities is a security hazard." He might not listen. GD were known for doing just that before the war. Stupid. He smiled quietly at the wave of indignation he got through the force. From the director's face, she managed to push his suggestion away. For now. She approached him as lunch was ending, saluting Montferrat with poised warmth, and asked if they could go for a walk. Both he and Jed rose and followed her outside, their backs burning under the combined stares of the entire mess hall. "Jed knows." Anya cast him a questioning gaze, but he did not provide any other information, not wishing to embark into another mental conversation while the very person they talked about was walking right next to them. It would be rude at best, and their previous talk was already starting a small headache that made his temples pulse painfully, the practiced axing and uneasy. Director Jera is asking me for a solution since I rejected his, Anya stated, displeased and strangely distant. Jed clenched his fists, his anger obvious. He has no right to order anything from you, Countess Dooku. She smiled faintly, placating. I am responsible for his current predicament, Mr. Montferrat. Decorum requires that I at least try to solve it. Jed was very clearly unhappy about the blatant disrespect implied. He frowned and was about to reply when Khan caught a fleeting thought from her and growled. You want Qui-Gon Jinn to help? She avoided his gaze. He is coming anyway, the order wanted him to report on the program. He gritted his teeth, feeling burning anger spreading through his veins. This is getting ridiculous. There are only 2 weeks left, can't the director just deal with it? Anya gave him an icy look, unimpressed. I'll calm you when Qui-Gon is here. Fine, he retorted, his words venomous. There was a spark of something between them, eyes cold and anger blazing, then Khan stormed off in the direction of his next class. He heard Jed muttered an apologetic goodbye, but didn't wait for the boy to catch up. His brown-haired sort of friend ran behind him and grabbed his sleeve, pulling him into an unused room nearby. What was that about? He asked sternly, suddenly reminding him a lot more of the Admiral Montferrat he once knew. Khan had half in mind to storm off again, but he felt a tad guilty for their interaction that morning, and he did not want to turn Jed against him, when the boy was the only decent company around here. Qui-Gon Jinn is a GD from the Order, he replied, trying to drown the truth of the matter. They usually despise my temple, so having him here isn't good news. Unfortunately, Jed was smart. You like her. You treat him as a threat. He was about to retort something rather mean, and then stopped, unsure. I don't know. He sat on one of the desks and sighed, passing a distracted hand in his hair. Jed put what he probably thought to be a comforting hand on his shoulder, and Khan sighed again. When had their plan to save the galaxy turned into some crappy holodrama? Jed liked him, he probably liked Anya, and he was pretty sure from her reactions that Anya liked him at least a bit, but also liked Qui-Gon Jinn. And of course, 3/4 of them were Force users and discouraged to form attachments. This was a complete shit show. I have an idea to make it stop, Jed stated, eyes resolved. Was he suggesting dash? Absolutely not. Taking Anya's part and shouldering the blame would just add another layer of madness to this already frustrating situation. We are not doing this, Jed, you'll get hurt. I don't care, the boy replied, noble at heart. Let's wait until the GD is here, then we'll see, Khan concluded, unconvinced by the stupid solution Jed apparently wanted to try. Self-sacrificing fool. He would be right at home when they got Pete on board. There were some disturbing similarities in their idiotic tendencies to want to protect him when he clearly didn't need it. Repressing the wave of nostalgia that hit him when he thought of his favorite admiral, Khan put his hand on Jed's, sharing with him a meaningful look that would for sure not help him at all with the little attraction problem. Thank you, Jed. Montferrat's cheeks were a tad red, but outside of that, he seemed fine enough. Khan rose from his seat, let go of his hand, and headed towards his next class, muttering internally about how his perfect summer plans had taken this weird turn. It was a lot better when it was just about amazing flying moves, challenging mechanics, and fun lightsaber duels, and less about tragic school gossip and possible entanglements. Plus he really wasn't looking forward to meeting with Qui-Gon, especially if he came with his current Padawan. Anya stood tall on the landing platform, mouth pinched in a thin line, eyes glinting with belly-concealed anger for the portly man next to her. Director Jera turned on her pretty fast, once pressed by the most influential parents having children in the program. Not entirely surprising considering he was a good friend of the Corellian senator, and she had a very low opinion of the man, but still highly disappointing. He was as fake as they came, all smiles when she was in front of her, all daggers as soon as she turned her back. She would not forget the sting of his betrayal. It had been a couple of days since she last spoke to Khan. He did not come to see her after their disagreement on Qui-Gon Jinn, and had blocked the link on his side, ensuring she would not be able to reach him through their bond. She felt hurt, disappointed, and at least a tiny bit jealous, because all the time he usually spent with her, he seemed to spend with Jed Montferrat working on their ships in the hangar. She knew because she spied on him a little bit, and there was some shame, too, for doing something so repulsive to someone she genuinely respected. It was all a mess, and one she did not know how to fix. All of her skills in negotiation and her authority as a countess were near useless in face of the gossip, because people's minds were now convinced that this was the truth, and spilling her secrets to get out of the situation was simply not worth it. Plus, Khan was supposed to join her in Coruscant after he graduated, so denial would only get them so far, and then next year everyone would say they knew all about it anyway. It sucked, because despite the faculty being aware of the truth, it still cast a shadow on her hard work in the eyes of the students, and by extension their influential families, making it look like she designed the entire thing to snag a good-looking pilot for herself. Which was absolutely not true. She was kind of hoping Qui-Gon could get her out of this by any means possible, but really she couldn't see how. She wasn't sure he would jeopardize his own reputation to help her, and she understood that. In the same situation, she would not get too involved if she could avoid it. He was supposed to land in the coming minutes and would stay a full day, alone, apparently. Something about Obi-Wan being on archive duty for a stupid stunt he pulled during the last mission. She would have told Khan, it would have lowered his obvious nervosity quite a bit, but she couldn't because he closed the bond. Too bad for him, he would just drown in his own self-induced misery because of his immature reaction. Their field trip would definitely be postponed until later this summer. She had found out a pretty awesome moon alignment, and it would have been a shame to waste the occasion anyway. Would he even want to go? Was he that mad at her? This was just so stupid. If at least it was true, she would get the advantages of such a situation instead of just the negatives, but it wasn't. They had religiously avoided any situation that could lead to another blunder after the first one. She was distracted from her turmoil by the sound of the ship landing. The ramp lowered soon enough, revealing her favorite GD from the Order, and instantly she could feel her worries easing up, soothed by his calming aura and gentle smile. Damn, he was good. Master GD, it is a great pleasure to welcome you to my humble institution. I'm sure you'll find that this program is a true blessing for the Republic. Jera started pompously, spreading his arms so wide she nearly ended up with his hand in her face. Distasteful. Qui-Gon assessed him, something sharp glinting in his blue eyes, then nodded, his expression staying as calm and composed as ever. Thank you for your hospitality, Director Jera. I'll be staying the night, as suggested. I will have a suite organized then, the man replied haughtily, probably trying to convey how luxurious his accommodations were. Oh, do not bother yourself. He looked at her then, his eyes full of mischief, and she had the dooming feeling that he had a lot more information on the situation than what she had told him via holomail. I will stay with Countess Anya if she will have me, the clever little troll. The director had nearly swallowed his own tongue, while Qui-Gon moved to stand before her, his face now bearing a much more amused smile. Of course. It's good to see you, Qui-Gon, she replied, hiding her awkwardness as best as she could, when he gave her a brief hug that warmed her a lot more than the current sunny day did. Director Jera took a few moments to gather himself and swiped his forehead with a silk handkerchief, wiping away the beads of sweat gathered there after standing in the Corellian heat for longer than he was used to. You know Countess Dooku, Master GD? He asked nervously. Indeed, we had the same master. Actually, I heard from Su Li you've been helping his student with his dueling practice. Anya smiled at him, definitely better informed than she originally thought. Sometimes Qui-Gon presented himself as such a nice, helpful, kind person that she forgot how intelligent the man was. A common mistake, she thought to herself, and one his enemies only had the luxury to make once. He is probably helping me more than I help him. My Suresu is quite rusty from all those hours spent seated in the Senate booth. Qui-Gon laughed and Director Jera let a small tone-deaf chuckle out, completely out of his depth, but wanting nothing more than to be in on the joke. He led them to a meeting room where several teachers as well as Callum Nat were waiting to begin their first big project review since the start of the program. It was supposed to take place a few days ago, but since the Order and by extension Chancellor Valorum showed interest in the program, they saw fit to move it to a date suiting the visiting GD Master. The meeting proceeded with no hitch. A few students were above the others in terms of competence, but all of them reported feeling adequately challenged, and none were lagging too far behind. The courses themselves seemed well liked and pushed them from the usual comfort zone, and the latest metrics showed extremely improved results from the first assessments to the current level of the promotion. No major incidents were reported, even if there was less inter-academy bonding than they had first expected, exception made of the group of girls, who seemed to have understood the concept of the whole program the best, and were regularly sharing experiences as well as skills. They showed a few recordings of some of the flying sequences, as well as mechanical reports from the project ships the students had to repair themselves in their free time, gathering some enthusiastic exclamations from some of the teachers. "Who is this student?" Qui-Gon asked pleasantly. The question silenced the room in an instant. The teachers cast cautious glances towards Anya and Director Jera, their nervosity bleeding through the Force. Director Jera cleared his throat, redder by a few shades, before he answered Qui-Gon's question. "This is Mr. Vader, Master Jedi. Suli's protege?" he asked her. Anya nodded sharply, keeping her face as placid as possible while cringing internally. If Qui-Gon felt the maelstrom of emotions she for sure projected, he was polite enough not to comment on it, and chose to validate her choices. "I see why you were interested. The Force is very strong with him." Senator Nat passively reviewed his notes, looking unaffected. The other members of the staff were startled at the mention of the mystical power, their eyes quickly passing from Qui-Gon Jinn to Anya, but she could feel their stress levels go down. Apparently, the Force justified plenty of weird things in this galaxy, including the unusual partnership between a student and a foreign dignitary. Now that they got an official spiritual blessing from an actual Jedi master dressed in brown robes and everything, the situation felt a lot less complicated, and she saw quite a few of them grabbing their datapads, probably responding to holomails they had up until this point neglected. Good, maybe the rumors would die without some crazy scheming then. Thank the Force for Qui-Gon, that man was a blessing. They concluded shortly before dinner, and the Jedi joined them in the mess hall, gathering his fair share of odd looks and whispers. They increased steadily in volume when he took a seat next to the scandalous Countess, and Anya felt her frustration rise again, before the long-haired man put his large, warm hand on her own, distracting her very effectively from the scene. "You fell in the Gundark's nest," she sighed. "I stayed too close, it's my own undoing." "Do you have regrets?" he asked, watching her intently. "No. I was thinking of offering him a position if he is interested." If Qui-Gon had deduced anything from her words, he didn't let it show. "Trying to lose your GD escort?" "I'm wounded." Anya smiled, her mood lightening. "You know I would drive your cranky Padawan crazy if this goes on for too long. I think that he still resents me for that time on Christophsis." "Chalidonia is not the nicest place to get lost in," he replied with a raised brow and a dancing smile. She huffed, amused. "Well, it's not exactly my fault if I had the map." Qui-Gon chuckled lightly as she remembered the disgruntled face of Obi-Wan when he finally found her a couple of hours later, after she decided to stop hiding her Force signature. She had welcomed him with a soft reprimand, asking him where he had been, and while his master had laughed, the young Kenobi had spent the rest of their trip sulking. Anya's own amusement attracted Khan's attention from the other table, sending a sharp spike of curiosity through their now reopened bond. She found jealousy, guilt, and relief before he hid them deeper, out of her reach, and a warm satisfaction settled in her belly at the thought that Khan felt any type of jealousy involving her. She quieted her thoughts and hid her own feelings, not letting him get too much insight on her current state of mind, then invited him through the bond to join them for tea after dinner in her quarters. He agreed reluctantly before returning to his quiet conversation with Montferrat, and she did the same, enjoying for the first time since a good week her dinner, while exchanging light banter with the GD master. Her crush on him had started to wither slowly after spending more time together, and gave way to a sense of kinship she enjoyed a lot more than the initial awkwardness. They held a lot of similar views on the Force, even though their paths were very different, and his easygoing nature as well as his sometimes lunar behavior never failed to cheer her up. It was usually when he made her feel so at ease that she remembered he was going to be dead in a bit more than a year, 2 months after Khan's graduation if they calculated it right. As usual, the bitter finality of the lovely relationship left her cold and sad. Her heart wanted desperately to try to save him, to neutralize Maul, to warn him about that thrice-damned battle on Naboo, but she knew it was too important to be changed. The Force would forsake them for impeding the return of one of her favorite children, and Qui-Gon's sacrifice was a necessity for his own plans. Khan had deduced it from Obi-Wan's death and his subsequent return as a Force ghost. He figured Qui-Gon had followed a similar path, and later guided Obi-Wan during his years as his master, and then during his exile on Tatooine. Apparently, he had at least some interaction with both ghosts right after Luke's and Palpatine's deaths, and they were the ones that convinced him to look for a solution, instead of simply killing himself. Impeding this event would be a cosmic disaster with unknown consequences, and neither of them was eager to risk it. She suddenly felt a bit cruel about her unkind thoughts for Khan. She had some time to process the idea, and it still slapped her in the face very regularly. For him, Qui-Gon was an intangible person, a half-forgotten memory before his landing this afternoon. Surely it wasn't easy for him to see the Jedi Master again, and knowing that he was coming probably caused him a great deal of distress, especially since he ignored that Obi-Wan would be absent. Sometimes she was fairly insensitive, and that had been the case during their argument. She would have to apologize later for thrusting the news onto him without any manners, and trying to force him to cooperate. It was not her best decision. Frowning, she realized many of her choices since coming here were actually not the best, and wished a little harder for this whole thing to end as soon as possible. Clearly being under any kind of stress was impeding her decision-making skills. It was something she would have to correct if she wanted to last, as long as the previous Serenian senator did. After brief greetings, both Anya and Qui-Gon retreated to her quarters. She just finished preparing tea when Khan knocked, then entered. He looked serene but felt tense, and on a second look, she could tell his entire body was stiffer than usual. Qui-Gon seemed to realize it too and spoke in a gentle tone. "Mr. Vader, I presume. My name is Qui-Gon Jinn." "It is nice to meet you, Master Jinn," Khan replied, his tone a tad harsher than usual. "Same wise, Mr. Vader. Lun Su Li spoke very highly of you." Khan smiled and it seemed honest. Anya relaxed marginally and poured the cup, mindful to seat in a way that could serve as a buffer zone between the two men. Qui-Gon seemed to pick up on that and granted her a mysteriously amused smile, while Khan was still too much in his head to see past the cup of tea he clung onto like a lifeline. The conversation stayed light for the majority of the evening, helping them relax a bit more. Qui-Gon was quite interested in the Jedi teachings of the Shans, and made no mystery of it. Su Li was always a bit mysterious about the Shan's creed. "Could you tell me more?" Khan actually smiled again, a fond one this time, and Anya felt a bit of her heart melt at the sight. He clearly esteemed the Talavinian Jedi. "From what I read about the Jedi Order, it is mostly similar. We learn compassion and work toward reaching inner peace and living in harmony with the Force. The Shans pick up any Force sensitive who wants to learn, so we are all helping each other with different skills, and there is no real master/Padawan structure. Knights, masters, and students who volunteer teach mostly after school, so that everyone can attend. Most are never knighted, but they still have a home away from home in the temple, where they can learn to understand the Force and talk to other Force sensitives." "You sound like you care greatly about your peers. Do you teach yourself?" Qui-Gon asked, his gaze pointed and curious. Khan nodded. "I do. And I teach lightsaber basics to our younglings for a couple of months now." The Jedi smiled. "A rewarding experience, I imagine." Indeed, it was one of the only times Anya had heard Khan speak so much. He wore an easy expression and exuded a tinge of pride and a lot of affection. He clearly had a soft spot for the kids he taught at the temple, and from what she could see that won him at least 100 points in Qui-Gon's book. She knew from speaking with him that the temple had grown on him after a couple of months, but she wasn't aware he was so happy there. A bigger piece of her heart melted, and she rejoiced, as she knew it wasn't easy for him to be back in this time, and the temple seemed to play an important part in soothing his pain. After another teapot and a probably interesting talk about the differences between the Order and the Shans, that Anya didn't really listen to because she was too focused on her own musings, Qui-Gon suggested a joint meditation before Khan returned to his quarters. She flinched, startled, but it was a common practice among all Jedi, and it would have been weird to refuse. They both agreed, Khan apparently sharing her thought, and settled on the plush carpet cross-legged. It was awkward as hell. Anya was so used now to meditate with Khan that adding another Jedi into the mix, even one that she knew somewhat well like Qui-Gon, felt disturbing and unnatural. She had to fight herself to avoid seeking comfort in the bond, pretty convinced that he would notice, and unsure of Khan's reaction. Their last real conversation was still fresh in her mind, and their newly reopened link felt cold and a bit resentful, despite the gentle apologetic vibes she tried to convey. Another issue, of course, was that Qui-Gon's thread, now amplified by their proximity and the slight meshing of their Force presence, appeared to her much clearer than usual. It pulsated with impressions varying from pleasant memories that she refrained from looking too closely into, wanting to respect his privacy, to the uncomfortable future she already knew about. The thread ended on a grey, powerful bead, marking a key event for both the light and the dark side of the Force. His death. It left a bitter taste in her mouth that had nothing to do with the tea, and as Khan brushed their bond, seemingly worried by the sadness he received from the connection, she pushed him out not so nicely and exited the trance, standing up immediately to go clean up the leftovers from the evening. She did not realize she was crying before the other two concluded their own meditation, and Qui-Gon glanced at her, his blue eyes filled with worry. She wiped her cheeks without thinking about it and tried to smile. From the looks they gave her, she failed. Qui-Gon dropped it right away, quietly letting her know he was here if she needed him in before retreating in the spare room she had shown him when they arrived in her quarters to give her some privacy, but Khan didn't. He forced his presence in the bond, wiping away the light closure she had tried to install to cut him from her emotions, and sent his thoughts her way. What was that about? Nothing. Didn't felt like nothing. Your meltdown nearly got me out of my trance. I saw Qui-Gon. Yes, me too, all evening. Your point? Get out. She pushed against him mentally, getting him out of her mind as harshly as she could, and retreated to her own room. Once the door was closed, she leaned against it and slid to the ground, wrapping her arms around her knees, while uncontrollable sobs shook her body. She vaguely felt Khan leave, buzzing with resentment and concern, but couldn't bring herself to care. She closed her eyes, trying to stop crying, but it was completely useless now. She fell asleep out of sheer emotional exhaustion after dragging herself painfully to her bed, her eyes a reddish puffy mess. Khan was pretty sure Anya was avoiding him. Of course, it was a bit unfair to resent her for it, since he was the one who started the whole thing, but after Qui-Gon's departure, she had suddenly been assaulted with various meetings and business reviews and Serenian matters. Or so she said. He knew for a fact she was still there. He even caught some glimpse at her when she got out of whatever she was doing during the day, but she hadn't renewed her invitation to join her in the evenings, and was never there during any meals. He had tried talking to her through the bond, but she closed it as tightly as she could, and he only met a wall of carefully crafted indifference. It was infuriating. They were now on the last week on the program, with only 2 days left. The rumors had finally died a bit, decreasing to a manageable level after the girl from Ixila and Caleb started dating, and Fran crashed his ship during the 3rd week, while they were testing the repairs. Everybody thought that Jang sabotaged it after Fran made a rather rude comment about his dad being a worrowit and a butt licker for trying to create trouble for Anya, who was according to him one of the visual highlights of the program. In fact, Khan and Jed did it. Jang sucked too much at mechanics to actually perform such a feat without Fran, noticing something was wrong before takeoff. Blaming it on him was easy, though, and created such a rivalry between the two influential groups of students that his supposed indiscretion with the senator was all but forgotten. Which was the intended effect, of course. Jed had been very appreciated support and a pretty decent friend through the entire thing, and they had some hushed talks about finding each other again after graduation, and keeping up with each other via holomails. His crush on him had gotten it ad worse as they had grown closer, but there was nothing they could really do about it, and at least now that it was out in the open they each knew where the other stood. It was a lot harder with Anya. He and Jed had not evoked the subject again, but he had devoted a bit of time thinking about it, and eventually, he had to admit to himself that yes, he was feeling attracted to her, and that it probably wasn't just teenagers' hormones. Knowing was not making anything easier, though. First of all, because Anya wasn't in any kind of mood for a talk about their feelings, but mostly because he had instantly categorized the attraction or crush or whatever he felt as a liability. Love was what derailed everything the first time, the grain of sand in the well-oiled machine that was Anakin Skywalker. It made him weak, made him take decisions based on a few select people, instead of considering everyone. Then made him fall, and led to more than 20 years of enslavement, until his son appeared in his life. Filial love he could manage, his mother, himself, eventually Luke and Leia if they were ever born in this world. He would love them from a distance, the weight of his life forever in between them, and would do anything in his power to allow them to live and be happy. Romantic love. With the only person alive that knew about his past. That was a treacherous path and one that could destroy all they had so nicely planned. Romantic love was a fragile thing, a piece of flimsy in a world on fire. There were so many reasons, so many ways it could go wrong that it was not worth pursuing. Not now, not this time. Plus, Anya was probably not interested outside of sheer physical attraction. Hence the avoiding thing. What did she even saw during the meditation? Did she saw anything from him? From what she told him, her foresight was enhanced by proximity, which meant she might have gotten some sort of vision from him or Qui-Gon. Criff, he could be self-centered sometimes. Of course, she had been distressed if Qui-Gon's future was laid bare for her to look at and contemplate, and he had the nerve to dismiss her with a snappy retort when she brought him up because he was at that time still mad at her for the latest little fight, and felt stupidly jealous of the Jedi. He sighed, attracting Jed's curious gaze. Why did everything he was even remotely involved in have this tendency to get complicated? He was sitting next to the other boy, waiting for their turns for the last maneuvers practice class. With the weeks passing, his progress was getting more and more satisfying, and he wanted to end on a strong note. The move he wanted to try was both incredibly complicated and had never been performed outside of a simulator by a human being, which meant it was perfect for him. Described grossly, the dogfight maneuver involved him doing a figure eight around both a fighter chasing him and the enemy cruiser, and escaping the cruiser's shielding to end up below it. He would then enjoy the shadow provided by the ship and shoot at the fighter from behind, staying hidden by the ship's shadow, as well as his beaming nav signal to minimize any chance of retaliation. For all of this to work, the timing needed to be perfect, but more than that, he needed to be fast. The entire thing needed to be over in mere seconds if he wanted to have a good shot on the fighter, which meant luring him exactly where he needed without being hit himself before literally disappearing from his view. The flying instructor had paled significantly when he told her he wanted to try the Bantha's horn, but relented after seeing his perfect sim results. If Khan was a normal student, he would probably use this time to review the maneuver's details and stress about it, as Jed was doing next to him. Good thing he was not, then, because he personally felt like obsessing over the potential disaster that a potential relationship with Anya would bring on the galaxy was a much more appropriate use of his time. Then, suddenly, it was his turn and his flying instincts took over while his brain took the back seat, enjoying the show. He took off Jed, who was playing the fighter he was supposed to shoot, in tow. They spiraled around each other for a while, getting steadily closer to the cruiser, while Khan got the ship ready, toying with buttons to fine-tune his shielding and remove nearly all automatic commands from the ship. The alarm system started ringing loudly, announcing the deactivation and the passage to manual mode, and Khan smiled. A couple more minutes and a trick looping allowed him enough room to get into the perfect position, and the maneuver started. He looped blindly under Jed at max speed with his ship's engine in reverse, then altered the course to cross over the cruiser, still blind, guided only by the force, then dropped his shielding to the minimum to get as close to the cruiser as he could and sped up under it, hearing his ship crackle under the cruiser's shield's pressure. Now perfectly positioned, he shot at Jed, who was trying to get away as fast as he could. He got him, point blank, and the exercise stopped. His ship's comm system sparked up, and he accepted the call. "Nice job, Khan, you got me on this one." Jed sounded out of breath, but still amused by his antics. Khan positioned himself in front of him and saluted before going back to the landing platform. "See you dirtside, Jed." He crossed Caleb on the way. Jed's maneuver required no enemy fighter, so he had taken off a bit after the other boy started his exercise. He landed the ship easily, patting down the control panel one last time before exiting the cockpit. He then removed his helmet, shook his hair from his face, and felt something stir in the force. His eyes went up towards the disturbance, and found Anya looking at him behind a window on the second floor of the building. Once discovered, she turned and fled, and Khan grinned with satisfaction. She still cared. He cornered her on the last evening on Corellia. The next day a small ceremony would be held to reward the students for their work, and celebrate the end of the program, then they would all return home. Anya would be there as part of the official delegation, and too many eyes would be on her to risk any sort of contact. This was his last chance. His ambush was crude, and when he freed her arm, Anya was glaring at him with a potency he did not know she was capable of, but it worked, and that was all that mattered. Okay, well, now he had to actually figure out what he wanted to tell her. But the plan was good, at least. "Khan, any reason you decided to suddenly drag me in an empty classroom?" she asked in an acidic tone. He took a deep breath in and spoke. "I am sorry about Qui-Gon." It felt like the most urgent thing to say, and from the surprise he read on her face, it was also not what she was expecting. She composed herself quickly and crossed her arms in front of her chest, her gaze staying firmly fixated on the ground between them. I am sorry too. I was insensitive first. Can we put this behind us? He asked, his heart beating so hard against his ribs he was sure she could hear it. She looked unsure for a moment, then nodded. We need to. It is childish to fight when we pursue the same goal. Khan deflated a bit, slightly disappointed by her very professional reply, and swallowed his regret. So we are still going. I found an alignment in 2 standard weeks. If we can get there the day before we would have time to prepare, she replied, her tone still annoyingly neutral. Are you dragging me into some witchcraft again? He asked tentatively, trying to get her to drop the formalities. She huffed. From what I remember, you chose the planet better. More confidently, he pursued. Fine, as long as I'm not forced to dance naked under the full moon, I'll go along with whatever you want to do. Anya laughed and his heart got warm, sending a tingling burst of happiness in his whole body. Pathetic, but not unexpected. He would just have to work harder to control himself. It was nothing he couldn't do. Nothing that I initially intended included any nakedness, although given your apparent interest, this can certainly be adjusted. He laughed in turn, and they exchanged a friendly look, quelling his last fears about the status of their partnership. They exchanged a few more details on the mission, defining a meet-up point on Sereno, since the atmosphere of their destination would be too difficult to maneuver into for Anya's meager piloting skills, and involving anyone else was completely out of question. He left her shortly after that, wishing to keep their meeting a secret to avoid messing everything up on the very last day, and went back to his quarters to find Jed in front of his door, apparently waiting for him. Can I come in? He asked shyly, his awkwardness leaking out of his entire being. Sure, after you. He had no idea why the other would seek him out now. Slowly, without raising his attention, he let tendrils of his Force presence brush against Jed's mind, getting glimpses of intentions and fragments of thoughts. He wanted to say goodbye. That was nice of him, and meant he had made a much bigger impression on him than he had previously thought. He knew he had a great ally in the boy, as he had proven multiple times to be reliable and trustworthy, but he hadn't factored in that he would gain a true friend. He had thought that his friendship would not be reciprocated, Jed being certainly quietly disappointed by his lack of interest, and wary of his lower social standing. He was wrong. The feeling was nice, quite similar to the one he felt earlier when Anya laughed. The kind of sentiment born from attachments. He flinched, retracting his presence away from Jed, and waited for him to speak. I wanted to thank you, he said, looking at his feet. Khan frowned. Why? It's not easy, back at the academy, to be someone with my dash. My inclination. You are the only one I felt like I could be honest with, and now I know I was right, Jed replied, his voice tight with emotion. Khan smiled and felt a pang of emotion constrict his chest. He had never really thought about it, but the cold and distant front Jed presented made a lot more sense now. He hadn't wanted to betray himself, hadn't wanted to end up in the same position Khan had been in that summer, caught up in rumors he had little control over. It was sad, really. He had a lot to offer, and he had been a great friend during this whole mess. He deserved to be happy, too. He suddenly felt a lot more compassion for the icy admiral he had met during his time serving the Empire, hiding behind layers of carefully crafted efficiency and a terrible reputation for being a true sadist, to avoid any social interaction with his peers for decades, by fear of being rejected. Years would not be gentle on Jed Montferrat without some kind of support system. Khan closed his eyes for a few seconds, focusing back on their conversation. I should be the one to thank you, again. You're a friend, Jed, and a good one. They exchanged an awkward smile, and Jed offered his arm. Anya had started to teach him a bit of Serenian customs, and he recognized the first step of a formal greeting. Hesitant, he clasped Jed's forearm against his fingers grazing the crook of his elbow. The other boy leaned against him, letting their shoulders brush for a few seconds before letting go. He would have to ask Anya about the deeper meanings, but from what he knew the shoulder thing was reserved to close connections. His heart swelled again when he saw Jed's eyes were glinting with unshod tears. Remembering the Serenian words, he spoke. May we meet again, Jed Montferrat. And may the Force be with you, Khan Vayner. Jed left his room after that, unwilling to let him see any further trace of his weakness. Khan sat on